God of Trash, Cultivation LitRPG by Noct. Chapter 21-40. Rhys took a deep breath. No, you're wrong. I only have average talent, at best. Actually, I'm probably more like absolute trash tier talent. I struggle to learn any martial skills. In all my battling with you, I still haven't picked up one tier in sword proficiency or barehanded combat. My only talent is recognizing my path early, and working hard to bring it to life. You're young to have already recognized your path, Syog flattered him. Rhys shot him a look. It's trash. My path is trash. The only thing I can reliably learn any skills in, is trash. If a skill isn't associated with trash, I'm useless. Synog's brows furrowed. He opened his mouth. Or I would be, if your schoolmaster, or even you, had evaluated me. But instead, Straw saw value in me. He took me in and trained me, and in doing that, gave me value twice over. Value from his teachings, and value in him taking me in, which made me just interesting to your schoolmaster for her to take me in. But you've comprehended intent. No matter the intent, that's a feat at your age. I only have it because Straw trained me relentlessly toward obtaining an intent, any intent. Only because someone else saw value in the trash that was me, and polished me. And only because I then saw the value in myself, and continued to work on it, am I now a talent to you. But that's not talent at all. It's luck, the dedication of everyone around me, and hard work. Don't call me a talent. I'm not. I couldn't be further from a talent. What I am, is a piece of garbage that no one gave up on. Least of all myself. Before Syog could speak, he pointed at the man. And that includes you. I might have fooled you into seeing me as a talent, but nonetheless, you also chose to polish me and not give up. Think about it, Syog. If an idiot like me who can only grow stronger by playing with the trash, can be polished to the extent that you mistook me for a talent, how much could you polish all those students under you? I'm still too weak to polish anyone else, but you are an expert. You have that power. With your skill, you could make those students really shine. But because you dismiss them out of hand as not talented, you don't even try. Syog frowned. His brows knitted. Thank you, Syog. I deeply appreciate everything you've done to help me. But when you go back to your class, look at your students, and know that they all started with more potential than me. This time, don't give up on them. Try treating them the same way you did me, and see how much they grow. CRRRRK. Rhys had turned away, but he whirled at that sound. Syog cracked his knuckles, a slow, evil grin on his face. So you think you can tell me how to teach? You, a mere student, who's barely been at this sect for weeks. Rhys swallowed. He backed away. Aw, shit. My knee-jerk reaction to defend trash got the better of me. He'd spent an entire life passionately defending trash in person, on online forums, everywhere he could. In modern society, the worst consequence for his actions was becoming a social pariah and facing the distaste of his coworkers. In a medieval society, the worst consequence for supporting an unpopular opinion was death and torture. In that order, if he was lucky. Syog glared at Rhys, slowly frowning deeper. Thoughts whirled within his mind. Not a talent. Impossible. The boy was delusional. After all this time, he wouldn't accept that the boy wasn't talented. His worldview began to crumble. All this time, was it really his fault? Could he really have polished any of his students into obtaining weapon intent, if he hadn't given up on them? He was the one who'd failed. Not his students, but him. Anyone could be powerful, as long as someone believed in them, but he hadn't believed, and so not only his students, but also he had failed to become powerful. He was the source of his own failure. Not only that, but the source of his entire school's failure to produce martial artists. Him. One of the few teachers who actually put in effort. One of the few who actually tried to help students. This boy dared to question him, when he worked the hardest of any of the teachers. No, it wasn't that the boy wasn't talented. He was talented. Syog was right. He knew he was right. Rhys was talented. He was different from the other students. More powerful, more capable. If the boy refused to see it, then he'd just force him to see it. It wasn't that Synog's worldview was wrong. It wasn't that he'd been doing the wrong thing all along. That wasn't possible. He refused to believe it. It was Rhys who was wrong. It had to be. Synog's heart hardened, and resolve sparked within him. Resolve to prove Rhys wrong, no matter how far he had to take it. Rhys saw murder crawl across Synog's face, and cleared his throat nervously. It's not that you're wrong, it's someone's asking for a beating, Synog rumbled, and charged at Rhys. No no no, Rhys turned and ran, sprinting off at top speed. Synog closed in on him before he got a dozen steps. Rhys threw up trash intent, as usual, but Synog grabbed him bodily by the shoulders, reaching around the end table Rhys had picked for today's shield, and threw him up against the nearest tree. Rhys put the end table between him and Synog, but Synog ripped it out of his hands, tossed it away and went right on hammering Rhys. Caught between a tree and Synog's fists, Rhys had little option but to take the blows. He used blow mitigation to lessen them to the extent possible, but he was still getting hammered. His only saving grace was that Synog wasn't so pissed that he forgot he was fighting a student, and still pulled his blows enough to not kill Rhys. Not immediately, anyways. Pressed up against the tree, barely protecting his head, Rhys felt his vision begin to fade. He forced himself not to pass out and took a short breath instead, hissing slightly through the pain. If he stayed here, Synog might pummel him to death without realizing it. The man had a high estimate of Rhys, but Rhys wasn't actually a talent like Synog thought. Synog overestimated him, and that meant that he might accidentally kill Rhys by assuming he could take more than he could. Especially after that lecture. I basically provoked him into forcing me to recognize I'm a talent. The only problem was, Rhys was no talent, and if Synog pushed too hard, he'd die, just like the trash he was. Something, anything. His vision flickered. Caught on the razor's edge between life and death, things abruptly became very clear to him. He couldn't sit here and take it. He would die. He had to escape. But how? His trash had been taken from him. He could use trash intent on his sword, but it wouldn't do any damage, and Synog would knock it away. Synog was overwhelmingly powerful. He needed to get out of here, or else he'd die. But to flee, he first had to get away from Synog's hold. The man had a firm grip on his shoulder. He couldn't escape without breaking that hold. No, that was wrong. He had another option yet. When he thought about it, between breaking a powerful warrior and breaking trash, one of them was obviously easier to break. Rhys took a deep breath, forcing himself back to awareness. He steeled his heart, then delivered a decisive blow to his own shoulder. His bones broke, but for just a second, Synog's hold on him weakened. He wrenched his shoulder free and ran. Everything hurt. Every piece of his body was in pain. But he put all that to the back of his mind and ran. Trees lashed past, digging into his wounds. Undergrowth tugged at his ankles, almost toppling him. He swigged his potion to let the healing get started, and desperately pushed his brain to the limit. He was slower than Synog, weaker than him, and even with all of Straw's techniques, lacked the raw stats to evade his attacks completely. A fist flashed through the air, and Rhys threw himself to the side. Synog's fist took a chunk out of his side, but it didn't kill him. He ran on, pushing himself to the limit. His ears strained. His legs burned, on the verge of overloaded with mana so he could not only run, but also dodge. He threw caution to the wind, pushing his body past its limits just to survive. He was a hare on the run, a pigeon with a bullet lodged in its chest. Even if it meant he died eventually, he'd run on now. Another punch clipped his shoulder. He flared blow mitigation and threw himself into a sideways roll, popped up, and ran on. Air rushed toward the back of his head. A forward roll, and that fist struck his ponytail instead. He grabbed the ground and held himself still. Every wound in his body screamed in pain, gaping wider. Blood spurted over the ground. He held his breath, holding back the scream, and refused to let go. Trash Body 1. Caught up in momentum, Synog rushed past him. Just up ahead was a slate field, as Rhys knew better than anyone. The martial artist stepped onto it as he started to backpedal, and instead of instantly reversing, he slid forward, his feet meaninglessly kicking at the loose shale. Rhys' eyes flashed. He jumped up and sprinted in the opposite direction, charging back toward the central square. One destination gleamed in his mind, one perfect destination that Syog couldn't tear him out of. His legs blurred. Mana pushed his muscles to their limit, then past them. They began to rip, but he pressed on. He needed to push it past its limits so he could escape. He refused to die here. Even if he turned his whole body into trash in the attempt, he'd do whatever it took to survive. Syog growled. He found his footing, whirled, and gave chase. Rhys' hard-earned lead was obliterated in an instant. Still, Rhys ran. He knew nothing but running and dodging. His body accumulated wounds. Before long, no part of him wasn't bruised or bleeding. He was a tattered mess, barely recognizable as human. With no time to sip his potion, all he could do was keep taking hits and keep running, desperately ensuring not a single hit landed on something vital. Get back here, you slippery eel. I'll show you martial talents. Ahead, the central square, at last. A heavy hit landed on Rhys' lower back, and he let it propel him out of the trees and into the square. He flew through the air, landed on the tiles, and rolled a dozen times, head over heels, at first, on nothing but the momentum of the blow, and then on his own efforts. Just as Syog was about to reach him, he kicked off the ground and popped back up to all fours. He scrambled off, chasing toward his sanctuary. Where do you think you're going? A hand closed around his ankle. Syog instantly tightened his grip. Rhys, flesh bruised. He pulled, intending to lift Rhys by the foot. Rhys' eyes flashed. Determination burned in his soul. He couldn't let himself be caught. Not now, when he was so close. And he wouldn't. Gritting his teeth, Rhys clamped onto the cobblestones, sinking his fingernails into the cracks. Flaring the very last of his mana, he pulled. Syog laughed. He tightened his grip. You aren't getting away that easily. There's still more training left for you. Easily? Rhys asked. Their eyes met. For the first time, Syog looked his victim in the eyes. Madness burned there, with a determination that verged on insanity. Syog frowned, shifting back, but he didn't release his grip. Rhys pulled harder. With a horrible sucking pop, Rhys' foot came free at the ankle. Splashing blood after him, he fled the last few steps to the library on all threes and threw himself through the door. He lifted his head and, with the last of his strength, shouted, "Lock it. Lock the door, you fool." Of course I wouldn't allow that brute near my books, Az replied lazily. His voice echoed down the hall, the man not so much as rising from his desk. A heavy weight slammed against the thick wood. Rhys sighed, letting out all the tension in his body. With the tension, his consciousness, too, started to flow away. Shit, not yet. Fumbling in his robes, he pulled out his potion and downed the rest of it. Rhys set the bottle carefully to the side, then drew a mana potion and slurped down half of it, as well. Less is more and self-regeneration both kicked off, and only then, as he felt his wounds closing, did Rhys allow himself to fall into darkness. Not coming to greet me. That isn't very proper of you, Az's voice sounded again. It echoed over an insensate Rhys, the boy unconscious as he regenerated his wounds. There was silence for a few beats. At last, with a heavy sigh and the creak of long-settled furniture, footsteps sounded from around the corner. Az turned the corner, and froze. You're just going to bleed all over my library, are you? Rhys didn't reply. HMPH. Az wandered over, then sat down beside him. He reached into his robes and appended a potion on the sleeping Rhys' face. Rhys spluttered for a moment, but the potion quickly vanished, absorbed into his skin and through his wounds. Az lifted his head, looking at the door. What a foolish child, daring to provoke Syog. He should know none of us ended up in this bottom-tier sect by choice. After a moment, he let out a pleased hum. Except for me. Az's shape shifted. He grew smaller and smaller, landing on 4 legs, then curled up beside Rhys. A small tuxedo cat in Az's place settled in to purr the pain away. Rhys jolted awake. For a second, he laid there, aching and staring at the ceiling. The pain was familiar. Nowadays, he was lucky not to wake up with a crick in his back or a pounding headache. He knew he should live better, lose a few pounds, but damn if his chair wasn't comfortable. No, that part he understood. The confusing part was the ceiling. Vast and immense, old hardwood vaults interrupted lush wood paneling. His brows furrowed. Now that he was looking around, the walls were a bit off, too. He had a pretty big library, but he didn't recall the books looking so leather-bound and aged. Where were all his figures? A cat shifted beside him. It lifted its head. Awake. Rhys startled. He looked around, taking in the library, and reality began to reassert itself. He pointed at the cat. You. Me. His jaw worked. Many words and concepts rushed through his brain, all of them jostling to emerge from his mouth at once, but none of them succeeding. At last, he managed, as. The cat sat upright and curled its tail meticulously around its paws. That is my name. You're a cat. You're a human. Az returned, in an equally shocked but doubly sarcastic tone. Rhys sat up, all his pain forgotten. A catboy. Right in front of him. What god had smiled upon him? What a glorious moment, to have lived long enough to see a real live catboy right in front of him. A catgirl would be even better, of course, but he wasn't going to question the merciful god who had given him this moment. Catgirls and boys were the epitome of trashy characters. The absolute peak. There wasn't a catgirl or boy he wouldn't defend to the death. Add cat ears to any character, and they got better. It was just a fact. Rhys took a deep breath. All at once, he said, "Can you turn back into human form but keep the ears and tail? Lift one leg and curl your hands like paws, and say, meow, please." Az lifted his paw and smacked Rhys hard in his broken bones. A dozen rapid cat slaps landed right on his wounds. Rhys screeched in pain and curled up, trying not to outright scream. "After I go out of my way to save you," Az complained, retracting his paw. He licked it primly, disapproval all over his face. "Sorry. I let my foolish past get the better of me. Thank you for helping me," Rhys said, properly lowering his head. I don't like Syog much. Anything that lets me make fun of that fool is a plus in my book." Az stretched luxuriously and padded around the corner, back toward his desk. At the corner, he turned back. "You can lie there until you're healed. You're free to read, but be quiet, and leave when you're healthy." Rhys saluted. He hadn't had time to read for fun lately, anyways. Using his good arm, he scooted up to the bookshelf and put his back to it. His shoulder still hurt, and nothing felt perfect, but overall, he could feel self-regeneration and less is more continuing to work on his wounds. By now, one sip of potion could give him not only enhanced momentary healing, but also long-term slow healing over more than a day. This whole time, he'd been avoiding looking at his foot. He took a deep breath and forced himself to look at it. A stub grew out of his ankle. There was a heel, and a quarter or so of a foot, but definitely not a full foot. Still, there was something. He was healing, making progress. Rhys let out a sigh of relief. Under the influence of the skill, he hadn't hesitated to sacrifice his foot to save his life. He didn't regret it. If he hadn't lost the foot, he was pretty sure Syog would have killed him right there, whether he'd meant or not. It was only afterward that regret had set in. He wasn't going to complain. He'd done what he had to in order to survive. Not only that, but he was trash, anyways. It wasn't as if having a foot would make him a martial artist, or losing one would keep him from being a mage. But still, having all his limbs. Regenerating his foot. A huge relief. Why did Syog react like that? Rhys asked. Even for medieval times, it was a bit extreme. Surely he'd noticed that Rhys was just running for the back half, no, for the entirety of training. "Quiet in the library," Az replied. Rhys obediently shut his mouth. "In any case, it's because you challenged his worldview. Inadvertently, you told him that he was the source of his own failure, and not only that, but the sect's failure to ever produce a successful mage." Confused, Rhys blinked. He'd expected to have to explain himself, but Az seemed to know exactly what had happened. A second later, he snapped. "That's right. Cat ears. All mages at my tier have enhanced hearing, thank you very much, Az replied laconically, drawling out his final words into a yawn. So basically, I denied his entire existence, Rhys summarized. More or less. I thoroughly enjoyed the verbal beatdown you gave him. Most people are afraid to talk back to Syog, so it was refreshing to hear him finally get the tongue lashing he deserves. Ah, yeah, I figured out why, Rhys replied. You certainly did. How unfortunate. I would have enjoyed listening to you talk down to others much more powerful than you, had you not immediately punished yourself for it. Rhys sighed. No, I probably will keep doing it. It's a lifestyle, not a lone mistake. Is that so? Az poked his head around the corner. He was back in human form, and didn't sport cat ears, to Rhys' disappointment. He hummed to himself. I could enjoy that. I probably won't, Rhys admitted, somewhere between sad and embarrassed. Even so, he had no confidence in his ability to keep his mouth shut. He knew he shouldn't, but in his heart, a fire burned. A fire full of rage for the mistreatment of Trash. If he didn't speak up for it, who would? He might have gotten beaten half to death, but he knew he'd do the same thing all over again if he had the chance. Az rumbled in his throat, a sound not dissimilar to purring. Excellent. He vanished back around the corner at that, and before long, a soft snore sounded from the vicinity of his desk. Rhys took a deep breath and adjusted himself, then settled in to gather mana and wait for self-regeneration to heal his wounds. After that battle, if you could call the one-sided beating that, he'd been completely wiped of mana. Slowly, his bones set and his muscles knitted back together. Blood cleared from his bruises, and his gashes closed. At the same time, his core slowly refilled with mana. Both his potions were completely empty. He would have to buy new ones once he got out of here. And avoid Syog with all my might. He had no idea how long Syog would hold a grudge. For all he knew, the man was already over it, but it was equally possible that Syog was still completely pissed off and ready to murder. He thought for a moment, then twisted his lips. He'd have to gamble on Syog not caring. He couldn't stay locked in the library forever. There wasn't much trash here, and he couldn't burn any of it in here. For one thing, fire wasn't a good idea around books, and for another, he didn't want to test Az's reaction to him burning books right in front of him. Even if Az was done with the books, he wasn't sure Az had absolutely no emotional attachment, especially if he struggled to let people borrow his books because of the damage they might do. A few hours in, Rhys remembered he had Az's novels and pulled one out of the storage ring. He could read and gather mana at the same time. For some people, it might be too much disruption to their meditation, but not for Rhys. Sure, a serious topic or a tough piece of literature might distract him, but trashy novels. He practically entered a state of meditation and/or higher being when he read them, and that was back in his original world. He had plenty of attention span to both read and absorb mana, given how natural reading trash novels came to him. As far as trash novels went, these were a bit lacking. They had the vibes of Frankenstein, not the true trash heights of a good web novel. Still, they were lighter reading than the original science fiction literature, and due to this world being high fantasy to begin with, even the novels that were meant to be boring romances or societal commentaries came off as fantasy novels to Rhys. He read on, enjoying his first fantasy novels since he'd come to this world. After a few moments, he was immersed so deeply in the book that he barely felt pain, and in fact, mana absorption came easier as he gained the ability to simply ignore his hurts. Time passed. He finished all the novels and had to return to merely meditating. A part of him wanted to call out to Az and ask for more books, but Az was still snoozing, and he knew better than to interrupt a catnap. The books he'd finished with sat beside him, neatly stacked. He continued to gather mana until his wounds healed. When his foot returned to normal, or at least mostly normal, he finally stood. He didn't have a shoe anymore, so he took off the other shoe to match and put his remaining shoe in his robes. It was garbage, now, but that was exactly why he was holding onto it. He could always use more garbage. Rhys finally approached the exit to the library. He reached the door and extended his mana outside. Closing his eyes, he focused on exploring the area outside with his mana. He sensed students, some of higher tiers, most of lower, and a lone high-tier mage wandering outside, but not Syog. Rhys pushed the door open and peeked outside. Still no sign of Syog. He looked left and right, up and down. No burly martial artists in sight. Just to be absolutely sure, he extended his mana once again, without the door in the way. Scans returned negative. Go outside already. You're letting all the hot air in, as complained from his desk. Right, sorry, Rhys said, and hurried outside. There was a distinct reek in the air, a familiar one, yet one he hadn't smelled in a while. He turned, slowly. Trash had piled up everywhere. At his estimate, at least 2 weeks of trash laid around the central square. Damn, I really was out for a while, he realized. Shaking his head at himself, he hopped to, scurrying around the square to collect all the trash. In the span of a few hours, the square, and the areas around it, were once more clear of trash. With that done, he returned to the central square. Back in the trash pit, he had plenty of herbs between the scraps in the trash and what he'd held in reserve from when he'd grown herbs. What he lacked was a cauldron. Strangely enough, no cauldrons had turned up in the trash, or if they had, they were in such horrible states that he couldn't recognize them as cauldrons anymore. As much as he wanted to immediately get started on growing the star ice seed, now that he had more than enough trash, he couldn't go without a potion. Self-regeneration was nice, but it was an out-of-battle heal for now. It didn't work fast enough to matter, when he was getting ripped up by a martial artist. That was when he needed his potions, and his less is more skill to empower them. Right now, with a martial artist potentially after his ass, he couldn't be without potions. Sure, he could buy potions, but he had the herbs, so he figured he might as well level up herbalism and alchemy while he was at it. Syog wasn't going to attack him while he was in Sorden's class. Or rather, if he tried, Rhys was pretty sure Sorden wouldn't sit back and let him tear up her high-quality low-tier herb supplier. As for mana potions, he had the recipe in the book, and by cross-referencing it with the generic potion recipe, he'd figured out what all the instructions meant. He figured he could hack 1 or 2 out and figure out the little quibbling things he didn't understand. After all, worst case, he gave himself some impurities. For Rhys, there were definitely worse fates. Rhys slipped into the back of Soren's class. She was in the middle of teaching some kind of speed-boosting potion, and as interesting as that sounded, he didn't need that right now. Luckily for him, this seemed to be an advanced class. Only a few students were in attendance, and they clustered toward the front, right around Sorden. Rhys settled quietly in a corner and began heating up his cauldron for a healing potion. One of the students at the front of the class whipped around and narrowed his eyes at Rhys. Rhys gave him a friendly wave, then paused. It was the boy from his very first day. The one who dumped his cauldron in the trash, and given him such precious resistance training. He nodded and smiled a little, then turned back to his potion. The boy turned back forward. Rhys thought that would be the end of it, but instead, he cleared his throat. Professor Sorden, there's a student you didn't invite here. Didn't you say this class was invite only? Back to the class, Professor Sorden hummed. Did I say that? Still, she lowered her chalk and turned. Her eyes roamed the room, before snapping to Rhys in the corner. Rhys waved. Ah, he's fine. She turned back around and continued to scribble a formula on the blackboard. The boy's jaw dropped. He stared at Sorden, then whirled and stared at Rhys. This time, Rhys ignored him in favor of beginning the brewing process. The boy turned to Sorden again. Why does he get special treatment? At this point, the whole class stared at Rhys. He did his best to ignore them, though he felt their gazes prickling on his skin. He'd just struggled to escape Syog with his life after saying something stupid, and now, he felt as though he'd done the same, somehow, without saying anything. He raised his hands. Should I leave? Sorden made eye contact with him. No. She turned to the students. The cauldrons are a free resource anyone can use at any time. Do you have a problem with a fellow student using my cauldrons? Most of the students either turned thoughtful, then shook their heads, or immediately understood the implicit threat, and shook their heads as hard as they could. Only the boy frowned deeper. He's not a part of the advanced class. Why is he allowed to stay? A chalk stub flashed across the room and struck him in the forehead. The boy's head snapped back, and he let out a little oof of pain. He grew the herbs at a high enough purity that I was able to hold this class. Of everyone here, he's the most qualified to be in attendance, wouldn't you say? The boy startled. He turned, slowly, and looked at Rhys again, at first, in a new light, but then in growing disbelief. Him. The garbage collector. Him indeed. Perhaps you should consider collecting garbage. Sordin replied lightly. Rhys frowned at that. Perhaps he shouldn't. The garbage belonged to him. He didn't need anyone competing over it. He wanted everyone to appreciate garbage, but not muscle in on his business. The boy looked at Rhys for one more moment, then scoffed and turned back to his potion. Rhys shook his head at the boy's back and turned to his. Some people couldn't leave well enough alone. He mentally marked the boy as someone to stay away from, and paid no more attention to Sordin's class. In no time, he'd brewed the potions, and made a few mana potions with the bare minimum of bumps and explosions. Rhys nodded at Sordin and slipped out, rushing back to his trash heap. It was time. He had everything ready. Potions in case he got injured. Enough trash to make a small mountain. And the seed itself, just waiting to bloom. Let's get that bread. He cheered to himself, and sped off through the square. Pausing in the center of the square, Rhys extended his mana. He searched the air, hunting out any sign of Teresa's signature. For a long moment, there was nothing, and then the color of her materialized, brushing the very limit of his senses. He chased after it, leaving the square behind. Not far behind the main buildings, he came up to a large, blank, boring-looking white building with evenly spaced windows placed at short intervals over its entire 3-story height. Instantly, he recognized it. A hive of villainy. A pillar of filth. A den of utter depravity. A dormitory. Or at least, it had been that way in his college. It was probably different in a school for mages in the medieval era. Yeah, it's probably worse, he thought, laughing to himself. He stood outside for a moment, contemplating how to get her attention. He was used to the building itself, he could count on it for a good couple armloads of trash every few days. But he'd never been inside, and he didn't know, either, if he should go inside. What if it was a women's dormitory? He already had Syog on his case. He didn't need all the women of Infinite Constellation School out to murder him, too. A male student passed by and entered the dormitory, thus ending his moral conundrum. Rhys followed him in. The dorm was a pretty familiar layout to him, with narrow white hallways and doors on either side of each hall. Each room held a single aura, for the most part. He didn't look too closely at the ones that held 2 or more. They were probably just wholesome study groups, anyways. Good students, focusing eagerly on practice and study. He traced Teresa's aura through the dorm to a boring door on the 3rd floor. There, he paused, scanning her room briefly. When he sensed Teresa's and only Teresa's aura within, he knocked. Hello. Teresa pushed the door open, only to frown when she saw Rhys. You're still alive. Yep. Do you have time to help me grow some herbs? She considered for a second, then shrugged and nodded. Lead the way. They quickly crossed the peak and reached Rhys' cave in no time. The furniture he'd found ripped up in the storage ring was patched with fragments of robes from the trash. Bright segments of fine fabrics gave the furniture a boho look, at least in Rhys' opinion. From the look Teresa shot it, she had a much lower opinion of his efforts. He shook his head. She couldn't comprehend his modern aesthetic. Around the corner, he already had the plots set up. In his few moments of downtime the previous week, he'd set the scraps of herbs from the garbage into the plowed earth. There was still enough compost hanging around that he'd been able to renew the rich soil around the herbs. Rhys checked his stocks of compost, then sighed. It wasn't low, but it wasn't high, either. If he had extra mana after growing the star ice herb and the other herbs, he might as well have the compost ready to go. I'm going to separate out the compostable garbage, if you want to wait for a minute. She looked at the trash, then looked at his somewhat ragged furniture and sighed. Did you drag that out of the trash? Huh. No, no. I found it in a storage ring, Rhys replied honestly. The storage ring was in the trash, but she didn't need to know that. Rhys nodded. I'll wait for a moment, then. Rhys darted across the trash. He'd grown stronger and faster after his battles with Syog, not to mention more agile from all the dodging he'd been doing. Now, he darted over the trash, picking out bits of herbs and organic trash, pushing over large lumps with ease and fleeing from collapsed spots before they damaged him. Before long, he had the organic trash separated into his compost pile. He gave the pile a stir with a broken-off table leg, then stood back to think. He had the compost ready to go. He had herbs ready to grow. He had the star ice herb ready, too. The pot of soil set slightly aside from the rest of his gear, with the seed buried just enough in the earth to take root. The jug of water Sordon had given him sat beside it, ready to go. I'm ready, he called out to Rhys. Rhys walked over. What do you need me to do? Rhys pointed. I need you to stand by the seed with the water. Give it some water at the start, then keep an eye on it and give it water whenever it looks dry. Understood. I understand. Rhys lifted the jug and poured a little on the seed to start, then stood at the ready. Rhys took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and took a minute to settle his mana flows and consolidate the mana in his core, then walked over to the trash. Drawing his matches, he once more lit the trash on fire. Mana began to well up from the trash. Rhys sucked it in, pulling it into his core. The mana whirled inside him. For the first few seconds, he could handle it, but then it began to push his limits once more. Just like the first time, though, he was able to use this mana to expand his core. He pulled it all in, filling up his core to its limits, and then some. The books he'd read on magehood indicated that a larger core was better. Well, to be honest, he'd figured that one out himself. Bigger core, more mana. More mana, bigger spells and more power for longer. It sounded like a good idea all along. The only thing the books had really told him was that a bigger core in Tier 1 would also set him up to be stronger in Tier 2, and, if some of them were right, might even influence his absolute upper limit as a mage. In other words, the bigger, the better. Quickly, he reached his absolute limit. His core stretched until it began to tear, and his mana passages swelled, on the verge of bursting. The pain was more bearable this time, but he did have a higher pain resist than last time. Still, he didn't rely on pain resist. When his mana organs began to break down, he lifted his hand and pointed his palm at the star ice seed, and sent all the mana flowing through his body, into his palm, and into the seed. The seed instantly absorbed all the mana he sent its way. It was like dropping a clay ox into the ocean. Rhys acted as a conduit and nothing else, transferring mana from the trash into the seed, only slowing it enough to strip the impurities as he went, and the seed drank all that up and showed no sign of approaching its upper limits. In fact, it didn't so much as show signs of life. Rhys breathed narrowly. His whole body was stiff, every piece of him focused on drawing the impurities into himself and the mana into the seed. Breathing deep hurt his overburdened core. The seed continued to drink down the mana without twitching. It didn't even show an indication of awakening, but simply swallowed up his mana like a black hole. His brows furrowed. He couldn't keep on like this. At this rate, he'd burn down all the trash and then burn down the impurities, and he still wouldn't have enough mana to awaken the seed, let alone grow it to its full size. Is it that I'm not giving it enough at once? He tried to up the rate of mana pouring through him, but his body proved the limit. His mana passages were only so big. His core was already overburdened. If he pushed any more mana at once, he'd break. I'll break. He stared at his hand, then clenched it. His eyes shone with new resolve. So what? If he had to break, he'd break. He was trash. If he let himself get held back by his own limitations, he'd never be anything but trash. The only way to break free and become something more, was to push past them. The limit where his mana passages split open. Let them split. The limit where his core began to burst. Let it burst. Pushing himself only as far as was safe, wasn't pushing his limits at all. Rhys pushed the pain to the back of his mind. He shoved all his hesitations back and sucked in mana with abandon. His mana veins tore open. His core cracked. Mana leaked through his whole body, coursing through his muscles and bones. It bit into him like poison, eating into his body. Like acid, it seared through his blood and curled its claws into his organs. Instantly, he felt sick. Every piece of him shuddered, on the absolute limit of breaking down. There was nothing safe about this. He treated his body as a piece of garbage and trampled over it as though it had no value. Without hesitation, he pushed so much mana out of his hand that his fingers burned and a hole opened in his palm. Narrow blue veins twisted through his body, pushing at his skin as mana invaded every blood vessel. His eyes flushed mana blue, as clear cerulean as the sky above. Mana exploded from him and blasted into the seed. It lay there, dark and dormant. He could sense it, still sleeping. Waiting. More. Fine. Even though he was already past his limit, and his body falling apart, Rhys pulled at the mana. All that he could draw down from the trash, only to find out that this was the absolute upper limit of what the trash could give him at once. He was already absorbing all the mana the trash put off. No, this wouldn't be enough. He had to do more. More, but how? His eyes widened. He reached out through his body, scrabbling together the last of his consciousness, and focused on the impurities inside himself. They already stuck in his body. Now, he guided them to his core even as more poured in. One part of his mind began filtering them into his core as the new mana flew in, while another part pulled the impurities that had already escaped into his core. Once most of them were gathered together, Rhys once again grabbed two of them and crudely rubbed them together. Come on. The impurities ignited. Black smoke billowed up from Rhys, and even more mana exploded into his overloaded system. The blue veins twisting through him gained a second color, a yet more pure, darker blue, and in his eyes, an inner ring of dark blue formed. He grabbed that mana and poured it, too, into the seed, while at the same time guiding more impurities into the furnace in his core. Rhys stood opposite him, watching him with fearful eyes. He was killing himself. Right in front of her, killing himself. But if she stepped forward, or told him to stop, she'd interrupt the tenuous grasp he had on whatever technique he was using. Then he'd die for sure, and in all likelihood, his core would explode and take her out as well. So she stood there silently, grasping the water and waiting, while quietly saying a prayer for him in her heart. Rhys gathered up that ultra-pure mana in the wreckage of his core. He guided it in a circle, building up more and more of it until the very flame of his life began to flicker. This wasn't a limit of pain, or a limit in his head. If he pushed any further, he would die. He knew that as certain as night followed day. Now, narrowing his eyes, Rhys fired the mana at the plant. He released it all at once, in one great blast. This was all or nothing. If this failed, he had nothing. He was truly out of ideas, and he could only tell Sorden that he, too, couldn't grow it. He watched it fly toward the pot and held his breath, urging the seed to grow with his whole heart. If not now, then when? If not this much mana, then how much? Within the soil, Rhys watched with his mana senses as the seed soaked up his ultra-pure mana. It sat completely still, still sleeping, still waiting. Rhys clenched his teeth. Even so, he wouldn't give up. Not until the last flame of trash burned out. The seed twitched. It trembled. He held his breath. His eyes widened. It burst open. A single white root pushed into the moist earth, and a tiny green bud began to unfurl. Almost immediately, it sucked up all the water, then slowed. More water. Now! Rhys shouted. Rhys jumped. She lifted the bucket and tipped some water into the earth. The seed began to grow again, and this time, the tiny shoot pushed through the earth. Two round green leaves stretched to the sun. Rhys felt her mana senses brush against his as she joined him in monitoring the seed under the earth, and added water every time the seed's growth slowed. The seed began to wither. The two little leaves drooped, and the roots thinned. Rhys stared, confused. He was giving it so much mana. How was it withering? Too much. Rhys snapped. Cut down on your mana. Rhys flinched back. He pulled back the flow of his mana, rescinding the ultra-pure impurities mana and using that to reinforce his failing body instead. The sprout stopped withering and started growing again. Its slender stalk grew taller, and a third leaf appeared, while below the earth, the roots grew deep and strong. Now that Rhys no longer had to overshoot his limits to push mana into the seed, he could focus on healing his body, as well. He drew out a potion and tossed back a big sip, then guided the healing power that unleashed to his core and mana passages. His body was burned and injured, too, but he first needed to treat the source of the damage. Otherwise, his core and passages would keep pouring mana into his body, and he'd be trapped in a loop of damage. Deliberate triage 1. His core closed up. His mana passages knitted back together. As they reformed, Rhys had enough extra mental processing power to optimize them, just a little. He straightened out the kinks in his mana passages, and widened the veins. Reforged his core larger than it had been, even if just a little, and with stronger, more flexible membranes. The potion had also added more impurities, which he pushed into the bottom of his core to burn with the rest. Once his core and mana passages were no longer a problem, he turned his attention to the real problem, the rest of his body. He was riddled with mana, absolutely addled with it. His pain resist pushed back the horrifying pain, but he could tell that if he left things as is, he'd be facing long-term consequences. At the minimum, a long sickness until the mana naturally left his body. But when he thought about it, wasn't part of the process of strengthening one's body to push mana into it. To imbue his muscles, bones, and even organs with mana, to empower them permanently. Sure, usually that was a long, slow process, or at least one where a safe amount of mana was pushed into the body, but he wasn't the kind to treat his body preciously. He had the skill trash body for a reason. And now that he'd already made his body trash, why not take advantage of it? He monitored the seed for a moment, but it seemed happy with a steady stream of mana and the water to rise supplied. It grew slowly but steadily. As long as he continued to supply it with pure mana, it would continue to grow. Putting that duty on the back burner, he turned his active attention to his body. Trash body was a passive boost. As far as he could tell, it basically allowed him to trash his body and maintain some semblance of ability over it, even past the limit he should be able to move. When shock, pain, and broken bones should have stopped him from advancing, trash body stepped in to push them back and allow him to push just a little further. But there was more to it than just that. He could sense it. He just hadn't figured out what it was, yet. Now, he had a slight suspicion, as he turned his attention to his mana-addled body. He pulled the mana forth and weaved it into his body. Usually, enhancing his body with mana was a difficult process, one that he beat his head against. From the back of his mind, a memory welled up. In his mind's eye, he sat under a waterfall, shoulders freezing from the pounding water. The air was pure, and overflowed with mana. His legs crossed, cold water pooling around his waist. There were no distractions. Any that remained were washed away by the roar of the waterfall. In that perfect setting, he focused on his legs. With all his might, he pushed mana into them. They grew warmer, but that was it. His muscles refused to hold the mana, or enhance themselves from it. He glanced beside him, peeking for just a second. Bast sat there, perfectly serene. A faint blue aura hovered over his skin, undulating slightly with the flow of the water. Even from where he sat, Rhys could sense Bast's whole body growing steadily stronger. How? He muttered, in disbelief. What was he doing wrong? A piece of reed smacked him on the chest. Focus, Straw demanded, arms crossed and brows furrowed. He shut his eyes again obediently and focused once more. Yet, at the end of the session, Bast had advanced by leaps and bounds, while Rhys remained the same old weak him as ever. But no longer. Here and now, in the present, torn apart by his own foolish actions, he strengthened his body with ease. His trashed muscles drank up the mana he pushed into them and obeyed his will when he directed them to reform. For the first time, he understood how easy it was for Bast to strengthen himself. It was that easy for him. As long as he trashed his body first, anyways. He snorted under his breath. From the beginning, he'd been unable to advance except through the trash. Why would his body be any different? His body came back together, bit by bit. The mana cost was immense, but the supply of ultra-pure mana from the impurities was more than enough to handle the remodeling. The parts of his body he didn't manually reconstruct, he surged mana to self-regeneration to force them to heal. That, too, had immense mana cost, but under his current situation, that was no problem at all. Now that he couldn't feed the impurities, mana into the seed without overwhelming it, that power had to go somewhere. It might as well go into improving his body. At the same time, he kept pouring mana into the plant. The plant grew slowly. The amount of mana he'd poured into it was already more than it had taken to grow all the herbs he'd grown last time, and the seed still had plenty of growth left in it. It had put out 2 slender, long leaves, and a bud swelled atop its stalk, but it was still far from blooming. Rhys stood beside it, monitoring it alongside Rhys, and fed it water whenever its soils dried. Rhys kept the mana going, but the trash was dwindling. He cut back on reconstructing his body to gather the ultra-pure mana inside him instead, preparing to feed it into the plant later. Ideally, he would have simply stifled the impurities and reignited them later, but he didn't know how to stop the burning once it had begun. As the trash burned down, he started pushing the ultra-pure mana in alongside the mana. He had to carefully limit the ultra-pure mana. After the initial surge, too much made the plant wilt. But just enough, and it began to grow at a wild rate. The bud swelled up. The 2 leaves trembled, growing darker green. The stalk thickened, toughening in order to carry the heavy bud. The trash burned out. Rhys could no longer absorb mana from it. All he had were the impurities, and the ultra-pure mana. He fed that carefully into the plant, urging it to push its limits and finally bloom. The bud grew and grew. Traces of color appeared behind the green leaves that engulfed it. Come on. Rhys clenched his teeth. The ultra-pure mana ran down. The bud shuddered. One after another, the leaves peeled off, but the bud remained stubbornly furled. The black smoke petered away. The last of the impurities burned out, leaving a few lumps of the harder, darker impurity in the pit of his core. He poured the mana into the flower, willing it to bloom. Just a little more. Just a little more. His mana ran dry. Rhys lowered his hand. He and Rhys both stared at the bud. It sucked in the last of the mana and sat there, trembling slightly. The petals strained outward. Oh. Rhys stepped forward. Rhys stared, holding her breath. The bud settled in. The trembling stopped, and the petals went still. Rhys sighed. He shook his head. Oh well, maybe that's close enough. Let's take it to Sorden. Rhys shook her head. After all your hard work. It's fine. I'm used to failure, Rhys said. He was used to failing, but he couldn't help but feel a little bad about failing Sorden. She'd trusted him, and he'd let her down. His failure didn't just impact himself, it impacted Sorden, too. He turned away, running a hand over his hair. Maybe with a mana potion. But would the mana be pure enough? Rhys gasped. Rhys. He turned back around. The flower unfurled, blooming beautifully in the pot. White petals traced with dark blue spread under the sun. A faint cold wind blew, and Rhys swore he saw ice crystals swirling around the heart of the bloom. Holy shit. We did it, Rhys said, punching the air. He snatched up the pot and ran off. Before it withers, let's get it to Sorden. Rhys nodded. She set down the water and raced after him, both of them hurrying toward Sorden's classroom. Rhys rushed across the peak, Rhys at his heel. When the students saw him coming, they dismissed him, but they cleared out of the way at the sight of Rhys, a rare Tier 2 student. In such a way, the two of them ran easily across the peak almost entirely unobstructed. Rhys wrapped his arms around the pot, hugging it tight to his chest. He protected the delicate flower with a raised hand, shielding it from the wind that blew around him from running. Coolness brushed against his chest, emanating from the flower's heart. The mana from the bloom pulsed, nearing a fever pitch. The time to harvest it was now, but he didn't know how, and didn't want to risk damaging it. Rhys patted his shoulder. She pointed. She's in class. Rhys nodded. Without hesitation, he beelined for the potions class and threw the door open. It slammed against the wall. Once more, the whole advanced class stared at him. The same boy from before lifted a lip, sneering. Sorden looked up. I did invite you to come by any time, but I hoped you would be more subtle. Rhys lowered his protective hands, showing her the bloom. It blossomed. The star ice. Before he finished, Sorden stood in front of him. He hadn't seen her move, so quickly had she flashed from the front of the class to in front of him. She stared, eyes wide, open-mouthed. Her hands hovered around the flower, almost afraid to touch it. Professor? The boy asked. Class dismissed. Sorden dashed back and forth for a second, lost on where to go, then sprinted off. She returned with a set of very specific blades, each one a different width, hardness, and span. Taking the pot delicately from Rhys, she knelt on the floor right in front of him. Holding her breath, she watched the plant closely. The mana beat, pulsing faster and faster. As it reached its top speed, her hand lashed out. A dozen precise cuts filleted the plant where it stood, separating bud, petals, leaves, stalk, even the roots were sectioned up. Another flash of hands, and she quickly, but carefully, stored each individual piece in a separate vial. Most of the students quietly filed out the other door at the front of the classroom. Most of them. The boy who'd questioned Rhys this whole time stood at his seat, his arms crossed. He narrowed his eyes at Rhys. Why is he allowed to recklessly interrupt our classes? If I attempted the same, you would. Bring me a perfect star ice flower, and I'll let you interrupt any class you want. Sorden interrupted him, distracted. She nodded at Rhys. Lifting the vials, she said, I need to brew these immediately. 5 times your initial reward, it's not enough, for what you've given me. See me tomorrow, and we'll discuss a more worthy reward. The boy's jaw dropped. Professor. This blatant favoritism. Sorden dashed off, completely dismissing the boy. With the teacher gone, he immediately turned to Rhys instead and marched up to him, pointing directly at his chest. Why do you get special treatment? Rhys smiled. He offered his hand to shake. Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name? The boy froze. He narrowed his eyes and put his hands behind his back, where Rhys couldn't possibly touch them. You can call me Aelin. Aelin, we got off on the wrong foot, I think. Listen, I know I'm trash. You don't need to push me down, or anything. I'm quite happy here at the bottom. Why is Sorden letting you act like no one else can, then? Aelin demanded, crossing his arms. Rhys spread his hands. Sorden doesn't care about me. She cares about the herbs I grew. If you grow her some herbs, she'll treat you the same way. It's that easy. See, no secret to it at all. I'm just someone who worked in the mud, that's all. Aelin scoffed. As if I could get into her good graces by growing any old herbs. You're doing something, inflating your output, so you look better to Sorden. What are you doing? Stealing someone else's herbs. Reselling another mountain's herbs at a loss. I'm too weak for the first, and too poor for the second. I work hard. That's all. Aelin wrinkled his nose. I'll figure it out. Whatever you're doing, whatever dirty nonsense you're up to, I'll search it out and lay it all bare before Sorden. With that bold declaration, he marched off. Rhys watched him go. He sighed. I'm not the best at making friends, huh? Why'd you say that? You basically told him to be suspicious of your herbs. What if he finds out you can, in fact, grow valuable herbs, and tries to steal them? Rhys pointed out. Rhys shrugged. I had you at my back. You're a tier 2. He's a tier 1. He isn't going to fight you. Besides, he knows I have Sorden's backing. If he's foolish enough to steal my herbs, he'll find out that a professor is quite proficient at identifying how herbs are grown, including the signature signs of my very specific technique. If someone else shows up with herbs that look like mine, she'll be suspicious. All I need to do is show up and tell her the truth, and it's curtains for him. What if he outright attacks you instead? Rhys asked. Would you attack someone who showed up to class unannounced with a friend a tier higher beside them? Rhys asked her rhetorically. Rhys snorted. Fair point. If he does try to attack when you aren't there, he'll find out I learned quite well under the straw man. That, and I've got a few new moves I want to try out, courtesy of Syog. Rhys grinned, cracking his knuckles. He still wasn't an earth-shaking martial artist, but compared to some random potion brewer at the same tier, he was confident he could hold his own. What I don't understand is why he's so broken up about this. Shouldn't he be happy that his teacher is getting excellent herbs, even if it means class gets cancelled a few times? Silently, he added, and plus, isn't class getting cancelled a bonus, but he kept that to himself. He got the feeling that student mages in this world didn't feel the same way about school that years of obligatory public schooling had inflicted upon him. Aelin is, well, he's considered a prodigy in potions. He was Sorden's favorite student until you came along. He's probably a bit envious of the attention you're getting from her, now that she's paying more attention to you than him, Rhys explained. Rhys nodded slowly. Jealousy, huh? Nothing he could do about that. He sighed. Crazy that he's jealous of the garbage collector. Rhys shook her head. That's probably part of it. He thinks you're not worthy of her attention because you're the garbage collector, who obviously ranks below him. He doesn't see you as a fellow student who deserves to compete for Sorden's attention, but instead, a servant who's daring to reach above his station. But I'm a fellow student who chose to collect the garbage, Rhys pointed out. True, but does he conceive of you that way? The truth doesn't matter. What matters is how Aelin feels, to Aelin, anyways, Rhys added. Rhys sighed. Oh, whatever. Nothing I can do about that. If he comes after me, I'll shut him down. If he passively hates me forever, that's his problem. He glanced at Rhys. Unless he has some kind of formidable backing. Rhys shook her head. Not so much. To an ordinary student, I'd warn that he's one of Sorden's favorites, but you're clearly held in higher favor at the moment. As for his family or anything like that, if anyone here had that kind of backing, well, they wouldn't be here. At best, a student here might have parents who are big shots in the mortal world. Most of us are from no-name mortal families, who leapt at the chance to give their child any shot at being a mage, no mind if it was from a school they'd never heard of before. Rhys nodded. He could relate. It was like predatory for-profit schools back where he was from. People were so desperate to have a degree that they'd do anything to get one, even pay exorbitant rates for what amounted to worthless paper. If the prize was magic, godhood and immortality, he could only imagine how much harder someone might fight to be a part of that. After a second, he tilted his head. There was one part of that which had been bothering him from the start. Until now, he hadn't had anyone reliable to ask, but Rhys seemed knowledgeable about this kind of thing. He nodded her way. If this school is so lowly regarded, then why was Schoolmaster Aquari summoned to the same meeting about the straw man that the Sword Saint was? Rhys laughed. Oh, that's easy. It was a coincidence. The city where we captured him is technically within the bounds of the Infinite Constellation School's territory. Though the city itself hasn't paid tribute to our school in ages, and treats us with disdain, preferring to pretend it has no relation to us at all, it's still technically within our bounds. That alone gave Schoolmaster Aquari the right to attend that meeting, if she likely didn't have much right to speak. Ah, no, that explains a lot, Rhys murmured. Such is why she'd picked him up. If he was technically found within her boundaries, but was so weak that not even the quasi-independent city wanted to pick him up, then by the same technicality that gave Aquari the right to be there, she was also honor-bound to take him in. Though, given how stinky her peak was, I imagine she might have ducked that responsibility a bit harder if I hadn't offered to be her janitor. He glanced at Rhys. I'm surprised you can speak so frankly about your own school. Rhys spread her hands. Schoolmaster Aquari knows all this, and more. She isn't the kind of tyrant who refuses to face reality, and she doesn't mind if we vent about it a bit, as long as it's not to her face, or blaming her. Rhys winced instinctively, flashing back to his lecture to Syog. He'd really been out of hand back there. He had to remember he wasn't on the internet, waxing eloquent about trash. He was in the real world. If he didn't give someone face, they very well might cave his in. Yeah, I get that. But I meant you, personally. Don't you have any affection for your school? I do, of course I do. But I think it's foolish to allow sentimentality to cloud one's vision. It's best to face reality and do your best to overcome it, than to flee from it and give up. Rhys nodded. Good, good. So, have you faced the reality that you aren't trash? Rhys opened her mouth, then laughed. Let's just say there's advantages to lying to oneself in the interest of promoting self-growth. Wouldn't you agree, Rhys? Rhys blinked at her, lost. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, come on. You don't actually believe you're still trash, do you? Everyone knows you've been getting one-on-one tutoring with Syog. You survived actually pissing him off. And just now, when I told you Aelin was a potions genius, you told me you would beat his face in without a moment's hesitation. Is that how trash behaves? Rhys shrugged, spreading his hands. From my perspective, that's an awful lot of trashy behavior on my part. Besides, she just didn't get it. Trash was a starting point. It was because he was trash, that he was willing to trash his body to advance. If he wasn't trash, he might treat himself preciously and not trash his body, and instead find another way to advance that didn't involve mashing himself into garbage. But because he was trash, he lost nothing by becoming even more horrible garbage, and only stood to gain. It was Teresa's turn to blink at him. Her jaw worked, words struggling to emerge, and then she threw her hands up. I give up. Don't give up yet. I'm just getting started, Rhys replied on instinct. Before he was forced to figure out a way to follow up those words, Sorden returned. She nodded to Rhys. Apologies. I had to store those stably, and directly transmute a few, before I had breathing space to continue our conversation. Now then, where was I? Something about 5 bags of gold not being enough to repay me, Rhys replied. She nodded. Right. No, and that's correct. 5 bags of gold is nothing. This herb is, it's beyond my wildest dreams. The purity, the life force, if only I knew your secrets. No, no, I'll give you the bags of gold. But beyond that, is there anything you want? Rhys considered for a moment. He held up 2 fingers. 2 things. Speak. Whatever they are, I'll grant them, as long as they are within my power, Sorden promised. 1. Individual potions tutoring. I can more or less read a recipe and follow it, but there's some advanced techniques that I don't get yet. I'd love to dive deep on those and learn from the best. Of course. Naturally. I was planning to ask you to study with me, if you hadn't asked, Sorden replied, nodding easily. 2. Access to the upper half of the mountain. At that, Sorden hesitated. She gritted her teeth. That is not my decision alone. It will be difficult, especially given your low tier. Most students are not permitted to enter the upper peak until they are tier 3, at least. Might I ask why you want to enter the upper peak? I want to gather the garbage up there, Rhys replied. Sorden froze. She stared at him. What? I want to gather the garbage. There's so much of it. Piles and mounds. I want to clean it all up and take it back to my garbage dump, Rhys explained. Why? He shrugged. I'm obsessed with trash. Sorden stared at him for a moment. Emotions flashed over her face, everything from disgust and despair to shock and confusion. Her jaw dropped, then slowly shut. At last, she laughed aloud. Obsessed with trash. What a thing to be. Well, I'll see what I can do. Thank you. I understand if you can't. And I don't need permanent or unsupervised access. I just want to clean up the trash. Whatever caveats you need to enforce, I'll likely be able to bear them. Sorden nodded. We'll see if I can't get you unfettered access. You have done a great deal for me, after all. If it was my decision alone, I'd let you through right now, but you understand, these things cannot be decided by one lowly adjunct professor. Of course, Rhys replied, nodding. He bowed and retreated. At the door, Sorden's voice echoed. Oh, and Rhys. He looked back. I'll see you in class tomorrow, 6 o'clock sharp. I'll have your gold then, and with any luck, an answer on your request. Rhys grinned. He saluted and walked off, Rhys following after him yet again. Rhys spent the rest of the day in the mustelid class, but whatever enlightenment awaited him beyond that train of thought, he couldn't grasp it yet, nor could he grasp it before 6 a.m. the next morning. He rose, a little annoyed at himself. He'd freed himself from Syog, only to throw himself into Sorden's class. He should have had the foresight to see out this enlightenment first. Well, Sorden liked him. He was pretty sure he could ask her for a few days off to focus on the mustelid class. Not right away, of course. He was eager to start learning advanced potions techniques. But after a week or two, if he still couldn't break through on the mustelid enlightenment in his free time, he'd ask her for a week off. Sorden's tutoring was a far cry from Synog's. There was less getting beaten up, and more accidentally scorching or searing himself on superheated caustic materials. His resistances steadily leveled, but his potion-making screeched along at a glacial pace. It wasn't that he couldn't read the recipes, or that Sorden wasn't a good teacher. He could, and she was. But at higher levels, the recipes became more vague and left more to the potion maker to decide, which wasn't ideal for a beginner like Rhys. Sorden pointed out the best ways to go there, which herbs to pick and which ones to generally avoid unless they were specifically called for, but even then, he still made mistakes. Mistakes which generally ended with him gaining a new scar, until his hands, arms, and face were covered in red burns. Higher-level recipes also called for more and stranger techniques. He had to carefully modulate his mana to give it just enough power now, then pull back to the bare minimum the next second. Or keep his mana swaying at the right pace to keep an herb melding with the liquid. Now, he hovered over a boiling pot. Blue smoke billowed by, stinging his eyes, but he couldn't look away. Not now. It was too close. With his left hand, he stimulated the blue-white grass to swirl clockwise and fed it mana to empower its properties. With his right hand, he gripped the silver bud powder, clenching down on it to keep it from gaining too much mana. Enhancing with the left, suppressing with the right. All his focus poured into the pot, not an inch to spend elsewhere. Slowly, the two materials melded, forming a new, silver-white liquid. The silver reached the edge of the pot. The entire body of potion turned silver. Sorden stepped forward, expression tense. Now, Rhys dropped his hands and slammed the lid on. He went to grab a hold of the herbs again, but it was too late. The silver bud powder eagerly drank in mana, and the blue-white grass ran rampant. Pressure welled up against the lid. His eyes widened. He pushed down on the lid with both hands, locking his feet under the cauldron to keep the whole thing together. Sorden flashed away. The cauldron rumbled, and then pressure slammed into the lid. For a split second, Rhys suppressed it, but then he lost his grip on the lid. It flew past his head, narrowly missing his nose. He jerked his head back just in time and only got splashed, rather than getting a face full of boiling silver liquid. It flew up, then poured back down, threatening to rain all over Rhys. Sorden stepped forward. She spun her hand, and all the droplets froze in midair. With a calm gesture, she called the silver liquid down into a separate cauldron. She stood over it, focused. Mana flowed from her palms. The potion spun placidly, no longer overexcited. Sorden put the lid on the cauldron and stepped away, and the potion simply simmered, rather than exploding. She sighed, then looked at Rhys. "You almost had it. If you hadn't lost focus at the last second." Rhys nodded, embarrassed. "I'm sorry." No, but that was all she said. He'd failed too many times for any excuses. Instead, she just stared at him, something between confusion and exhaustion in her eyes. "How are you so good with herbs, and bad with potions?" Rhys scratched the back of his head. It's more like, good with trash, than, good with herbs, actually. Good with trash. Sorden frowned, eyes narrowing. "It's my path. My obsession. I really love trash. Anything trash-like is easy for me to learn, but if it doesn't have anything to do with trash, I struggle." "How is growing herbs?" Sorden raised her hand. "No. I'd rather not know." Rhys nodded. To be honest, he'd rather not tell her, for a variety of reasons. Of course, he wanted to protect his technique, but also, he wasn't sure she'd have given him his 5 bags of gold if she knew how her precious star ice seed were grown. "Speaking of, how did it go? Is there any chance I'll be able to get to the trash up at the top of the mountain?" Sorden twisted her lips. "I'm trying, but it's slow going." I'm only one lowly teacher, after all. I'm barely allowed atop the peak. To ask for permission for a student to climb the peak, I just don't have enough influence to make that happen on my own. Rhys thought for a second. What if I got more teachers to request it? Maybe, it might help, she said, uncertainly. But we have very little influence. I'm not sure any number of teachers from down here could guarantee you access to the peak. But from the way she said it, there was a chance. And weren't the teachers being treated as trash by the lucky few who lived on the peak? If he thought about it, it really was that simple. He just had to gather up all the trash together, and they wouldn't be able to ignore it. It was like when your garbage bag was half full. Then, it was easy to ignore. But when it was full, then beyond full, when a dozen pizza boxes stacked atop it and trash overflowed onto the floor, then, even the brattiest of college kids would at least have to admit it was a problem, even if they might not do anything about it. That was when Rhys would step in, and offer to take down two problems with one fell swoop. Give him access to the peak, so he could clear the peak's garbage, and get the lower, trash-tier teachers to stop pestering those powerful, busy mages atop the peak, who had no time for this kind of foolishness. He nodded to himself. So if I gather all the teachers together, I might be able to get in. I wouldn't guarantee it, but it's probably a better bet, Sorden admitted. Better is better than nothing, Rhys said. A foul smell emitted from his pot before he could continue the discussion. He leaned over it, peering inside. Black filth coated the insides of the cauldron, caking it completely. Rhys made a face. I think I burned this one. Sorden stepped up beside him. She sighed. That's fine. Use your mana like I taught you, like a blade, and scrape the edges, then give the gunk to me. Rhys raised his hand. He focused for a moment, and a shaky scraper-like blade appeared from shimmering blue mana. He lowered his hand over the pot and dragged it over the edges. The black gunk clung to the pot stubbornly, refusing to break free. What do you do with this stuff? He asked, a little curious. All he knew was that she always demanded he give it to her without touching it. It seemed precious to her, so he'd always obliged without asking, but now he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Oh, it's dangerous. Highly toxic, full of impurities. I have a special pit where I throw it all, so it won't contaminate any students, Sorden told him. Rhys froze. From one beat to the next, the flickering scraper blade strengthened. He swooped his hand around the inside of the pot, and all the black gunk snapped free of the pot's walls to hover over his hand. He lifted it, letting the clumps spin slowly. His eyes shone. It's trash. Yes, Sorden caught his look, and shook her head. Dangerous trash. You'd be absolutely riddled with impurities if you touched it. Even if you're obsessed with trash, it's too dangerous for you. Hand it over, and I'll take care of it. Rhys retracted his hand, hiding the gunk behind him. He quietly put it into his storage ring for later. Can I see your trash pit? Why? If someone like you gets too close, you'll be inflicted with impurities, even without touching it, Sorden warned him. That's fine. I can handle it. Actually, I can even cleanse that pit of gunk. Please, won't you let me see it? Rhys all but begged. Sorden gave him a look. After a second, she sighed. Fine, I'll show you. But you'll stay back, and don't touch. I don't want to injure a student like you. No, that's no trouble. I'm trash. Don't treat me preciously. It's fine to injure trash, Rhys insisted. She frowned at him. Even I failed to grow the star ice seed. You can't. But that was because of trash. Because I treated myself like the trash I am. You've seen how skilled I am at potions, or rather, not, he amended, gesturing at the mess around his station. The stone was melted and deformed from potions gone wrong, and the wreckage of at least one cauldron sat nearby, ready for Rhys to drag it back to his heap. There might have been more than one cauldron mashed into the twisted mess of metal, Rhys really wasn't sure. It really is the case that I'm only talented when it comes to trash. So please, won't you show me the trash pit? Sorden hesitated for one more moment. This won't interfere with your ability to grow herbs. No, in fact, it might enhance that, Rhys assured her. Well, if you say so. She still looked a bit uncertain, but nonetheless, led him out the rear door of the classroom and into the woods. Rhys followed her up the hill. Despite his habit of running all over the mountain, especially when he was being chased by Syog, there were still parts of it he didn't know well. The mountain was a vast place. There were even secluded residences he hadn't yet found, as evidenced by the residences, inhabitants bringing their trash into town every week or two when they wanted him to pick it up. He hadn't worried himself too much about that idea, telling himself that whatever secluded residences there were, they'd only contribute one house's worth of trash. It wasn't worth it to spend an entire day running out to a distant house to pick up one house's garbage, when he could simply wait and have it delivered to the central square. Yet, as Sorden drew out a ladle and gestured for him to mount it, he reflected that the trash must not have started piled up in the town. It must have started somewhere else. Some ancient garbage pit, full of trash. Sure, it would be stale trash, but trash nonetheless. What he was really beating himself over was that, as Sorden's trash pit indicated, the truly powerful, dangerous trash would be hidden somewhere far from the students, to prevent accidental access or contamination. In other words, what he'd been dismissing all this time as a house or two worth of ordinary trash, was actually the most powerful trash on the mountain, hidden out of sight in incredible quantities where it could rot in peace. Rhys shook his head at himself, disappointed from his heart. He needed to broaden his horizons. He couldn't allow himself to be blinded by the trash right in front of him. People hid their trash. It was human nature. If he was satisfied by such reachable, obvious trash, he'd never find the deeply buried gems of trash piles. It was like reading the most surface-level lanes and being satisfied that you'd seen the trashiest novels available. Not so. It was true, they might be trashy, but they were merely mainstream trash. The weak, diluted trash that everyone could appreciate. How simple, how basic. What he sought wasn't so shallow. He yearned for the depths. The unplumbed depravity, where the true brainrot resided. Or, in this case, the most toxic, most dangerous, most powerful of trash. They soared over the forest. The trees flashed past, somehow more magnificent when seen from the sky. Rhys watched them fly by with rapt eyes, far more excited by Sorden's low flying than he'd been with Aquari's heights. He was sure Aquari's flight was more impressive, but, well, he'd been on a plane 1,000 times. Sorden flew low and tight over the trees, and the effect was far more akin to riding in a helicopter or swirling through the air as a bird. He laughed aloud, taken with it. Sorden glanced back at that and smiled. Looking forward to flying. Once you're tier 2, you can start practicing with flying swords, the kind that need to be powered with spirit stones. At your tier, you'll struggle to keep a spirit stone activated, but at tier 2, you should be able to do it easily. It'll be tier 3 before you'll be able to forge your own flying sword, or implement of your choice. Rhys glanced down. You chose a ladle. She smiled. I was more attached to it than to any sword. Besides, it felt a bit pretentious to mount a blade to fly, when my skills with the sword are less than impressive. Rhys nodded. I get that. Sorden looked at him, then laughed. You can hold your own with Syog, no. In that case, your sword skills likely outstrip my own. That's, Rhys grimaced a bit. Aside from the sword scrap he kept on him at all times, he usually fought Syog with whatever he had to hand. Bits of trash, trees, his own hands and fists. When it came to the sword, he had no particular skill, unless it was trash. Abruptly, Rhys looked at his hands. Fighting with my hands and feet, trash intent, trash body. Could he use trash intent on himself, now that he'd obtained the skill trash body, which clearly labeled his body as trash? His eyes sparked at the idea. He clenched his fists, eager to try it, but quickly suppressed the urge. Not now. Later. After he'd obtained this fresh, powerful trash, then for sure. But he'd wait until he had the trash safely within his grasp to try any exciting new experiments. Better a bird in the hand than two in the bush, after all. Here we are, Sorden said. She began to descend. Rhys quickly spun on the ladle, taking in the world all around them. He marked the distant town and a tall rock near him, fixing the landmarks in his head. They ducked below the tree canopies in a rustling rush of leaves, and Rhys was forced to close his eyes. An acrid scent assaulted his nose, and he tensed in anticipation. Come on. Here we go, powerful trash pit. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. They descended through the trees, hurtling down toward the earth below. For a hair-raising moment, Sorden slalomed through branches, dropping so fast Rhys' stomach lurched only to soar back up again, and then they were down at ground level. Rhys hopped off, glad to be back on solid ground. The flight had been fun for the most part, but those last few seconds had really whipped him around. He'd never been much for roller coasters, and roller coasters without any of the guarantees of modern engineering or extensive testing were absolutely not his thing. He glanced at Sorden and her ladle, then took a deep breath. More of that awaited him, if he rode back with her. At least on the way back, they wouldn't have to dodge branches as they went for the landing. She gestured for him to follow and walked on without looking back. Her ladle jumped into her hand, and she stuck it through her belt. Just up ahead, Rhys jogged after her. He quickly caught up, then had to hold himself back from rushing ahead. Already, he could smell it. The caustic stench. The sting of impurities on the air. Sorden stepped forward. She pushed back a thick layer of undergrowth to reveal a hole in the earth. Careful. Rhys drew up to the edge. He caught his breath. His eyes widened, even if that made them water a little bit. Dark gunk coated the sides of the pit. The black, crusty, seething grime slumped in the depths, not quite liquid, not quite solid. A powerful aura emanated from it, more powerful than any of the trash piles he'd gathered so far. This trash hadn't decayed for its time in the pit. If anything, it had only grown more powerful. He hovered his hand over the pit, testing the toxicity of the gunk within by calling a little bit of it to himself. Almost instantly, his mana circulation slowed, then ran backwards. His hand turned black, and his blood began to ache. The toxicity climbed up his arm, toward his chest. His veins turned black where it coursed through them. It seared his veins, like acid injected directly into his bloodstream. Instinctively, he knew that if it reached his heart, he would die. Rhys! Sorden shouted, shocked. She fumbled in her storage ring, searching for a potion. This is why I said you shouldn't get close. Quickly, Rhys retreated, no longer calling the gunk to himself. He pushed his mana out of himself, taking the contaminants and the filthy blood with it. His hands spurted with blood, first black, then dark, then safe, healthy red. His mana streamed out of him as well, taking most of the impurities with it. Some of them got past, but those were at an ordinary level. A level Rhys could handle. Even so, the density of the impurities in his body after 1 second of trying to absorb the trash pit, after ejecting them, was nearly as high as when he absorbed an entire pile of ordinary trash. Rhys stared at his hand in awe. 1 second, and he'd gained that many impurities. And he hadn't even lit it on fire. How dense was this gunk? How powerful? Doubt crept into his mind. Maybe he wasn't ready for the peak's trash yet, if he couldn't absorb this gunk. He looked at the pit again. So many impurities. Such a density of them. Impurities were better than ordinary trash, when it came to refining his body and expanding his core. He couldn't pass by this opportunity. Now wasn't the time. It would be reckless, no, foolish, no, deadly to try to absorb it all now, when a single pull almost killed him. But he should practice. Expand his ability to absorb trash and impurities, until he could absorb all this gunk. His mind went to the gunk in his storage ring. That was still toxic, but less toxic. If he could practice absorbing that, he'd be able to step up to the gunk in the pit. Sorden pressed a potion into his hand. Drink this. It'll expel some impurities. Quickly, now. There's little a potion can do once they settle in. Rhys looked at her like she was insane. Expel the impurities. He needed those. No, wait. I shouldn't reject this. He smiled and pretended to drink it, quietly palming it into his storage ring instead. He could use this later. If he tried to absorb the hyper-toxic pit goo and overestimated his tolerance, this would be a convenient bailout. Especially with less is more, where he could use it multiple times if he really needed to. He turned to Sorden and smiled. Rather than putting the burned potions in the pit, could you send them to me, instead? She narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What are you going to do with them? Rhys gave her his most earnest puppy dog eyes, using his current youth to his advantage. They'll help me practice and get stronger. Please. She stared at him for another moment, then sighed. If you insist. Consider it part of the favor I owe you, since I couldn't get you to the peak. Rhys nodded happily. But don't give up on that second one. I'm going to get up there eventually. I'm going to get as many teachers as I can to back me, until they can't ignore us. Sorden opened her mouth, her brows knitting, then laughed. Why not? It might work. Rhys smiled. He understood without her having to say anything. She and all the other teachers were lower in the hierarchy than those on the peak, so much lower that it didn't matter if all of them asked for Rhys to enter the higher peak, those on the upper half might still ignore him. But that was fine. He didn't expect this to be easy. As long as he caught the upper half's attention by having everyone on the lower half demand he get access, he'd already won. Getting their attention was the first step to obtaining their trash. He bowed to Sorden. Thank you for showing me the pit. You've given me a goal to achieve. I promise I will work tirelessly until I am able to overcome the pit. Overcome? Sorden asked. Rhys didn't explain himself. She didn't need to know. She probably wouldn't approve if she did. She waved her hand. Whatever you're doing with this trash, just try not to kill any fellow students. I'd hate to see you expelled. No, of course not. I'm not planning to kill anyone, Rhys assured her. In fact, the opposite. He was getting stronger so people couldn't kill him. Sure, in a world where there was someone capable of making the straw man, who in turn had to be suppressed by the most powerful schools around, he had a long way to go before no one could kill him, but he was already making pretty good progress on getting strong enough that absolute trash couldn't kill him. A little was better than nothing. With their visit to the pit done, Sorden drew out her ladle once more. They flew back to the potions class. Sorden headed inside, while Rhys turned to leave, but not before he heard Sorden clear her throat and announce. From today forth, bring your burned potions to me at the end of class. They'll go to a fellow student's long-term project. Rhys flinched a little. He glanced into the open door behind her, only to find Aelin, sitting alert in the front row and gazing straight at him. Their eyes met. Understanding flashed across Aelin's face, and he slowly grinned. Rhys grimaced externally, but the second he walked away, he shrugged to himself. Aelin was surely going to make his burned potions as toxic as possible now that he knew they were going to Rhys, but wasn't that in Rhys' favor? He could start from absorbing the normal level potion gunk, then absorb Aelin's, and treat that as a baby step toward the seething toxicity of the ancient gunk pit. He wasn't quite sure how he was going to take the next 98 steps toward the ancient gunk pit's toxicity, but at least he had the next few steps laid out for him. The inkling of an idea rattled around in his head, but it didn't quite take form. Resting his chin on his hand, he wandered toward the mustelid class. Who do we have here? A deep voice rumbled. Rhys looked up, half expecting to see the J trio from such cheesy lines. Instead, two muscular boys in their late teens loomed over him. One punched his fist into his open palm, while the other put his hands on his hips. They blocked off Rhys' path and grinned down at him. If it isn't the guy who insulted our teacher. Yeah, that's right. The guy who thinks he's better than all of us, and not only that, but Syog, too. That guy. Rhys' eyes widened. He nodded slowly, lifting his chin from his hand, and pointed at the boys. Synog's students. That's right. And we're here to teach you a lesson, the bigger one said, cracking his knuckles loudly. Rhys considered for a second, eyes darting from one to another. They were both roiling with muscle, and reeked of testosterone and a general lack of good hygiene. The one with his hands on his hips had a bit of cruelty in his eyes, hinting at higher intelligence, but the larger one, cracking his knuckles, showed no such spark. He wouldn't be talking his way out of this one. His mind flashed back to the forest, where he'd had the idea about trash intent and trash body. He scanned the boys. Both at tier 1, the same level as him. The one with his hands on his hips had a more powerful aura, almost at the peak of tier 1. Mentally, he shrugged. He could take on 2 tier 1s, no problem. Seemed like a great chance to test out the skill combo. Since he wouldn't be talking his way out, and since he'd already decided to fight, Rhys threw caution to the wind. He laughed in their faces, putting his hands on his own hips. You teach me a lesson. I'm the one who taught your teacher a lesson. You should be on your knees calling me teacher, not trying to teach me something. The bigger one lunged, fists already swinging. Rhys stepped into the blow. He grabbed his wrist, turned his body, and pushed his hip under the bigger boy's hip, lifting him up and over his body. The boy landed on the ground with a huff, staring at the sky with wide eyes. Rhys dusted off his hands. He shook his head. Typical. The other one charged Rhys while the first scrambled to his feet. Unlike the first, the second boy kept his center of gravity low and his fists high. The one self-defense class Rhys had taken back in his first life hadn't covered that scenario, so instead, he stepped forward and feinted toward the boy's head. The boy lifted his hands to block. Rhys kicked him hard in the shins. The boy huffed in pain and shuffled back on instinct. Rhys didn't back away, but kept pressing in, kicking the boy's shins over and over until the boy yanked one of his legs up, only for Rhys to kick the other leg. They continued like that, the boy hopping from foot to foot, until the other, bigger boy caught up with them. A punch whistled toward Rhys' head. He ducked, and the blow hammered the hopping boy in the face instead. The hopping boy reeled, stumbling away. Rhys popped back up and gave the hopping boy a good push at the shoulders, hooking the boy's ankle at the same time, and the boy hit the ground with a heavy thud. Standing, Rhys looked at his hands. Punches hurtled toward him from behind. Used to this kind of assault from Straw and Bast, he ducked left and right on instinct, relying on the sound of the wind from the boy's punches alone. This whole time, he'd been trying to activate Trash Intent and Trash Body, but nothing happened. It wasn't that the skill combo wasn't working, he couldn't even get the combo started. Trash Body wouldn't activate. Without a trash target to activate on, naturally, he couldn't use Trash Intent. Come to think of it, I haven't used Trash Body since I fought Syog. A second later, he furrowed his brows. No, that wasn't true. He'd used it when he was growing the Star Ice Seed, when his body was on the verge of crumbling entirely due to the energy flowing through it. Wait, is that it? He stilled as he finally connected the two scenarios. Stand still. The boy grunted. That's right. I can only use it when my body's in dire straits, Rhys realized aloud. He glanced at the boy, then stepped slightly uphill and stopped moving, just like the boy had requested. For the first time, the boy's fist connected. Rhys didn't activate blow mitigation, but took the full power of it. His ribs cracked. Stumbling back, Rhys grunted in pain. He waited, watching the boy. Confused, the boy looked at his fist, then at Rhys, then shrugged and charged Rhys with a shout. Blow after blow hammered into Rhys. Aside from shifting slightly so the blows didn't hit fatal points, he took them all. The whole time, he kept trying to activate Trash Body, only for the skill to stubbornly refuse to activate. Rhys gave the boy punching him an annoyed look. Could you hurry it up? I'm trying to test something. The boy roared and hammered into Rhys. This time, he put mana in his punches, and they landed with more weight than everything before put together. Rhys laughed. More. Although Rhys paid it no mind, a small crowd had started to gather in the distance. All eyes watched one boy beat up another, while the boy getting beaten up laughed, a horrible grin on his face. More than one watcher shivered, a distinctly uncomfortable sensation flowing over their skin. Is that kid smiling? What a pervert. Should someone stop them? I don't know. He seems to be enjoying it. Maybe we shouldn't. Never mind, someone stop it. I can't handle any more of this. A heavy blow sent Rhys flying. He struck the ground and rolled back to his feet, only for the pain to fade away. He controlled himself from outside, almost, just detached enough from his body to make rational decisions and move it precisely, despite its beaten state and what should have been extreme pain. His eyes shone. It activated. Then, trash intent. Light flashed over his body as the skill took a hold of him. It gripped his body, reforming all the missing pieces and adjusting the broken bones back into place. His body strengthened back to its original strength, and then beyond it, as the skill pushed him to the ideal form of his current body. He lifted his fists and faced the boy. Another punch flew his way, but so slowly that it was almost comical. Rhys sidestepped easily. He turned to watch it go by, then faced the boy once more. Get fucked. His punch flashed in, too fast for the boy to react. It landed on his jaw with a sharp crack. The much larger boy went flying. He hit the ground like a sack of potatoes and bounced a few times. Rhys stood over him, watching to see if he'd get up. His eyes showed only whites. Foam dribbled from his mouth. From the instant Rhys' punch had hit, he'd already been unconscious. Is this him? Rhys looked up. The first boy, the one he'd kicked in the shins a lot, ran toward him, leading a yet older, more muscular boy. This one wasn't properly a boy, but a young man in his early 20s. He had the lithe muscle of a practiced martial artist, and the weathered face of someone who lived rough. Correspondingly, his short robes had no sleeves and were frayed at the hems, and his trousers dirt-stained and threadbare, ripped open at the knees. His hair was a tangled mess, barely held back with a sweat-stained bandana around his forehead. Rhys tensed. The young man's aura was at least tier 2, and if his instincts were right, it was higher than Therese. He was a real threat. He raised his fists, watching the boy approach with wary eyes. The young man looked at Rhys and scoffed. Turning to the hopping boy, he shook his head. That runt is what beat you and Honeg so badly. If I were you, I'd be hiding under the bed and pretending nothing had ever happened, not running to my seniors. He had an unusually high tenor voice, Rhys noted, but maybe he looked older than he actually was. Like how some mages looked younger than they were. The hopping boy shook his head. He was bullying us, EV. You have to show him that Synog's students aren't so easily put down. Who is bullying who? Your memory is so short. You might as well be a goldfish, Rhys accused the boy. EV snorted. He nodded at Rhys. Is it true? Were you bullying them? Hardly. He did. He badmouthed Synog. The goldfish boy insisted. Did you badmouth Synog? EV asked. Only for picking such shitty students, Rhys replied. EV laughed aloud at that one. He shook his head. I mean, you ain't wrong. But, you know how it is. I can't have someone out here badmouthing my juniors. That's all right. Come. Rhys gestured for EV to attack. With trash intent and trash body active, he really did feel like he was bullying these weak tier 1s. EV might be a bit above what his current state could handle, but he was curious to find out just how large the gap was between him and a martial tier 2, fighting seriously. Besides, he hadn't used all his tricks yet. Oh, that's bold, kid. You do know I'm a tier over you. Rhys watched him. He waited. EV laughed. He stepped forward. Got it. Well, you did ask for it. Ev's body blurred. Motion flashed toward Rhys' temple, and then he was flying through the air, cartwheeling head over heels, but sideways. Searing pain bit through his skull. He blinked, struggling to push back the black dots in his vision. Before he landed, EV appeared again. A fist slammed into his stomach. He vomited, tasting blood, and flew backward. He couldn't do it, couldn't see EV, let alone land a blow on him. He'd overestimated himself. No, he'd forgotten, at his core, he was trash. With two techniques synergizing, he could fight people at his own level, but that was all. Fighting over his tier was a dream, with only this many buffs stacked on him. But that was fine. He had more buffs to stack. Reaching into his core, he grabbed some impurities and started rubbing them together. Luckily, he'd just refilled, thanks to that ancient toxic trash pit. By now, he was used to friction igniting impurities. Before he finished flying backwards, the impurities lit with a whoosh. Black smoke billowed from his body as power poured through it. Rhys kicked, steadying himself in midair. He slammed his feet down, dragging himself to a halt. EV instantly flashed in, arm already drawn back to punch, but now, he could see the man move. He blocked Ev's punch with his forearm and returned one of his own. His knuckles landed smack on the man's jaw. EV staggered back. He paused, then lifted his hand and touched his jaw, a little surprised. Wow, I actually felt something. More where that came from, Rhys returned. Oh, I recognize you now. You're that runt Syog was tutoring. I can see why Syog likes you, EV replied. Grinning madly, he flashed in. Fists flew at Rhys from all directions. He desperately blocked, barely fending EV off. Instantly, he was transported back to sparring with Bast. EV was just as strong, no, stronger. But now, Rhys could keep his blows from connecting consistently, unlike with Bast, where he'd miss a few and pick up a few bruises for his trouble. It wasn't that EV was weaker. Instead, with all his buffs active, Rhys was just strong enough, now, to fend him off. Damn, no wonder. You're strong. But all that mana you're putting out, you can't keep that up forever, can you? EV asked. He hopped back. If I wait, you lose. Then I won't let you wait. Rhys chased after EV and punched. EV stepped back, turning his shoulder. Rhys gave chase, but EV evenly backed away, hands in his pockets, ducking left and right. He whistled, boredom on his face. Rhys bared his teeth. Jumping forward with all his face, he lashed out at Ev's hips with a high kick, hoping to knock him off balance. He saw Ev's teeth shine white, bared in a predatory grin, a second before EV caught his leg. He tried to yank it free, but EV had it in a stranglehold. EV twisted it slightly, and pain shot up his knee. Rhys froze, focusing only on balancing. EV could break his leg right now, and there was nothing he could do about it. If the man did that, the fight was over. Instead, EV tugged, gently putting Rhys off balance. I can tell you've been sparring with Syog, too. He goes too easy on you newbies. He grinned and shoved Rhys' leg hard, throwing off Rhys' balance entirely. But I won't. Rhys staggered, trying to regain his balance, but before he could, EV was on top of him. He shoved Rhys to the ground and hammered at his face. Rhys blocked with his arms as best he could, and this time, he held nothing back. Blow mitigation worked as hard as it could, fending off some of Ev's blows, but there was only so much the skill could do. Before long, his vision darkened. Spots appeared in his vision. No, I refuse. Rhys twisted, tearing his robes to break Ev's hold. His bones creaked a bit, joints screaming, but in his trash intent state, that was easy enough to ignore. Face down, he crawled out from under EV at top speed, hammering a kick backward at the man's crotch on the way out. EV took the hit with a bare grunt. Rhys' foot landed on a lump of fat and bone, not delicate genitalia. EV looked down. Rhys stared up. You're a grin split Ev's face. Damn straight I am. Her fist slammed into his face, and his vision went black. Pain was the first thing Rhys felt. He swayed slightly, a breeze shifting through his hair. Rather than open his eyes, he let himself hang there, his knees wrapped around the wood of a tree and weighed there with some kind of counterweight, reflecting on what had just happened. He'd been fighting some losers and totally dominating them, and then EV had come around. Taller, more muscular, more powerful, but still only tier 2, well below Synog's strength. She hadn't tried to kill him, or seriously injure, the way Syog had, but she had straight knocked him out with a punch. That was some serious power. Unlike Syog, I don't hold back. Was that it? It sure hadn't felt like Syog was holding back. And to be fair, he had been in much worse a state afterward. If anything, he felt as if Syog, the sadist, had deliberately left him awake to experience as much of the beating as possible, while EV had simply landed the KO when she felt like it. On the other hand, Syog definitely could have killed him, and had deliberately held back. On the other hand, Rhys had been using his most powerful enhancement techniques, neither of which he'd used against Syog, and he'd still lost. He'd landed a good hit, and he'd put up a fight, both of which were remarkable achievements for someone a tier below, but he'd lost. No, that's not quite right. Syog and EV, from the beginning, their blows had completely different goals. Syog hadn't had to fight him. Rhys might as well have been punching a rock wall, for all the damage the man took from his blows. It wasn't a fight at all, but a one-sided beating. He'd been free to torture Rhys, and had chosen to do so at his leisure. EV, on the other hand, had been fighting him seriously. He'd forced a Tier 2 to fight him on even footing, as though he was a Tier 2. He wasn't, and so he'd lost, but he shouldn't denigrate his accomplishments. For Trash, that was quite an achievement. You can go ahead and open your eyes. You aren't fooling anyone, a distinctive tenor voice intoned, vaguely amused. Rhys opened his eyes. EV lounged in a tree opposite him, one leg dangling, her head propped on a hand. He gasped in shock. "Ah, I've been kidnapped." "Uh-huh. Convincing," she deadpanned. "Come on. Get your ass up, and let's get started. Forget Synog's bullshit and let's get to training." Rhys swung in place, getting a feel for the counterweight on his legs. "I'm stuck." "Sure you are. I didn't tie your arms or take your blade," she replied. "Then, why'd you hang me up?" Rhys asked, lost. She snorted. "Your sleeping face looked too smug. It was annoying me." "Oh." Rhys shrugged, not really understanding. He drew his blade from within his robes and activated Trash Intent. Reaching past his hips, he strained his feet down and slashed the rope that bound him to whatever she'd used as a counterweight. His body instantly fell head first, but only a foot or so before he hooked his ankles on the branch and caught himself. Rhys dangled there another few seconds, reaching back to free the loop of rope from where it had been tied around his ankles, then swung himself around, flipped off the branch, and landed on his feet. He looked at EV. "Why'd you kidnap me? I need a training partner." Syog, "Well, it's like hitting a big sadistic wall, if you get my drift." Rhys grimaced. "What a way to describe it. Am I wrong?" "No, not at all. What I need is someone about my strength, that I can fight without holding back. You seem to be about that size. And I trust I'm about that size to you, huh?" she asked, crossing her arms. "If I'm fully buffed, yeah," Rhys replied. "Buffed? If I'm using all my techniques," he quickly recovered. EV nodded. "That's what techniques are for. All right, it's settled. From here on out, you're my training dummy." Rhys hesitated, then raised his brows. This actually wasn't a bad deal. He needed to get stronger. In the absence of Bast, he needed a training partner, too. Plus, like this, he had something to do with all the mana he'd generate from the impurities burning technique, as he progressed in absorbing stronger and stronger impurities so he could absorb the toxic slime pit. Sure, he could just sit still and strengthen his body, but he'd have a better idea of how to strengthen his body, where he needed to reinforce, and what he needed to empower, if he optimized his body based on real battle, as opposed to while just sitting still. Understood. Then, can you give me a moment? One of my techniques requires a different kind of fuel than mana, and I need to recharge it, Rhys explained. She thought for a second, then stepped back, giving him space. You have a moment. Not wasting his time, Rhys immediately drew the impurities he'd rescued from Sorden's class out of his storage ring. He kicked the bushes and undergrowth aside, then laid the gunk on the ground and lit it. Impurities flowed into his body, not as much as a full load of trash, but more than a third of a usual week's worth of trash. He grinned to himself. His instincts were right. If he gathered a lot of this gunk, he could quickly scale up his impurity-absorbing tolerance. Come to think of it, he usually had 1 or 2 potions worth of gunk in the trash when he burned it. Right from the start, the majority of the impurities had come from potion gunk. The gunk burned out. Rhys breathed deeply, sucking down the last of the smoke. He stood back, wiping his face. I don't have as much as usual, but I can be your sparring companion for a short while, at least. Is that all you need? I thought I could sense at least 3 techniques active on you, Evie commented. Rhys glanced at her. He didn't intend to deliberately shatter his body again. Honestly, he probably didn't need to. The way Evie fought, with no holds barred, he'd end up broken whether he wanted to or not. Those, I'll activate later. You holding back? She asked, eyes narrowing. Don't be ridiculous. I don't want to die. Then there's some kind of condition on activating it, she concluded. Rhys stared at her. He did give it away a little bit, but he hadn't expected her to jump on it that quickly. She was sharper than he expected. She laughed. What, did you think I was a brainless meathead? Don't be stupid. Fighting's all about mind games. One mistake or misunderstanding can overturn an entire battle. Like when you tried to land a dick shot on me. If I'd had a dick, that might have worked, but I didn't, and so I had the chance to absolutely hammer you. She paused. I mean, I could have done it anyways, but you get the point. If we were actually perfectly matched, that might have given me the advantage I needed to beat you. Rhys nodded. He looked at Evie again, reappraising her. He had taken her for a meathead, she was right. After dealing with Syog, he'd kind of written off all the school's martial artists as meatheads. But Evie, she was clearly thinking ahead. He was playing checkers, and she was playing multi-dimensional chess. Is that why you dress like a boy? Well, I'm also a lazy ass who doesn't like showers and taking care of my hair and shit, but yeah. Tactical advantage, she said firmly, nodding. Rhys snorted. You can do that dressed as a girl, too. No one bothers me if I dress like this and do it. They harass me if I dress like a girl and act messy. Fair enough. She raised her fists. Enough talking. You're all fueled up, so it's time to fight. I don't know how long I can stay in this state, so please don't kill me, Rhys requested. He still hadn't tested the limits of his impurity burning technique. Testing it within the relatively safe limits of a spar was better than discovering its limits in real life or death battle. If you can't last long enough to satisfy me, that's on you, Evie returned. Rhys raised his brows. What the? She flashed in. Rhys barely had time to jump back. She pressed the charge rather than fall back, aggressively chasing after him. He ignited his impurities as he landed and barely managed to block. Her fist slammed into his forearms. His arms trembled, almost giving out. Fierce pain rattled through his bones from the weight of her blow. Evie laughed. Oh, caught that one, did you? Good, good. I knew I picked a good training dummy. Sparring partner, Rhys corrected her. Same difference. She threw a punch at him, and Rhys dodged backward. The fist breezed by his face, fast enough to send his loose hairs into a flurry. Rhys, eyes widened. If Evie landed a punch, he wasn't sure he'd have time to enter trash body trash intent form. He might just directly die, even with impurities burning. He gulped, then took a deep breath, settling his energy and focusing on the task before him. If he didn't give this fight his all, he might not survive it. He lifted his fists to match Evie and stood on his toes, watching her every move. She grinned. That's more like it. Hold in there, partner. You might actually survive. With that, the melee began. It wasn't as one-sided as Synog's beating had been. Rhys could dodge most of Ev's attacks, and the few that landed, he deflected with blow mitigation and his usual techniques, leaning away from the blows and turning with the force. He was on the defensive, no question about that, but every so often, Evie made a mistake. Underestimated him and overreached, misstepped, lowered her defenses a little too much. Every time she gave him an opening, Rhys punished her with his heaviest blows. They barely seemed to smart. She laughed aloud, eyes blazing with the thrill of the fight. The two of them battled for almost 10 minutes before Rhys ran out of impurities. By then, though, he was able to use Trash Body, and so he fought on with the help of Trash Intent. He could tell Evie was holding back some to prevent killing him, now. Time ground on. Rhys desperately held her off. His mana guttered, running low. Sweat dripped down his ragged body, stinging in his wounds. She dashed in, hammering a fist at his forehead. Rhys doggedly raised his arms to take her blow. Trash Intent flickered, then went dark as his mana petered out. Rhys, eyes widened. He jumped back, no longer able to take Ev's hit. Her fist froze an inch before his forehead. The wind from the blow struck Rhys, but the hit itself went short. She looked at him. Out of mana. Rhys nodded. And impurities, but she didn't need to know that part. That was fun, but it could have lasted longer. She sighed, running a hand through her hair, then looked at him. How long will it be before you can recharge? I need to check something, but I could be back as soon as this afternoon, Rhys told her. If he was just recharging his mana and reloading on impurities, he could burn some trash and hop back into it. It would just be a matter of gathering the trash and burning it. For the impurities in particular, it would depend on whether Sorden had dropped off the cauldron gunk or not, but since she had class in the morning, it wouldn't surprise him if she'd swung by while he was out fighting EV. This afternoon. Don't go crazy pushing yourself just to fight me. I'll be here. How about you come back tomorrow? EV suggested. No, as long as I have the right conditions, I can come back this afternoon, Rhys insisted. Right now, EV was ideal training for him. Not only did it give him a chance to really spar, but she also forced him to use his buff moves for as long as possible and gave him something to do with the energy he obtained from burning impurities. She'd also push him to burn more impurities faster and rebuild his body properly. He didn't want to do anything but train with her, at least until he was significantly closer to being able to absorb the toxic pit. She crossed her arms. If you're sure. I'm not sure, but give me a few minutes, and I'll be sure, Rhys assured her. He quickly sipped his potion to heal the most grievous of his wounds, and turned to run off. Rhys paused. He turned back, slowly. EV raised a brow. Yeah, how do I get home? He'd been kidnapped here while unconscious, and he didn't recognize this part of the mountain. He legitimately didn't know how to get back. EV snorted. She pointed. Dead ahead, about half an hour full speed. Can't miss it. Rhys frowned. If that was the case, he should have seen this place during his spars with Syog. But then, who knew? It wasn't as if he'd walked every inch of the mountain. Maybe this was a part Syog didn't like. He set off across the mountain, occasionally sipping the potion whenever the previous hit wore off. As he ran, stone walls closed in on either side, until he ran through a narrow crevasse. The land naturally sloped up, until it spat him out through a gap in two rocks barely wide enough to squeeze through. Rhys glanced back as he fled. If he hadn't left through that gap, he would have never seen that gap, let alone imagined that a huge valley gaped beyond it. He mentally marked the entrance so he could come back to it, and ran on. Back to the main square. Rhys did the usual loop to pick up all the trash. Outside of Sorden's class was a pile of particularly noxious waste, sitting in a beat-up old cauldron. Rhys poked at it with a stick, only for the stick to hiss and melt away. He raised his brows. Damn. For all that, it wasn't nearly as toxic as the pit. It'd be good training, though, and he would only continue to amass more the longer he had this deal with Sorden. He grinned. Excellent. Taking the trash and the gunk, Rhys retreated to his usual stomping grounds. He piled the trash up to burn it, then looked at the gunk. It was pretty nasty stuff. Too potent for him to try absorbing it all just yet. He had to adapt, work up to it. He gripped the pot by its handles and sloshed a bit of the thick, molasses-like goo on top of the trash. Even that much felt a bit too much, but he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the matches. If he never pushed his limits, he'd never be able to absorb yet more toxic goo. This was but the stepping stone to the toxic pit. Black smoke welled up from the trash pit. Before he even stepped into it, Rhys could feel the weight of impurities sinking into him through his lungs and skin. He hissed in pain and shook himself out, working himself up. Come on, I can do this. I can do this. Rhys stepped into the black smoke and breathed deep. Mana flowed into him, but so too did impurities. His body instantly grew heavy. They clumped in his mana passages and slowed the flow of his mana. His organs ached, barely continuing to function. Rhys began to burn the impurities just to keep his body from shutting down, and still they poured in, an unending stream of them. He filled up his core, patched up his body, and energized his muscles and organs, and they still came. Luckily, he had a fresh set of compost and a few nice plots of land just waiting for mana. Rhys turned all the organic waste to compost and encouraged 2 plots of herbs to grow, and that managed to spill off just enough mana that he could absorb all the impurities as the last of the trash burned away. Since it was only one day's trash, it didn't burn long. If it hadn't been for the splash of goo, it wouldn't have done much for him at all. He still couldn't kill the burning impurities before they burned off, so the second the fire burned out, he sprinted off, back to Evie. She stood just inside the valley, leaning casually against the wall. At the sight of him, she raised her brows. I saw that black smoke coming, so it really was you. Rhys hurtled at her and punched with all his might. She dodged to the side, and his fist hit the wall instead. His knuckles bruised, but now he was sturdy enough that nothing broke. Nothing except the wall. Bits of rock flew away, and a small dent appeared where his fist had landed. Oh, you're raring and ready to go. Damn. Well then, come at me, kid. Evie swept a kick at his legs from behind even as she spoke. Rhys hit the ground hard and immediately rolled away from the wall, toward Evie. She'd closed in to leap on him, but now he slammed into her ankles and forced her to hop instead. Rhys used the bare seconds he'd bought himself to climb back to his feet and immediately charge at her back. She spun around, grinning wide, and swung to meet him. The two of them clashed once more. Blows echoed through the valley. The trees shook, and dust flew. Neither one held back as they both gave it their all. Rhys grinned. He wiped the blood from his face and charged at Evie again. Until he could absorb infinite impurities, until he was stronger than Evie, he would fight. Anything for his precious trash. Anything. A legend spread among the students of Infinite Constellation School. In a distant part of the mountain, high on the peak, some horrible monster had made its home. It spent all day hammering away at the stone, shaking the trees and rattling the earth itself. Some people claimed it was angry, furious at the school, and that it wanted to burn the whole school down, as evidenced by the black smoke that issued from its den. Others postulated that the beast must be a dragon, and that black smoke no more than the breath pouring out of its nostrils. No matter how hard they searched, no one could find hide nor hair of the beast, and yet, between the horrific din it made and the billowing black smoke, they knew it was real. I saw it, a student claimed. It was small, but fierce, and moved too quickly to be seen. It shrouded its body in black smoke and reeked like rotten decay. Thus the monster took on a definite shape. It was an undead, some kind of ancient, twisted zombie. The thumping was its rage at having been awakened, and the smoke was its curse, so furious as to manifest physically. Someone must have opened its grave and disturbed the formation that kept it asleep. Then what are we supposed to do? We need to make offerings. Appease it. And search for its grave. Set its tombstone back upright, reset the formation. The mountain came alive with activity. The students rushed around, setting up a makeshift shrine and searching for whatever grave might have been disturbed. But, for all their effort, the booming only got worse, the dark smoke grew stronger and more ominous, and now, pained grunts and terrible screaming, like a child in pain, joined the symphony of fearful noises issuing from the deep mountains. It's digging in. It grows stronger by the day. Forget the grave. It's lost. We need to seal it anew. Set up an undead sealing formation on that side of the mountain, and hope it takes. The students set up red ropes to bind the forest and burned purifying incense to placate the undead. And yet, the thumps only grew louder, and the smoke grew darker. Nothing they did could change a thing. No matter how hard they tried to seal it, it only grew stronger. Some students gave up in despair. If they couldn't stop it, there was no point trying. They'd simply have to wait and pray that it cared not for their lives, and leave its fate up to the more powerful teachers, whenever they chose to take action. Others simply tired of it. They shouted back at the monster's cries and ceaseless thumping, spread fragrant herbs to mask the acrid rot stench it put off, and went on with their lives. The teachers didn't seem concerned, so why should they be? A handful continued to fear the monster. They searched for it, sealed it, feared it. Candles accumulated at the makeshift shrine. Offerings piled up, only to mysteriously vanish every week. They cowered in fear when the hammering booms rolled out, and sang praises when the smoke flowed strong and dark. Slowly, what had been an effort to seal the beast, turned into a kind of worship. Unaware of all this, Rhys and Evie continued to battle. After the first few rounds, Rhys started stockpiling the trash in Ev's Valley rather than make the run between his nook and Ev's Valley. He could only take in a little bit of the black goop at first, but steadily, he grew able to absorb more and more of it, as his body grew more tolerant toward impurities and his impurity resist skill leveled up. The black goop piled up at first, as Rhys struggled to absorb any of it, but as his tolerance increased, he began to keep up with the rate of accumulation, then surpass it. Eventually, he began fishing out the most toxic parts, probably contributed by Aelin, from the mana that clung to them, and saving them separately, so he could give himself the maximum hit of impurities at once. The first time he did it, when the first wave of the more powerful impurities sunk into him, his mana passages ceased and almost stopped entirely. Ev immediately stepped in and smacked a dozen points on his body, and his mana passages swelled, letting the impurities flow through. Gasping a breath, Rhys immediately ignited the impurities, clearing them out of his passages as they burned. Even so, the larger, thicker, stickier impurities stuck in his passages, resisting the flow of mana and even his efforts to burn them. His whole body shimmered with heat, mana starting and stopping as the impurities chunked through him. She looked at him, her brows furrowed. I appreciate the effort, but you're going to kill yourself if you keep this up. Rhys raised his hand. He focused internally on the impurities. They were too big for his passages. What Ev had done was only temporary. When his passages narrowed again, he would die. The impurities kept rolling in, just as big as before. He struggled with it, pushing it into his core as fast as he could. It was only a temporary fix. Without the bigger passages, he was ruined. I have to do something. But what? He furrowed his brows, thinking, then startled. He looked at the smoke with new eyes. If he just blindly absorbed the smoke, then he had to adapt his body to take whatever it had, no matter how dangerous or toxic it was. That was one strategy, but if he limited himself to one strategy, he would be limited by that one strategy. In other words, the limits of his body would hold him back. Since he had a trash body to start out with, that was a severe limitation. On the other hand, if he had multiple strategies running at once, he wouldn't be limited by any one choke point. He extended his mana outside of him. Carefully, he pulled a thin thread from his mana. The first time, it broke off, but he widened it a little and kept going. One thread overlapped over itself 1,000 times as he slowly wove it together, forming a fine net. He set the net over his throat, at the point where impurities entered his body, and breathed. The impurities sucked in. The smaller ones flowed neatly into his body, while the bigger ones caught on the net. Rhys flared his mana, heating the net. The net seared into the impurities, cutting them into smaller pieces. They rushed past and into his core, where they joined the rest. It wasn't the neatest or most mana-efficient technique, but it worked. It kept the impurities small enough to handle, and easy enough to break down. Like this, even before he managed to enlarge and toughen his mana passages enough to handle the larger impurities, he could press on and absorb more dense and dangerous impurities. Rhys straightened, strongly drawing in the impurities once more. He turned to Ev. Let's continue. She shook her head at him. You're insane. This is going to be the death of you. It's the death of me if I don't, Rhys said. If he gave up and didn't try to progress, his trash stats would leave him at the bottom of the food chain. He'd be chewed up and spat out before he knew what was happening. No matter what, he could never stop climbing. Never stop growing stronger. Even if he had to harm himself in order to get stronger, he couldn't stop now. Their eyes met. After a moment, Ev nodded. That resolve in your eyes, you really believe in this, don't you? In this technique. Rhys nodded in reply. I do. This is your path. Yes. She laughed. Then who am I to tell you to stop? If this is your path, walk it to its end. But first, she backed away, gesturing him on. Rhys charged at her, and they leapt toward one another once again. Ev wasn't one for many words. Their exchanges were mostly fists. Occasionally, backed into a corner, Rhys would draw his sword, but Ev only ever fought barehanded. She didn't hesitate in the face of a blade. If anything, it made her faster and more brutal. Rhys struggled to keep up with her speed even now, but he'd learned the pattern of her technique. Just following her footwork, he could react to her attack before she launched it. The more she fought, the better he got at reading her. She realized what he was doing, and changed up her footwork, but he kept his eyes on her feet. As long as he could follow the way she shifted her weight and watched her steps, even if he didn't recognize her specific movement, he could guess what she was about to do next. They fought on. Impurities flowed through Rhys. He grew stronger and stronger as he absorbed more impurities, enhancing his body as he went. More of the ultra impurities gathered in his core, but even with this rate of impurities, the small ultra impurities remained negligible in size. His body, too, adapted to impurities in small, subtle ways as he kept going. His mana passages widened, and the speed at which he pushed mana through his body increased, keeping the impurities flowing even when they were larger. The temperature of his mana grew warmer, which kept the impurities softer. All these small adaptations allowed him to absorb impurities more smoothly and merge their power, once unleashed, into his body with ease. At the same time, he gained practice with using trash body, trash intent, and both at the same time. He streamlined each technique to the point he could activate trash body before his body was in complete tatters, and instantly attach trash intent to it the moment it was up. He also practiced the two separately, using trash intent on his sword stub and trash body to hold on when his body should give out. Less is more also grew stronger, as did blow mitigation. Of all his skills, trash body and trash intent grew the slowest. They were also the strongest of his skills, so it made sense that they leveled slowly. The more powerful something was, the harder it was to level it. After nearly a month of training, his stats looked far different. Rhys Foundling 14 Foundation Building Tier 1. Title: Trash Born. Skills: Hunger Resist 14, Survivalist 27, Pain Resist 39, Scavenging 28, Less is More 36, Sewing 8, Blow Mitigation 25, Self-Regeneration 19, Mana Manipulation 10, Poison Resist 12, Improvised Weapon Proficiency 7, Heat Resist 7, Acid Resist 8, Impurity Resist 13, Trash Intent 4, Alchemy 2, Herbalism 4, Speed Reading 4, Enlightenment 1, Trash Body 3. He looked over his stats and nodded, pleased. It was worth it to see hard work pay off, even if checking his stats was just seeing a number go up, and using them to feel the change in their power far more meaningful. Number go up was nice. There was something satisfying about it. Something concrete. It spoke to his heart in a way that he couldn't fully express in words. The beauty of it, the simplicity. "Dazin off over there?" EV asked, walking over. It was a rare peaceful moment. Rhys needed to heal before he could fight again, so they were resting. Rhys had been reading one of the books Az had lent him yet again, while EV had been off practicing punches or whatever it was she did for fun. She usually walked away to handle her own business during downtime, and he didn't press the situation. It was rare that she acknowledged his existence during that time, but now, she was talking to him. A rare mood, for EV. Rhys looked up, dusting off his robes. "Just checking my stats." "Stats, huh?" She spat. "You don't like the system." EV shook her head. "Doesn't mean much to a fist fighter. Fist proficiency is whatever. It can be as high as you like, but it doesn't mean you know how to counter a throw or turn a blade. Aren't those their own skills?" Sure. Still don't like 'em. Putting too much faith in a number makes my skin crawl. Saw someone with knife proficiency in the 50s get one shot by an arrow. Even had a skill to intercept arrows, and everything. But he wasn't paying attention. Didn't keep his guard up, and all those skills meant nothing. He bled out like everyone else. And everyone always says, "Oh, but he could train bleed resistant." She rolled her eyes. "Sure, he could. But unless you're a mage, you don't have the time to sit there and slowly grind bullshit defensive skills." "Skills aren't everything." Rhys nodded. "I get what you're saying. It's like how you could have a high sword proficiency, but if you never fight spearmen, you'll never know how to counter them, and they'll still have an advantage over you regardless of the number and sword proficiency." He'd already experienced that, himself. He had points in improvised weapon proficiency, but when facing the absolute wall that was Syog, he'd been reduced to hit and runs in hopes he could do a little damage. Without real-world experience, skills were, well, what they looked like. Just a number. Yeah, not a lot of people get it. They just think big number equals power. Evie cracked her knuckles. An evil grin crept over her face. And then I beat their faces in. Rhys smiled, but internally, he was just a little bit scared. It's like you. You can fight me, even though your tier says you can't. Well, to be honest, that's far rarer than some idiot with a big number in one skill who doesn't know how to use their skill, but, she shrugged. Point is, don't worry too much about numbers. Even if yours is small and theirs is big, it's all about how you use it. Are you doing that deliberately? Rhys asked. This wasn't the first time she'd said something that might have been an innuendo, or might have just been innocent misphrasing. By his count, she'd done it at least 3 times, if not more. At this point, though, he had to know. There was just too much coincidence. Doing what deliberately? Evie asked. Rhys opened his mouth, then shut it. He eyed Evie, who watched him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. If it's not deliberate, I'm not going to bring it up. If she takes it the wrong way, and this ends up as a Synog situation, I've got a lot farther to run to get back to the library. Nothing, he said, wisely. That's what I thought, she said, grinning. She gestured him on. You're healed up, right? Back to it. Rhys raised his hand. He checked his stock of gunk. It was almost out, but even then, it no longer did much for him. Ordinary gunk barely bothered him anymore. Even the more toxic stuff that Aelin created just wasn't cutting it. He'd tried separating out Aelin's toxic goo and just absorbing that, and it had worked for a few days, but now, it did little for him. The impurities still gave him power, but they barely did anything to strengthen his body. He needed more. Something more toxic, so he could actually work toward absorbing the pit. Right now, he still wasn't getting any closer. He had ideas, he just couldn't act on them here, far from his base camp. He needed equipment and knowledge back at his home, or in the main square. The settings were too austere for him here. He looked up at Evie. Actually, there's something I want to try. Could you give me a few days? Evie pouted playfully, then waved her hand. Sure. I'll just sit here and practice my forms, I guess. Wait for my durable training dummy to reappear. I'll be back, Rhys promised, and stood. He jogged out of the crevasse and stopped. He'd noticed a few bits and bobs being added to the woods. Some strange red ropes, tied in specific knots. Odd wicker structures, often vaguely humanoid, which turned into burned piles not long after. Even a strange shrine cobbled together out of scrap wood, stained with black smoke from the herbs they burned in it. But this was, over the top. Paper streamers hung from the trees, black as the night. It looked like someone had teepeed a tree after a college football game gone sideways, but black, and vaguely ominous. Small black figures hung from the trees, all of them distorted and only humanoid if he squinted, paired with bundles of fragrant herbs. The trees were riddled with red ropes, knotted in strange and exquisite knots. Rhys frowned. What happened? Had some evil being escaped, that needed to be appeased and sealed? Was it some kind of festival to celebrate one of this world's gods? He leaned in close to the humanoid figure, getting a better look at it, but couldn't make heads nor tails of its intent. Rhys lifted a hand to touch it, then flinched back. What if it was some kind of cursed doll? He, of all people, should know they existed. He'd been trained by one of the most powerful cursed dolls of all, after all. Shaking his head at the strange decorations, Rhys headed back into the town. At the square, he hesitated, thinking. He wanted to brew the leftovers into a toxic potion, concentrating and hopefully increasing the toxicity of the gunk at the same time. Sorden would have the potion's knowledge necessary, but just the idea of explaining himself to her gave him a headache. Plus, she'd already hinted that he shouldn't tell her too much about how he had grown so strong, so quickly. Asking her something like that might give away too much about his techniques, and turn him from a student to a target. Not that he'd let that hold him back, if it was something truly essential, but for something he had another route to achieving, he didn't know that he wanted to give that away to her so easily. Which left his other option. And honestly, it was probably the better of the two. Nodding to himself, Rhys set off. Having eliminated Sorden as a good starting point, Rhys headed toward the library, his second idea. It was a good place to start. It wasn't like Az would leave the library and tell anyone that he'd asked about potions, and Az had shown no inclination toward aggression toward Rhys. Even if Rhys told him his techniques, Az was just too lazy to bother. Asking Az for potion books in the library wouldn't keep him from being able to visit Sorden later, and besides, he could use the books to figure out what he specifically needed to ask Sorden, and that way avoid giving away too many hints as to what he was doing, but still get the knowledge he needed. Braziers full of smoldering fragrant herbs hung from the buildings in town. Others simply hung bundles of herbs over their hearth. Rhys raised his brows. Wonder what that's all about. It reminded him of the strange decorations in the woods, somehow, but much less extreme. He sniffed. There was a slightly strange smell on the air, but it wasn't that bad. Then again, I do live in a garbage pit. He was used to bad smells. Maybe it was worse than he could tell, because he'd gone nose blind to bad smells. Shrugging, he headed to the library. The library was still the same as ever. No herbs hung over its mantle. He stepped into the cool, quiet interior. The smell of old books and slowly decaying leather reigned supreme, as usual. The entire space hung in dusty silence, save for the quiet echoing tap of his shoes. He turned the corner to Az's desk, only to find it empty. Books still piled over the desk, and the chair stood ajar behind it, as if its occupant had only just stood up. Rhys frowned and looked around. Az. Soft paws landed on his shoulder. A light weight settled onto him. In a scathing tone, Az murmured, "I see you've returned. Did you read the novels I so kindly lent you this time?" I did, this time. Do you want your books back? I took good care of them. I do." Az hopped off Rhys' shoulder and patted a few steps away, then transformed back to human. He held out his hand. Rhys pulled the books out of his storage ring and passed them over. "I really enjoyed the one about the coward who's determined to play dead to survive." "Oh, there's 8 books in that series. I can give you the sequels," Az replied. He stacked the books under one arm and headed out toward the shelves. Wait, do you have any books about potion making?" Az gave him a deadpan stare. He lifted his head, taking in the thousands of books all around them, then slowly lowered his eyes back to Rhys. Rhys cleared his throat. "Low-level potion-making books about concentrating potions to make them stronger. I'm interested in general-purpose concentration techniques. You know, like boiling a soup down, but for potions." He assumed it was more complicated than just boiling the potion down. In any case, with something as toxic as what he was working with, he wanted to make sure he concentrated it according to best practices. If there was an equivalent of a fume hood or some other protective measure while cooking down something toxic, he should probably use it. After all, he didn't know how toxic he'd be able to cook it to be. He might be able to cook it up more toxic than he could handle, even by burning impurities. There were still upper limits of toxicity he couldn't yet absorb. If the cooking process unleashed more than he could handle, or if he concentrated it harder than he could bear, then he could always water down the potion afterward, but he'd need something to handle the toxicity while he was cooking. Az considered for a second, then nodded. "I'll bring you a few books that touch on the subject." "And the novels?" "Oh, yes please. A few more would be good, as well," Rhys said. Az was about to leave, but then turned back. "Do you know Aelin?" "Oh, yes, I do. He's been in here looking for tomes on making the most vile potions possible, the ones that have the most disgusting waste products." Muttering something about that stupid garbage collector, while he's at it. Rhys nodded. "I'm very grateful for his efforts." Az stared at him, then chuckled, "Just once. I'm glad you have it under control. I've been working on Aelin for quite some time, and I would have regretted having to give up on my efforts if he happened to pick an argument with a student I far prefer." Rhys blinked. He looked at Az. What do you mean, working on Aelin? Working on him how? There's a tome in here that contains the secrets to the illuminating fist technique. I've been trying to influence Aelin to learn it for a long time. Why? Because then it would be the illuminating fist, Az said simply, as if it were obvious. Rhys' jaw dropped. He stared at Az for a moment, then laughed. You really like wordplay, don't you? Az snorted. How sad it would be, to live in a library and not enjoy playing with words. He turned away for the final time, striding off into the books. His black and white robes fluttered behind him, long sleeves dangling around his elbows while the narrow under-robes clung tight to his wrists. Rhys watched him go, then shook his head. He couldn't counter Az. Everything the cat had said made sense. He chuckled to himself and leaned against Az's desk to wait. Az returned a short time later, carrying the books. He handed a stack of heavy leather-bound tomes to Rhys. These are the potion books that have information on potion concentration. Rhys accepted them and stored them in his storage ring. Thank you. And these, Az lifted a second, larger set of books. Although the stack was larger, the books were smaller, with cheap, thin pages and paper bindings. Thin pages meant more words could be packed into a smaller space, so even though the books were smaller, Rhys knew they were no less full of knowledge and wisdom, or even better, trashy plots, dangling subplots, and crazy characters who barely made sense. With a much more serious expression, he handed them to Rhys. These are the novels. Rhys accepted them with all due respect. Thank you, sir. Az nodded. In the future, I hope I can discuss them with you. I would certainly hope so, Rhys replied. He missed his days on the forums, ranting and raving about all his favorite trashy novels. Since he'd gotten here, not only was there no time, but there was also no one to discuss them with. Bast wasn't much for reading. He was definitely a man of action, not of nice, slow thinking. To Rhys seemed too serious, and he didn't think EV was interested in sitting still long enough to read. Until Az, he hadn't had anyone who shared his hobby, let alone so thoroughly, and who also wanted to discuss the books afterward. He smiled to himself, already excited. Becoming a mage, growing more powerful, and gaining powers beyond his wildest dreams were all nice, but they were a career. A job. Reading was his hobby, and it was one he hadn't been able to indulge lately. Now he could, and it felt so good. Az plopped down in his chair and put his feet up on his desk. He yawned and gave Rhys a meaningful look. Right. Rhys nodded and hurried out before Az got really annoyed. After a quick loop to gather trash and pick up Sorden's leavings, he headed back to his home base for the first time in a while and settled in under the stone nook on his repaired furniture to read the tomes. The novels were burning a hole in his pocket, but he knew he had to focus. Now wasn't the time to give in. Besides, he'd have plenty of time to read them while he was recovering from Ev's beatings. He sped through the tomes, skimming the bits that weren't about concentrating potions. At last, he set the book down and took a deep breath, thinking. For the most part, concentrating potions went about how he'd expected. Using better ingredients, then boiling them for longer. The main issue was that the longer a potion boiled, the more concentrated it became, the harder it was to maintain its properties. Some potions were downright dangerous to try to concentrate. They'd directly turn into poison, or destroy themselves and become worthless goo instead. Others required specific reagents to keep them from corrupting under the additional brewing time and extra heat. There was nothing about ventilation or fume hoods, except for the occasional note that potion concentration was best done outside, with a weather eye kept for explosions and the brewer crouched, ready to hoof it if one came knocking. Rhys closed the last tome and put it into his storage ring, then stood. He usually lugged the old, beat-up cauldron back to Sorden's place so she could refill it, but right now, the beat-up cauldron was hanging out in Ev's Valley, so he had a slightly less beat-up one full of gunk today. It seemed to be in good enough shape to handle a little bit of concentration, at least to his untrained eye. He didn't have any reagents, but then again, he was concentrating waste. He didn't need to be precious about it. It was trash. If things went poorly, he'd throw it out, wait for more trash to accumulate, and try again. He bent and lit a fire under the pot. He still had to use matches like a mortal, but he had enough money now that he didn't have to worry about running out. He had enough matches piled up in a corner of his storage ring to light the entire state of California on fire. Once the fire started, he began feeding it mana. The fire grew hotter and hotter. The bottom of the pot began to glow red, and slowly, the thick liquid began to boil. Rhys watched it closely, treating it like a pot of soup. When the liquid got too low, and the gunk began to solidify and threaten to burn, he added some water and stirred. His stirring sticks kept dissolving into the gunk, but luckily, he had plenty of trash around to use as sticks. After the first few melted down, he started using trash intent on the rest of them, and that helped them survive the gunk a little longer. There was no recipe to follow. Shockingly, no one had ever tried to cook the noxious remains from potions gone wrong into a yet more noxious potion before. With no other option, Rhys played it by ear, closely watching the pot and letting the potion tell him what it needed. He'd harvested the herbs from his second round of growing them out and sold the best of them to Sordon, but he still had the trashy leftovers that hadn't made the cut hanging around in his storage ring. He was pretty used to their properties from using them to make his usual potions, and when the nasty concoction before him needed a little bit of any of those herbs to keep from congealing, he quickly added them. He wasn't too worried about the extra herbs altering the shape of the potion. It wasn't like he was trying to keep a delicate potion balanced, after all. He was just trying to keep a vile concoction from exploding in his face. The potion boiled and spat, shaking the cauldron with the force of its boiling. It didn't like being heated, and it made sure Rhys knew it. Slowly, the cauldron full of gunk cooked down. The metal creaked as the potion kicked around inside its belly, but it held. The liquid boiled away, and the gunk grew smaller and smaller, but more potent at the same time, and more vicious, too. The cauldron shook, rattling aloud. Rhys struggled to stand over or too close to the cauldron, or else heavy impurities would clog his mana passages. He gathered the impurities into himself, but at a slower rate than sticking his head in the smoke would do, instead absorbing it as it slowly dissipated in the space around him. Down, down, down. The cauldron trembled. It rattled, hopping where it stood. Rhys drew out a vial. He tensed, one hand hovering over the mouth of the cauldron, preparing to call it up. Not yet. There was still too much. Just a little more. The cauldron shuddered and groaned. Its whole body glowed red-hot. The single handful of liquid gleamed viciously in its heart, giving off such pressure and volatile gas that the cauldron's walls bent outward. With a ping, a band of metal snapped off the cauldron's belly and shot across the valley. Rhys shied away, but refused to run. It was almost there. So close. Just a little more, 1 second more. Bang, bang. The cauldron exploded. Red-hot metal shards hurtled through the air. Rhys threw himself backward, covering his head with his hands as he hit the floor. The shockwave hit him and pushed him further, and he slammed into the rock below. Hot metal seared into his back and sizzled through his sides. He gritted his teeth and hissed rather than scream in pain. But there was no time to wait. On the floor, he activated Trash Body and whipped around to face the remnants of the cauldron. The potion still hung in the air, though it rapidly plummeted. He thrust his hand out and called the potion to him. The black sludge twitched in the air, then flew toward him. Shit. Vial, the one he'd been holding was lost to him, tossed out of his hand by the shockwave. The dangerous goo flew his direction with nothing to protect him from its imminent impact, seething with thick impurities. Rhys scrabbled in his robes and pulled out a vial just as the sludge reached him. He called it into the vial and quickly capped it. Exhausted, bleeding from a dozen cuts, Rhys examined his prize. The goo slurped slowly in the vial, thick and disgusting. He could sense its potency from the far side of the glass. It was truly horrifying how vile it was. A single drop of the potion was worth an entire cauldron of ordinary goop. Somehow, he'd strengthened the potion while he was concentrating it, not that he was complaining. He grinned, then grimaced as the pain finally caught up to him. Reaching over his back, he slowly pulled the chunks of metal out of his body. He put the filth potion away and drew out an ordinary potion. A quick sip, and he began to heal. He kept pulling metal shards out as his body did its best to shove them out on its own. Now he had his filth potion so he could keep training impurities, and he could keep fighting with EV to strengthen his martial prowess, as well. He waited while he healed, occasionally taking sips of the potion to speed things along. Slowly, the pain faded. Rhys climbed to his feet and dusted off his robes. A part of him wanted to rush right off to EV, but he held back. First, he needed to make sure he could handle the potion. It would really suck if he got there, only to find out the potion overwhelmed him, and then get beaten up by EV while he was struggling to not die to the potion at the same time. He pulled out the sludge. Staring at the vial, he hesitated. Was it just him, or had the glass decayed a little from the inside out? The inner layer of the vial looked a little corroded, the surface cracked, only at the hairline level, but enough to be worried, nonetheless. Rhys tipped his head, then shrugged. It wasn't like it would make the potion less toxic. Time for some plastics maxing. Or glass maxing, I guess, he muttered, and took a tiny sip of the potion. The potion burned. His whole mouth felt like it was on fire. He tasted acid, then electricity, then nothing at all as his mouth went completely numb. There was only pain and numbness, the two fighting one another for dominance. He quickly swallowed. It burned all the way down and roiled in his stomach, eating away at him from the inside out. My body might not be able to handle this, he thought, and then the impurities slammed into him, and there was no more time for thinking. The filth poured through him. Usually, he breathed it in, and could filter it on the way in, misusing his lungs and throat, perhaps, but nonetheless, filtering it. This time, he'd stuck it directly in his stomach. There was no leaning out of the impurity smoke to gain a little breath of fresh air. He was in it to win it. He absorbed these, or he died, and there was no other option. The pain reached an apex, then tapered off. Rhys took a breath. I can handle. Less is more activated, and the pain redoubled once more than twice as powerful as before. Rhys, body contorted against his will. He curled around his stomach, his limbs twisting unnaturally. Gasping, he managed a grunt of pain before all the air huffed out of him. Every inch of him burned, ached, went stiff, became overcome with pins and needles. Reaching his mana into his stomach, he stirred the potion, manually searching for the large clumps of impurities, only to find out he had the opposite problem. The impurities were tiny, but intense. He'd truly cooked them down. Now, they were slivers, splinters, tiny needles that pierced through everything they touched. His stomach, his organs, his muscles, his bones, his mana passages, the needle-like tiny impurities pierced through them all. They were as dense as they were small, heavier than they had any right to be. He couldn't control them. They slipped through his mana, too heavy and slippery to get a hold of. In a few moments, there was no part of his body that wasn't riddled with the things. Rhys continued to stiffen. His mana flow slowed, and his vision darkened. In his chest, his heart thumped, slowing with every passing moment. Death pressed close. Fuck it. Rhys grabbed two of the impurities. Without caring that he wasn't anywhere near his core, he rubbed them together. The slender slivers grew warm, but stubbornly refused to ignite. Rhys narrowed his eyes. His heart beat slower. His vision had narrowed to a pinprick. He rubbed the impurities faster, putting all his strength into it. At the same time, he poured mana into the both of them, like blowing on a spark. Everything faded. He could no longer see. His heartbeat throbbed in his ears, each thwub too far from the next. He felt nothing. His body no longer responded to him, nor could he sense anything through it. There was nothing but him and the two impurities. FZZT. Light flashed. Once. Twice. A steady flame took. The impurities began to burn. It quickly spread across his entire body, as the other impurities came alight in a flash of chain reactions. Rhys' heart sped back up to normal. His vision returned, and so did feeling in his body. He stood upright and roared. Power flowed through him. More thoroughly than ever before, it flowed through his whole body. Just as there wasn't a piece of him that hadn't been pierced by the impurities, now, there wasn't a single piece of him that wasn't inundated with strength. His whole body thrummed, improving by leaps and bounds simply from absorbing the energy from the burned impurities. Everywhere the impurities had invaded grew stronger. His bones, his muscles, his organs and his mana structures. The power from the burning impurities reforged all of them, completely strengthening every aspect of his body. More of the super impurities gathered in his core, but his core grew larger and wider, so that the additional super impurities were negligible. All of them amounted to a tiny portion of his core. In this state, scoured by the impurities and their flames, Rhys could feel something emanating from them. A power, or maybe not. Potential, he realized. He sensed potential from them. Potency. Something he couldn't yet unleash, waiting for him to get strong enough to handle it. Let's survive this first, he decided. He straightened back up as the impurities transformed his body and took a small sip of his healing potion, letting it fix up the injuries the impurities had done to his body and organs before he'd ignited them. Rhys sat down, crossing his legs and entering a meditative state to wait out the transformation. The impurities still did harm. They ravaged him, but what they broke, they rebuilt stronger. He was still able to refill his core, but this wasn't like ordinary impurity burning. Until he got used to this higher level of condensed, less is more boosted impurities, he'd have to burn them, then fight, and treat the fight as the cooldown period between absorbing impurities. He could sense that he had an immense amount of power from the impurities, but right now, he had to devote all that power internally, to heal the damage the impurities did either by guiding the potion he drank or by flaring self-regeneration. The mana he gained from them was, as usual, almost overwhelming. It was just that he needed that much mana to support his body and keep it from collapsing entirely. He battled against death, even as the impurities refined every iota of him. At last, the impurities burned down. Rhys sat there for a little while longer, healing himself to full, then stood. It was time to get back to battling. Sure, he couldn't burn these impurities and fight now, but that was all the more reason he needed to figure out how. These impurities gave more power than the lower level ones. If he got to the point that he didn't utterly destroy himself with these impurities, he'd unlock a fierce power in battle that would give him a serious boost when he needed it most. Unbeknownst to Rhys, the devotees of the strange god were aghast. The pillar of smoke came from a different part of the peak. And not only that, but it was darker, thicker, and more powerful than the first. Had a challenger come to upset their god's reign? Even those who took it as some sort of spirit or beast were taken aback. There were two of them, now. Wasn't one enough? Only a few saw the pillar of black smoke and thought to themselves, wait, now that I think about it, isn't that where it came from to begin with? Rhys rushed back to Ev's usual valley, only to find it vacated, and Evie nowhere to be found. He frowned and looked around, confused. A piece of paper stabbed to the tree with a pocketknife caught his eye, and he wandered over. Got a problem to deal with for my brothers. Be back by end of the week. Rhys twisted his lips, then shrugged. He couldn't count on Evie forever. She was her own person. If she had something else to do, then he'd have to find something else to do. Like what? He considered for a moment. He could practice forms, run laps, spar against some trees or dummies. No, hold on. Rhys shook his head. He hadn't set out to be the ultimate martial artist. From the start, he'd recognized that it wasn't a path available to him, and to this day, he still acknowledged that. He could hold his own against Evie because of all the buffs he had on him, but that was all. Without the buffs, he'd struggle to fight someone at his own strength. No, from the start, he'd set out to become a mage. The problem was that spell skills were few and far between, precious things that weren't just given out to anyone. Even Az wouldn't hand him one, though that probably had more to do with Az struggling to come up with a technique that played on his name, rather than simply being unwilling to give him one. He racked his brain, pinching his chin in deep thought. How to get a spell, the teachers were worthless. They were so basic level that even the advanced classes were worthless. So where? Rhys straightened up. He snapped his fingers. That's right. The class on Mustelid. It wasn't the class itself, but rather, something about it. If he sat there and pursued enlightenment, he felt as though he could surely acquire a spell. It was a long shot, but it was his only shot. Besides, he was curious about the Enlightenment skill. How far could it take him? What did it give him? The only way to find out was to keep practicing. He'd meant to go back and pursue Enlightenment in that class for a long time. Now that he had some free time, he might as well see it to the end. Drawing a brush out of his robes, he replied, "Find me in town," and with that, he set off in pursuit of Enlightenment. Rhys slipped into the back of the class. It had been a while since he'd sat in on it, but it remained the same as ever. The man ranted away about Mustelid to an empty room, with no visible acknowledgement of Rhys' arrival. Rhys settled into his seat and evened his breathing, letting his mind wander. Thoughts flowed in and out as he sat there, listening idly to the lecture. Today, the man was covering the details of the Mustelid sleeping patterns, comparing that of ferrets and weasels. Time passed. Days flowed by, marked only by the passage of sunlight across the floor. The man ranted on, and Rhys sat there, listening. Quietly, he smoothed the flow of his mana, peeling out the last scraps of impurities and storing them in his core with the rest. The same sense of potential flowed from these, telling him they were the second-level super impurities, rather than the base impurities he was currently able to process. When he was done with that, there was nothing to do but listen. And so Rhys cleared his mind, and focused all his energy on the lecture. The man ranted on foraging and hunting habits, now, clarifying the differences between martens and stoats. Foraging. Hunting. Rhys submerged himself in his subconscious. A vision of an enormous trash pile appeared before him. It stretched to infinity, so far that he couldn't see its end. No. He turned slowly, taking it in. It wasn't an infinite trash pile. This was his hometown trash pit, it was just that he was small. Not just small, but tiny. He sniffed, and a blast of aromas met a more sensitive nose than Rhys had ever possessed in real life. It didn't smell bad, though. It smelled delicious. His dinner was right around the corner. He scurried over the trash. Scurried. A tiny part of Rhys wondered, but the rest of him pushed it down. This was him. This was his life. He lived in this mountain of trash, and loved every scrap of it. A chitter caught his ear. He perked up. A friend approached, nose wiggling, black button eyes wide, fur sleek and healthy. The two of them greeted one another with a few sniffs, and then the friend scurried off. Rhys followed. The friend led him to a fresh patch of garbage, one that smelled delicious. Fresh food, still steaming hot, thick with sweet and salty scents. Rhys touched noses to thank the friend before he set upon the pile of tossed food, gobbling it down. The friend joined him, and another friend joined them. Soon dozens of friends all chowed on the delicious food together. When he was full, Rhys scurried off, back to his den. He snuggled up there and slept, curled up in a cozy den of trash. His days came and went. He darted from shadow to shadow in the sun, and ran freely in the darkness of night. Sometimes he found food, and sometimes it was the others who found food first. They shared and gloried in the scraps, reveled in the garbage. He dragged soft scraps back to his den, along with fascinating tiny objects. As the years passed, he found a mate, and they made more friends, all in the cozy confines of his den. Life was simple, but it was good. Until that night. A sharp, acrid scent. His heart trembled instinctively. He chittered, warning anyone else not to come close, then went silent. Ears swept back, eyes wide, watching. From out of the dark stepped a shadow. It loomed tall, as ominous as it was large. Spotlight eyes beamed from above a vicious maw, so full of hunger and vicious hatred that he froze where he stood. The beast stepped forward. One step. Two. A little cry. One of his friends, a coward, burst out of the trash and ran. His heart pounded. He kneaded the earth with his claws. No. The beast's eyes flashed. It pounced. His friend let out a terrible squeal, and the scent of blood filled the air. He turned and ran, making use of his friend's sacrifice to flee. All the way back to his den, where he burrowed in the deepest depths and cowered. That thing could not be overcome. It was far too powerful. From that day on, his happy life turned to one of terror. The beast haunted their every step, terrorized their every thought. It lurked around corners and crouched atop cliffs, pouncing from all angles, attacking every chance it got. He fled, and fled, and fled, hiding in nooks and crannies, fleeing into dark corners and narrow squeezes where the beast couldn't fit. He resigned himself to his new life. What else could he do? The beast was too powerful. Even if he fought back, his claws couldn't even cut through its thick fur, nor could his teeth find blood. Better to flee and protect his little life. The sun was high, the shadows, sharp. He dodged from empty vase to pile of wood, dashing across the open spaces. Once familiar spaces smelled strange, full of the beast's horrid stench. If not for the scent of food, he would have never left his den. But he was starving. His mouth watered. A pile of scraps laid ahead, glistening in the sun. Friends surrounded it, already devouring the tasty food. He glanced around, searching the sky for any sign of the beast, then darted forward, closing in on today's meal. A flash of orange and white. The beast hurtled down from the heavens. All the friends fled, and he turned to flee as well, only for a sharp row of teeth to clamp down on the back of his neck. He flew into the air, hurtling over the garbage heap. The beast chased after him, golden eyes glowing. Landing with a thump, he turned and ran. The beast gave chase, amused more than worried. Every time he dashed for a hidey hole, those teeth caught the back of his neck and threw him once more. He was not but a plaything for the beast, a tiny ball of fur and bones to toss as it pleased. Once more, it threw him. He landed amongst the trash again, but this time, he had nowhere to run. His back was up against a wall. His heart thumped in his chest. Adrenaline pounded through his tiny body. As the beast crept up on him, head low, each paw placed silently, a strange resolve came over him. He was going to die, but he'd take as much of the beast with him as he did. Maybe his mate and pups would live if he did. The beast lunged, and so did he. Hopping with all the strength in his body, he bit the beast's nose. Startled, it jerked its head back. He landed, then jumped again, clawing, biting, and hissing like a thing possessed. The beast batted him with its paw, and he whipped around and bit the paw. It yowled. A heavy punch sent him flying. He struck the wall with a thunk, but the second he landed on his paws again, he leapt at the beast again. The beast hissed back. It lunged. White fangs flashed as it snapped at him. He didn't retreat, but threw himself at it. Pain lashed over his body as the beast bit down, but he refused to stop. Latching onto its fur, he clawed at its face, scratching his way upward, stretching with every inch of his length. His claws found the beast's eye, and he pierced it open. The beast shrieked in pain. It bit down again, once more, powerfully, and his body finally gave out. He went limp. As his vision went dark, he watched the beast back away, its eye leaking down its face. He'd done it. He'd blinded it. Even if he had to trade his life, he'd bought a chance at survival for those he'd left behind. Rhys didn't awaken immediately. The dream had ended, but he remained lost in enlightenment. The images from the dream looped over and over, replaying in his head. His quiet life. His desperate last stand. A rat. A being that lived in garbage and was treated as trash, a pest to be killed by pet cats and anything else that cared to kill it. Worthless. And yet, he'd lived a full life. He'd had a mate, and children, and a soft little den. His life had worth. No one else might agree, but it had value to him. The last moments of his rat life flashed before his eyes. The desperate struggle. Backed up against the wall, nowhere to go, he'd chosen to fight. Fight an overwhelmingly powerful foe, one he knew he'd lose against, but fight with his all nonetheless. That fight replayed over and over, and two things took form in his head. The desperation with which he'd fought, putting his all into it, everything he had, fighting without holding anything back, because he was dead one way or another, and it was better to take his foe down with him than die without accomplishing anything. Fighting with neither honor nor humanity, but instead, mindless savagery. Even a cornered rat fights back. The second was the image of the rat. His life as a rat, burned into his mind. Not only that, but the protectiveness he'd felt, attacking so that his friends might last a little longer. Rhys opened his eyes. He lifted his hand. His mana surged, flowing out in that image that still lingered in his mind's eye. A rat materialized, formed from silvery mana. It leapt out from his hand and circled around his ankles, rearing up to hiss ferociously at his enemies. It circled defensively around him a few more times, then faded. Enlightenment 1 greater than 2. Gained enlightenment. Cornered rat. Rhys chuckled, looking at his hand. He'd gained his first spell. A defensive spell, but a spell was a spell. How interesting, too, that he'd gained 2 opposing skills, both from the same enlightenment. One, the offensive aspect of a cornered rat, and the second, the defensive aspect. Fighting ruthlessly himself, or summoning a cornered rat to protect him. This enlightenment thing might be the key to growing as a mage. The sound of applause broke him out of his thoughts. Rhys looked up, startled. At the front of the classroom, the mage in tattered clothes clapped. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Taken aback, Rhys stood. Sorry, did I do something wrong? Not at all. Not at all. I've been waiting for this day for so long. The day someone finally gained enlightenment from my speech. I knew I was right. All this time, I knew this was the right track. And now, my young friend, you've proven me right. Crossing to Rhys, side, the old man patted him heartily on the back. Rhys smiled, a little lost. Huh, I might not have gained the right enlightenment, though. Ah, well, it's fine. To the uninitiated, radish and mustelid creatures can seem similar. Besides, the old man looked him up and down. Am I wrong in sensing a hint of a path in your actions? No, not at all, Rhys replied. The old man grinned. I knew it. Then in that case, I'm honored to have provided enlightenment to one such as yourself. To know your path at such a young age is a gift few share. Rhys smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. I wonder if he'd say that if he knew what my path was. You've granted my long-held wish. Is there anything I can do for you? The old man asked. Rhys cleared his throat. Well, actually, would you mind putting me forward for access to the upper peak? There's something related to my path up there that I can already sense would allow me to improve greatly, but I'm not allowed to access the upper peak yet. The old man nodded. Absolutely, my friend. Someone as talented to yourself should be an easy pick. Why, if they don't want someone as skilled as yourself in the upper peak, then I don't know where the school's gone wrong. Rhys smiled, but he didn't share the man's optimism. Compared to Sordin, this man certainly seemed to have a much more tenuous grasp on reality. Besides, how long had he locked himself away in this classroom, lecturing no one? If everything worked out, and all it took was this man's recommendation, then he wouldn't complain. But he'd be startled if it did work out that easily. Nonetheless, he nodded. It was all part of his plan, after all. If one teacher's recommendation wasn't enough, what about 2? If 2 wasn't enough, what about all of them? He wouldn't stop until he had access to the upper peak's rich trash piles. Thank you. I would be very grateful if you did. Of course. It's a simple enough task. Ah, how wonderful, how wonderful. I wonder what I should lecture about next. The man walked away, mumbling under his breath to himself, Rhys forgotten. Rhys watched him go, even less confident than before. Will he even remember to recommend me? He shook his head. It didn't matter. 2 teachers probably wasn't enough. Once he had more, he'd come back and remind this old man. Until then, it wasn't too problematic, even if he was forgotten. Rhys walked away, heading back out into the sunshine for the first time in weeks. A new spell and a new fighting technique, it was time to go test his new skills on EV. Outside, Rhys stretched, relishing the sunlight on his face. After so long in the musty classroom, the scent of fresh air was like ambrosia to him. He yawned and stretched some more, then turned to face Ev's nook. From here, he couldn't tell if she'd returned or not, but he figured he might as well stop by. Meow. Rhys startled. His whole body tensed, and he leapt back. A long-haired white cat walked by. It looked up at him in mild confusion, then kept walking. He sighed and rubbed his face. He'd spent too long as a rat to react that way to cats. It had only been a week or 2 in real time, but in his dream, it had been years. Almost an entire rat lifetime. To the rat him, it might as well have been an eternity. I'd better get over this before I see Az again. He jogged off toward Ev's usual training nook. At the entrance, he sensed her aura, but also two other figures' auras. Rhys narrowed his eyes. He slowed his speed and pulled his mana in, moving quietly toward the gap. Sliding inside, he drew to a halt at the far end of the entry crawl. He peered out, silently searching through the trees for EV and the other two. The familiar field spread before him. Trees scattered around, the bark hammered off their surfaces. Well-beaten earth marked the spots where he and EV most often sparred. He saw nothing. No, the signal's a bit higher. He looked up. At the top of the crevasse's steep wall, EV faced two muscular men. Her back was to the cliff's edge. The two brutes loomed over her, both of them almost as muscular as Syog. So muscular that they seemed to be bulging with it. They were both Tier 2, but low Tier 2. Lower than EV, for certain, but low enough that she could handle two at once. Rhys wrinkled his nose. He ran toward the cliff and hopped up it, pushing off narrow nooks in the stone and pulling himself up on small juts. As he climbed, he heard the men talking. Took in that kid who disrespected your master. EV scoffed. Who? Syog. He's no master. You disrespect him, too. The one who took you in and taught you everything you know. Huh. There's a joke. That old sadist can kiss my ass. He never taught me anything but how to take a punch. You dare. Yeah. So, you're the pussies who need to outnumber me to be brave enough to fight me. I turn that back to you, assholes. You dare. Rhys scrambled to the top of the hill. He looked at EV. Everything okay? Huh. Oh, there you are. EV nodded at him. She turned back to the bigger men. Ready to piss yourselves now I've got a fair fight. One of the men sneered. Called for backup, didn't you? Nah. The men waited, expecting more explanation, but EV offered none. She waggled her brows instead and punched her hand into her fist. We fighting? Or are you guys scared to fight when you don't have the numbers advantage? One of the men growled and lunged at EV. She sidestepped, holding out her foot. The man stumbled, lurching out of control toward the edge of the cliff. He flailed, reaching toward EV and Rhys with his wide arms. Rhys hopped to the side. EV twisted again. The man's grabs went short, and he fell over the edge and bounced down into the depths. The other man looked from Rhys to EV and backed away. He turned to run. Nope. EV grabbed him by the back of the collar and the belt, and pulled, yanking him onto her shoulder. Turning, she tossed him into the pit with the other man. Damn, I guess you had it handled, Rhys said. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a little stupid. Here he was, rushing over too. Could have gone bad if they'd both attacked at the same time. I appreciate the distraction, EV replied. She dusted off her hands, then nodded at Rhys. You feel stronger. Learned something. Yeah, actually. A new technique. His world pivoted. Too strong, calloused hands gripped his collar and belt, and before he knew what was happening, he found himself flying over the edge of the cliff. Neat. Show me, EV said, watching him from the cliff above. Oh, gods damn it, Rhys thought. He wasn't really surprised, just annoyed at himself for not seeing this coming. He pivoted in midair, shifting his weight to adjust his trajectory. He didn't have perfect control, but he had enough to slam into the back of one of the men as the man was trying to rise. With a muted grunt, the man hit the ground again. Rhys rolled to the side and jumped to his feet. The second man lunged. A wall of muscle closed in on him. For a moment, he was back in the square, fighting Syog again. In the next, he snapped out of it, but it was too late. The blow was already en route. Rhys didn't have time to dodge. All he could do was throw his hand out and call forth his mana. A silvery rat materialized. It lunged to meet the man. The man's blow landed on Rhys's chest. Rhys fell backward, bones creaking. Blood welled up, and he coughed up red. Even as Rhys took the hit, the rat darted out and slammed its teeth down on the man's ankle. Ow! The man exclaimed, hopping backward. The rat clung on, persistently digging its jaws in deeper. The man shook his leg, then stomped down on the mana construct and forcibly yanked his other foot out of its grasp. The rat dematerialized, but that was all the time Rhys had needed. He climbed back to his feet, his stance a little shaky. Trash body held him together, and trash intent gave him the power to fight, but he couldn't activate his new technique. Not yet. It wasn't just damage. There was something else. Another condition he hadn't triggered yet. The second man climbed to his feet. Both men closed in on Rhys. Rhys backed away, only for the second man to blur. In an instant, he closed in on Rhys, blocking off his escape. Cornered. Rhys, eyes blazed. Mana surged through his body, more than he'd ever felt before. His hands curled into claws of their own volition. He jumped toward the first man and clawed at his face. Red lines bit deep into the man's face, as though Rhys had claws. The man jerked back at the last second, or else Rhys would have taken his eye. This was his new technique, even a cornered rat will fight back. As long as he was injured and backed into a corner, he could unleash a powerful claw attack on his opponent. His ability to fight recklessly was further empowered, as the skill synergized with trash body and trash intent to pour power into his failing body. "You fuck," the first man growled. He lifted his arms to block, only for Rhys to slice them open with his clawed hands. "Stop." Rhys didn't relent. He hammered blows on the man, forcing him to back up. The other man landed blows on him, but with trash body, he was able to shrug them off and keep fighting. Caught between the two men, he was able to land claw attack after claw attack on the first man. The first man was a block of muscle, not unlike Syog, but unlike Syog, he didn't have the tear and raw power to fight back, instead relying on his bulk and muscle to hammer big blows and absorb the same. Pushed on the back foot by Rhys, endless attacks, it was all he could do to keep his arms up and hold a block. Rhys fought on. If not for the impurities he'd just absorbed, he could already tell he wouldn't be able to launch these claw attacks so thoughtlessly. Each one took an immense amount of mana. If he didn't have the mana from his impurities, he probably would have only been able to launch 2 or 3 of them. But as it was, his whole body still buzzed with mana, and his core was overfull. He drew the mana from his body and from his core, pouring it all into his attack. A few seconds in, he could tell he was starting to run out, but he didn't let it show on his face. Instead, he hopped back, putting his back to the wall. The two men faced him, but the one he'd clawed did so warily, and the other one limped a bit, injured from where Rhys had landed on him. Looking from one to the other, Rhys scoffed. Hands curled into claws, he pushed mana into them, threatening another claw strike. "Is that all you have? Come, fight with all you've got, or I'll take your eyes next." The man Rhys had landed on glanced at his slashed companion. "Come on, we didn't come here to fight this loser. Let's get out of here." Blood dripped down the slashed man. It dribbled down his face and soaked into his robes. He glared at Rhys for a few more seconds, then spat and turned. "Whatever. If Evie wants to train this fuck, that's her problem." They turned and stomped off, shoving their way through the gap in the rocks. Rhys watched them go, his claws bared. Only when they vanished did he lower his hands and call the mana back to his core. Exhaustion washed across his face. In that state, where he forcibly overcame the limits of his body, it was far easier to overdraw his mana than he'd realized. He'd been running on dregs. If he'd launched that claw attack, he wasn't sure he'd have survived it, that was how low he was on mana. He leaned against the rock wall behind him and wiped his face, taking a moment to collect himself. Bluff 3. Rhys startled, a bit surprised by the system pop. Bluff. And it was already level 3. He'd only just picked up the skill, and it leveled that fast. For the skill to level that fast, his brows knitted. Did that mean bluffing was trashy? No, wait. Of course it is. It's part of trash talking. Rhys stared at his hands, a bolt of enlightenment hitting him from the blue. Trash wasn't this limited. He'd been treating it only as the physical substance of trash, but that was foolish. Trash had many dimensions, almost infinite dimensions. Limiting himself to the physical substance of trash and its denizens was a mistake. He needed to broaden his mind, open his horizons, and accept the vast expanses of what others considered trash as part of his path. A heavy thump right beside him had him whip around, but it was only EV. Rhys drew out a potion and took a sip, letting the healing goodness work on his wounds. He put it away and drew out a mana potion, sipping that as well, and put it back in his robes, then nodded at her. "You didn't have to throw me down there." "Nah, but it was funny," she said, grinning. Rhys shook his head. "What if I didn't land on that guy? I could have gotten hurt, and activated your ability faster. That's no punishment. Besides, I'm not crazy. I wouldn't put you at a disadvantage to start the fight, even if it makes you stronger. I threw you at that guy." The phrase "I'm not crazy" followed by "threw you at that guy" rattled around in Rhys' brain. He gave her a deadpan stare and shook his head. "Uh-huh. That's an interesting technique, though. Where'd you learn it?" EV asked. Rhys pointed back at the main square. "You know that mustelid class." "What, crazy old Bernie taught you that?" "How?" EV demanded, startled. "He didn't teach it to me, per se. I kind of got enlightened by his class, and figured it out all at once." "Oh." Disappointed, EV shook her head. Rhys glanced at her. "I thought I'd be coming in to save the day, but you had that handled, didn't you?" "Yeah. Well, they're kinda annoying assholes, so I didn't mind tossing them to you," she said casually. Rhys shook his head. He met her eyes. "It isn't that, is it? The way you threw them, and me, too. You're hiding your strength." He'd thought he was able to spar with EV, that he was almost at her strength, but he'd only been able to barely fend them off by fighting with all his might and bluffing desperately. EV, on the other hand, had easily tossed them, like so much garbage. If he and EV were truly the same strength, he would have been laughing as he crushed those two men, not lying so they'd run off and leave him alone. He'd always understood that there was a gap in strength between him and EV, but not to that extent. He'd thought he'd been growing close to her power. But that was all a lie, wasn't it? Just EV pretending. EV chuckled. She raised her wrists, showing him a pair of dark bands. The same black cloth wrapped around her ankles. Now that she'd drawn attention to it, Rhys sensed mana flowing through the cloth, a suppressive spell that weighed her down as she moved and restricted her mana flow. "Yep. Got it in one." Rhys frowned. "Why? Why?" EV gazed up at the sky. Her gaze seemed to pierce past it, landing on something far, far from here. At last, she sighed and met Rhys' eyes again. "The hearts of others are not always pure." "No?" Rhys asked, a bit lost. EV was smarter than she looked, but she rarely spoke like it. In fact, he'd never heard her say this kind of thing before. If someone with immense talent were to appear in a small school, do you think a small, desperate school would let go of them and let them grow and flourish? Or do you think that small, desperate school would cling onto them with all their might, in hopes that the school might grow in power commensurate with their talented student? Rhys opened his mouth in an O. He nodded, slowly. "I understand." To put it simply, EV knew the state the school was in. She knew it was small, and had little renown. She would struggle to grow, stuck here in this school, but the school could easily grow by clinging to EV and dragging itself up after her rising star. She hid her strength to escape, so she could find a better school where she could grow, without the baggage of having to haul an entire school up after her. Especially a school like Infinite Constellation, which had done so little for her. Given how little it had done for Rhys, and given Synog's tendencies and the status of the martial students on the peak, he couldn't imagine that EV had gotten a good education here. At the end of the day, this isn't a martial school. "I need to find a true martial school to continue to hone my fists," EV stated. Rhys nodded. "Of course. I've been putting out feelers. I have a good chance at getting into a high-quality school. One that's both good at martial arts and magecraft. It's just," she shook her head. "What?" Rhys asked. "There's a tournament that all the schools partake in. It doesn't happen until early next year, 4 months from now. For me, everything rides on it. If I perform well in the tournament, I'll be able to pick my school of choice. If I don't," she twisted her lips. "Stuck here, huh?" Rhys asked. She nodded. "Yep. A second later, she waggled her hand. I could probably still squeeze my way into a medium-sized martial school, so long as I made a good showing in the lower rounds. But my dream is to make it into one of the biggest schools. The most powerful ones on the continent. And for that, I need to win the tournament. Win the whole thing. Rhys puffed out his cheeks and let out a slow breath. The image of Bast flashed through his head, studying under the Sword Saint, the most powerful martial artist in the continent. Sure, Bast would have only had a year or two to study, but he knew how quick a learner his friend was. And that was just who he knew about. Who knew how many powerful martial students attended the big martial schools in the area. Students who could properly train against equally powerful students, instead of beating their heads against the insensate wall that was Syog. She laughed. It's fine. I'll be happy starting at a medium-sized martial school. I'll work my way up to the big ones. But it would be nice if I could get it in one, you know. Rhys nodded. Yeah, it was just like in his world. The college you went to, the people you attended it with, could set the level of your success for the rest of your life. Sure, you could always struggle and overcome, but it would all be easier if you started from a powerful position. He understood that better than anyone, and so, he understood what Evie aspired to better than anyone. Rhys patted her back. Whatever I can do to help, just let me know. You don't want to take part in the tournament? She asked. Rhys hesitated, then shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. I'll see when we get closer. For now, after all, he was happy in Infinite Constellation Sect. The place was full of wonderful, wonderful trash. What else did he need? And yet, he knew that was only for now. Eventually, he would clean all the trash and absorb all the gunk in that toxic trash pit. After that, well, it was a small school. His objectives were bigger than that. He wanted to become the most powerful mage he could, and that meant finding a school big enough to help him gain his dreams. But would that happen in 1 year? That was what he wasn't sure about. Evie knocked his shoulder. You should. Even if you're not aiming for another school, it would be a good experience for you. Yeah, Rhys said. There was another angle here. He was trash. Could he prepare enough in a year to handle a tournament? Sure, with all his buffs, he could fight pretty well, but, compared to students who didn't start as trash, how did he compare? I've been doing pretty well against my fellow students here, a little voice in the back of his head noted. But at the same time, this was a tiny school, full of the refuse that couldn't make it into any other school. He couldn't meaningfully track his progress against these students. Even if he outshone all of them, that didn't make him not trash on an objective scale, rated against students from every sort of academy. Evie snorted, seeing his consternation. Don't make that constipated face. If it hurts that hard, don't think about it yet. You've still got a year to figure things out. Rhys nodded. That is reassuring. Plus, don't worry about beating me. They organize students by tier, Evie said. I would hope so, Rhys replied, chuckling. She looked him over. You healed up. Yeah, Rhys replied. Evie grinned, raising her fists. Come on, then. I want to try out those new techniques of yours for myself. Rhys and Evie sparred once more. This time, Rhys occasionally had to take breaks to absorb and burn impurities, but the more they fought and the more Evie pushed him, the faster he was able to absorb the impurities. He grew used to the pain, and slowly, it became less crippling to him. Eventually, he was able to burn the impurities as he fought Evie, though the pain and the distraction of handling the impurities did impair his fighting until the impurities were fully processed. Compared to fighting while burning the lower-level impurities, he was certainly worse at fighting under these ones. The lower-level ones were a straight buff to his power, while these came with caveats. On the other hand, these enhanced his body to a higher extent, expanded his core more, and provided him with more power, not to mention allowed him to store that power in both his body and core, if temporarily, in the case of his body. That one was only because they invaded his body so thoroughly, that he was almost always still in the process of expelling the mana or processing it when he was with it enough to fight Evie. These impurities also held more power than ordinary ones, which was in turn further boosted by less is more, so overall, they were stronger, it was just that he couldn't quite handle them yet. As for less is more, he wasn't sure if it activated because he wasn't drinking the whole potion, or because he was drinking a potion. Was it a potion-specific skill, or did it only work when he left most of the expendable behind? With his previous techniques, he'd absorbed impurities from smoke, from burning it. By the very nature of burning, he had to burn the whole thing, whether it was a pile of trash or a clump of potion impurities. True, in the case of the potion impurities, the clumps could be considered portions of a whole, but on the other hand, he was still using handfuls of the stuff. If it was activated by a small portion, then maybe the clumps of impurities he used weren't small enough to trigger less. Naturally, breathing smoke also wasn't a potion. So between his two techniques of obtaining impurities, one of which triggered less is more, and one of which didn't, he couldn't say securely what quality it was that activated less is more. Rhys raised his hands. Sweat poured down his face and soaked into his robes. His hair dripped with it, and his back was as wet as if he'd jumped into a pool. Break. I need a break. HMPH. A real opponent won't give you any breaks, Evie opined, raising her fists. I know, but please. Rhys said, still backing away. She narrowed her eyes, but sighed in the end. Fine. Get some water and drink that nasty potion of yours, so we can keep going. Rhys saluted. He jogged over to the stream that ran through the crevasse and threw himself into it. Water splashed, then coursed over him, cool and comfortable. He let himself sink to the bottom of the shallow water and watched the sky through the clear stream. Nowadays, he could hold his breath for a long time, though not indefinitely, as he could go without food and water. Evie had taught him a turtle breathing technique to extend his time underwater, but he was still at the lowest levels of it. He waited until his body cooled to the point he wanted to do more than just lie in the shade, then sat up. Water splashed all around him, soaking into his long ponytail. He touched it, lost in thought for a second. Back in his world, long hair was uncommon on men. Here, it was the norm, so much so that Bast stuck out in his mind for preferring a short cut. I wonder if I should get it trimmed. It was starting to get excessive, long enough to tickle his waist when he let it down. He hadn't seen any hairdressers here, but there was no shortage of blades. Evie crouched on the edge of the stream and splashed water in her face. Looking up, she laughed at him. Look at you, sitting in the water and playing with your hair. What are you, a water sprite, luring all the girls into the depths? Rhys raised his brows at her. I don't know, am I? Maybe in 5 years, she scoffed, rolling her eyes at him. Rhys blinked, then startled. He stared at his small hands again. That's right. I'm still a child. It was easy to forget just how young his body was. How old am I? He muttered aloud, pulling up his sheet to check. Rhys Foundling 15 Foundation Building Tier 1. Title: Trash Born. Skills: Hunger Resist 14. Survivalist 27. Pain Resist 39. Scavenging 28. Less is More 36. Sewing 8. Blow Mitigation 25. Self-Regeneration 19. Mana Manipulation 10. Poison Resist 12. Improvised Weapon Proficiency 7. Heat Resist 7. Acid Resist 8. Impurity Resist 13. Poison Resist 3. Trash Intent 4. Alchemy 2. Herbalism 4. Speed Reading 4. Enlightenment 2. Trash Body 3. Bluff 3. 15. At some point, unknown to him, that fateful day had slipped by, and he'd grown older yet again. He sighed out and stood, wringing the worst of the water out of his robes. Forgot your age. You're a bit young for that, Evie commented. Rhys kicked some water at her. Yeah, I'm old at heart. She laughed aloud. Lowering her hand into the water, she squeezed it shut and squirted a stream of water at him. At her strength and martial prowess, it actually reached Rhys, and not only that, smarted where it hit. Look at this baby face, thinking he's so mature. Give me 5 years, and I'll lure all the women to their watery doom, Rhys replied, sticking out his tongue at her. You just gonna sit around in the stream until then, or are we gonna spar? Evie asked, standing and clapping the water off her hands. Rhys climbed out. He shook himself all over like a dog. I'm ready. Let's go. Evie raised her hands, then froze. She lifted a hand to Rhys, her eyes distracted, all her attention on listening to something Rhys couldn't hear. Rhys stilled as well, trying to hear whatever it was she'd latched onto. All he heard was the drip of water off his robes. At last, he heard it. The crunch of leaves. Heavy footsteps, softened by the lush forest floor. Rhys whipped around, finally following where Evie was staring. Syog stood at the edge of the cliff, where he and Evie had confronted his students a short while ago. He crossed his arms at them, and his eyes narrowed. You dare to bully my students? Bully. They're the ones who were bullying us. Rhys protested, but quietly, to himself. Evie snorted. As if Syog cares. All he cares about is making sure everyone knows he's the strongest warrior in the school. Isn't that always the case with bullies? Rhys muttered. On the clifftop, Syog ignored them and kept going. I see I've let you run rampant for too long. Two students, grouping up together and thinking they can train one another. This is foolishness. It's time I bring you back into the fold. Like fuck you are, Evie grumbled. Syog hopped down from the cliff. He approached them, one slow stomp at a time. Evie stepped forward. Rhys held out his arm. He looked at Evie. Please let me have this. She cocked a brow. Are you sure? He'll chew you up. That's fine. If things go bad, carry me to the library afterward, if I'm, you know. Not able to walk, Rhys replied, growing more nervous the more he said. He swallowed. Shit, I'm really going to do this. But on the other hand, when would he get a chance like this again? He needed this. It was a definitive step toward his goals. Forcing his fear down, Rhys stepped forward. Evie gave him an uncertain look, but shrugged to herself and let him go. I'll try to save you before he kills you. Yeah, thanks. Rhys pulled out his impurities potion and took a sip. Impurities ravaged his body, but only for a moment before he ignited them. He stood in front of Syog, spreading his arms to block his way forward. Black smoke began to waft off his body. What? Syog asked. You claim that we cannot grow stronger by training one another, and that's why we need to be brought back into your class. After all, you're a teacher. You want us to get stronger, don't you? Rhys asserted, looking Syog in the eyes. What he said wasn't entirely true, but it was close enough. Syog thought for a moment. He squinted, but in the end he nodded. I am a teacher, yes. Then how about this? If I prove that I've gotten stronger training with Evie by landing one good hit on you, you leave us alone. If I can't, then we both go back to your teaching, with no complaints. Syog laughed. And why don't I just beat you up right now? Rhys spread his hands. You can. I can't do anything to stop you from crushing me. But that proves nothing about my strength, or yours. You're a higher tier than me. Even if I trained perfectly, I can't do anything to beat you. But that's not the point. The point is whether or not I trained at a level equivalent to or better than you could teach me. He watched Synog's face, waiting. It was similar logic to what Syog himself had suggested when Rhys had tried to escape his class in the first place. The man was always up to a good trial. By his estimation, this ought to work. Why not? Syog allowed. He cracked his knuckles. I've been looking for another chance to pound you for a while now. I'll enjoy this. Or, he's a rampant sadist who enjoys getting down to other people's level, then beating them on equal footing. Rhys licked his lips, then forced his heart to calm. He couldn't have it beating like that with impurities burning. There was too much gunk floating around. He might die if anything started moving a little too fast. Rhys raised a hand, backing away as Syog approached. How about a little add-on, to sweeten the pot? Speak quickly. If I draw blood, you have to request that I get access to the upper peak, Rhys said, as quickly as he could manage. This was it. His true goal from the beginning. He wouldn't get another chance to ask Syog to request his access. It was a slim chance he'd win, a slim chance that Syog would honor his bet, but if he did, this was it. The only way to get Syog to advocate for him. The other teachers wore ordinary robes, studded here and there with gold and gems. Synog's was plastered with them, the thick belt around his loins all but solid gold. From wealth alone, Synog obviously was a teacher worth targeting, someone who would doubtless have influence over the schoolmaster. If not overtly, then at the least, he was someone who was able of obtaining money for the school, and that made his voice worth listening to. A dry chuckle emerged from Rhys' throat at that, unbidden. My stint in grad school is finally worth something, huh? Hadn't done anything in his first life, but it did mean that he understood academia and power structures like it more than the average person. Synog threw his head back and laughed. Bold. I like it. Then how about this? When I win, when you fail to land a single blow on me, you have to apologize in front of the whole class and forsake all training but mine. If you win, Rhys returned. He narrowed his eyes. The apology was nothing to him. He'd long since gotten over the childish fear of public speaking and humiliation. The real problem came in with forsaking all training but Synog's. He had absolutely no intention of doing that, but if Synog decided to enforce it, there was little he could do. Then again, it wouldn't be a bet if I didn't ante up. Rhys steeled himself and raised his fists. He pushed mana into the impurities, accelerating their ignition. Black smoke billowed from his shoulders and back, soaring up into the sky. What are you doing? Don't you have to draw blood? Draw your weapon, Synog egged him on. Rhys smiled, just an inch. He drew his sword stub. Its blade leapt into shape, formed by the pale blue light of trash intent. Lifting his hand, he pointed it at Synog. Synog blurred. He leapt at Rhys. Rhys hopped back, and Synog's fist slammed into the earth so hard that it formed a crater. Dirt and rocks sprayed up, bouncing off Rhys's legs. Rhys raised his brows. That blow was as hard as the attacks Synog had launched at him after the trash lecture. Synog didn't intend to hold anything back from the beginning. That being said, compared to his current strength, a blow at that level would hurt, but it wouldn't seriously faze him. In other words, it was the exact kind of blow he needed to take in order to reach his trash modes without dying. Synog furrowed his brows. You're fast. Ah. Rhys shrieked in false surprise, then turned and ran. Oh ho. What happened to landing a good blow on me? Synog asked, laughing. He slammed his foot down, then vanished. Rhys bounced off a wall of muscle. A fist hammered into his side, and he went flying. Rolling with the force of the blow, Rhys came back up to a 3-point stance, watching Synog. He was close, but he wasn't there yet. Are you just going to run? Come on, Synog mocked him, gesturing him on. Enraged, Rhys shouted. He charged in, sword raised high. Before he got 2 steps in, another heavy blow smashed him to the ground again. Synog chased after him, but Rhys rolled out of his reach and bounced up. Synog's eyes narrowed. He lunged, but Rhys darted to the side. Another lunge. Rhys hopped backward, evading his grasp. If you keep dodging, you'll never land a hit, Synog informed him, chuckling. Rhys' nostrils flared. He rushed in, thrusting his sword in a headlong charge. Synog blurred and reappeared beside Rhys. With a black-handed slap, he hammered Rhys into the ground. Rhys laid there, breathing heavily. The black smoke continued to billow, but his breathing was labored. Blood dripped down from his mouth and nose and a dozen other cuts. His whole body was a mess of bruises and broken bones. Behind him, Evie narrowed her eyes. She crossed her arms and tilted her head, lost. This is foolishness. You need my training, Synog declared. He dragged Rhys up by the collar. Rhys growled and slashed at Synog. Synog let the sword hit him. The trash intent-enhanced blade stopped dead on his side, without drawing so much as a drop of blood. Synog looked down. He laughed. Now, do you see? It was futile from the start. Grabbing the sword in one hand, he threw Rhys into the wall of the cliff with the other. He dropped the sword stub, now without its trash intent blade, and vanished again, reappearing over Rhys, his fist raised. Rhys' eyes flashed. A vicious grin spread over his face. Says the fool. Backed against the cliff wall, Rhys' power spiked. His hands curled into claws. Rather than attacking recklessly, he slammed all his mana, all the strength from the impurities, every ounce of power he had, into one hand and struck Synog's neck with all his might. There. What I've been waiting for. Having beaten Rhys one-sidedly for the last few minutes, and in his entire last battle, Syog wasn't expecting an attack. He jerked back, but all his momentum was forward, his fist still raised to hammer the final blow home. The laws of physics prevailed. His bulk meant he couldn't dart away when he'd already committed to a forward movement. And so, Rhys' strike hit its mark. If Synog's guard was up, if he'd expected a counterattack, Rhys was sure things would be different. But this entire battle and the last had conditioned Syog to see him as a helpless idiot, a fool who talked big, but could only run away. The last thing the man expected was for Rhys to actually live up to his words and be able to land a counterattack. It's like EV said. Half a battle is in the mind. A dumb jock won't get far as a martial student. His claw bit into Synog's neck. Blood spurted, and Syog jerked to the side, almost lifted off his feet for a split second. In the next instant, his fist smashed into the stone cliff face. Pushed by Rhys' blow, it veered off target and missed Rhys' face by millimeters. Rock shattered. Shards slashed past Rhys' face, reflected with enough force to cut. Rhys swallowed, staring at Syog with wide eyes. If the man had landed that blow, he would be dead. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Nothing blow mitigation could have done. His head would have been chunky salsa on the cliff. Syog roared in frustration. He drew back his fist. It might still be. Rhys dropped straight down, raising his arms in futile hopes of protecting himself. Crack. Rhys blinked. He looked up, and his eyes widened. Syog stared as well. Both of them gazed in shock at Synog's wrist, now broken, and the calloused hand that gripped it tight enough to break it. That's enough, Syog, EV growled, her eyes burning with anger. Syog turned. His jaw gaped. Since when did you? Since I stopped being your training dummy and started working on myself, you dusty old sadist. Get the hell out of here before I get serious. She released his wrist and stepped back, giving him room to flee. Huh, training dummy. Wasn't that what she'd called him, when she'd kidnapped him? Rhys stared at EV, suddenly understanding a little more. His eyes darted to her wrist. For the first time since he'd seen her, the black band was missing from her right wrist. The other three limbs still bore their restrictive bands, but the one with which she'd attacked was free of suppression. Syog stepped back, giving Rhys room to stand and slip out of his pin. He frowned. Why do you waste your potential training this coward? I'm not a coward. It's called strategy, Rhys informed him primly, fixing his robes. So what if his fighting style was trashy behavior from the beginning to the end? He was trash. What was he supposed to do, not act like it? Pshaw. He didn't believe in denying his nature. If he was trash, then so be it. He'd be the trashiest trash there was, down to taunting a superior opponent after he won thanks to a psychological trap, a surprise attack, and carefully preset conditions, as long as there was a yet bigger fish like EV there to stop that superior opponent from transforming him into so much spaghetti bolognese. In fact, from his perspective, he was holding back. These people had never spent time in an internet lobby, trash-talking someone who'd just sniped you 50 times for being a virgin loser who was too good at the game. Sure, it wasn't like he thought he won those arguments, it was just fun to shout at people. That was, when there were no consequences to it, anyways. But what was this, but a rare opportunity to taunt someone in this life with no consequences? He glanced at EV. Speaking of, he once again felt a little stupid. Not as stupid as when he'd saved her from the bullies, since he'd deliberately asked for this fight so he could win Synog's influence, but still a little stupid. She obviously had this whole situation well in hand. Even if he'd needed the fight to win Syog over, it didn't mean he didn't feel foolish for all the bruises and bleeding he'd done to get there. Syog ground his teeth, narrowing his eyes at Rhys dangerously. EV rolled her eyes at him. You, shut up. Go play in the stream. The adults are talking. Rhys saluted, pressing his hand into his fist and bowing. Yes. Without another word, he limped off. He took a sip of potion as he went, then settled by the stream to finish reinforcing his body with impurities and heal all the damage Syog had done. From the edge of the stream, he watched Evie and Syog speak. Evie had a dark, dangerous look in her eyes, but after the show she'd made of snapping his wrist, Syog was simply polite and respectful to her. They traded a few words, and then Syog yanked his wrist back into place and walked off. Evie watched him go. Only when he'd hopped up the edge of the cliff and vanished well and truly from sight did she bend, picking up the cloth she'd dropped on the floor. She wound it around her right wrist once more as she walked over to Rhys, sighed, tossing him a nod along the way. "Everything good?" Rhys asked. "What, between me and Syog? Fat chance. He'll honor the promise he made to you, though." "I made sure of that," Evie said. Rhys looked her up and down. "You really are the strongest person in the school, aren't you? Even at tier 2, Syog can't beat you." It's not impossible to fight up a tier. You know that," Evie replied. Rhys laughed. He turned, gesturing. "I have a friend. Have a friend. Name's Bast. When we were still together, he was the wall I could never beat. When the straw man got captured, he was taken in by the Sword Saint. Every time I see you, I can't help but wonder, between you and him, who would win?" Evie laughed. "Either way, he sounds like a good fight. I'd like to test my fists against this friend of yours. The straw man's other disciple, is he? I heard big things about him, right when you got taken in, but I haven't heard anything lately." "You've heard of him? Of Bast?" Rhys asked, surprised. He'd heard nothing, so he'd assumed there was nothing to be heard. But he was the trash. Why would he hear anything? Only right at the start, and not much more than that he was an incredible talent. Someone with the potential to be the strongest swordsman in our generation, and maybe even the next Sword Saint. "Haven't heard much since, but that's not worth worrying about," she added, as Rhys' face fell. "The Sword Saint is notoriously private and reclusive. He wouldn't let anyone learn too much about a disciple of his, especially if your friend is as extreme a talent as they say." Rhys nodded. Somehow, he was a little proud to hear that his friend was valued so highly. And to think, he was going to be thrown out with the trash. If he hadn't stepped in, Bast would still be just another kid at the orphanage, overlooked and of no interest to anyone. But now, his friend's talent was being recognized, as it had always deserved to be. There was a bit of bitterness in the pride, though. Now everyone could see the value in the trash, now his find wasn't his anymore. After a moment, Rhys pushed it away. It was the same as reading a manga before everyone else and trying to share it for years, only for everyone to suddenly be into it when the anime finally came out. He should be happy that the thing he valued was finally being appreciated by everyone, not sad that it didn't belong to him anymore. Besides, Bast never belonged to me. He chuckled at that thought. He was being a little too possessive, wasn't he? But Bast was like a sibling to him. And not only that, but the first one to see the value in him, when he, too, had been nothing but trash. They'd both chosen to pick one another out of the garbage, and raise one another up. Naturally, his emotions were complex, to hear that Bast was succeeding long before he could. At the end of the day, though, he was happy to see his friend succeed. That was the one thing he was absolutely sure of. In any case, Bast wasn't trash, and he was. Bast had been miscategorized. Between the two of them, Bast was a diamond ring that had fallen down the sink and ended up in the compost, and Rhys was a scrap of potato that belonged in there. Of course Bast would be picked up and treasured, while Rhys had to put down roots and make his own fortune for himself. "You two were close, weren't you?" Evie commented. Rhys startled. Yes. He'd just sat in silence, lost in thought. How awkward for Evie. "Sorry about that." She waved her hand. No, it's fine. I'm glad that you have a good friend like that. Not everyone has that. You should always treasure that bond you share." Rhys nodded. "Of course." Evie stretched. "That's enough training for today. I'll escort you back to the main plaza." I know the way back. And I know Syog. I wouldn't be shocked if he, or some of his idiot underlings, are out there waiting for you to come by." Rhys opened his mouth, then shut it, conceding the point. He only had a few drops left in his potion. He could still use trash intent, trash body, and even cornered rat, but without impurities to actively burn, he couldn't be confident in his ability to survive Syog, or fight off his underlings. If Syog wanted to get revenge, he might just die outright. He was a little more confident when it came to Synog's underlings, but he was also healing from the wounds Syog had inflicted still, and didn't really want to get beat up again today. "Thank you," he said instead. "Huh, so you do know how to be grateful," Evie joked. She led the way, and Rhys followed close behind. No one jumped them on the way home, though whether that was because they hadn't bothered, or because Evie was there to scare them off, Rhys couldn't say. Halfway back, they passed a small group of mages, bowing and offering incense to the sky. The incense burned an intense black, and a heavy fragrance filled the air. The mages chanted and swayed in place, moving in sync. "What's that all about?" Rhys asked, nudging Evie. Maybe she knew. He hadn't seen it before, but he hadn't been here long, either. Evie had been here much longer than him, so she might recognize it. Evie looked over. She nodded at one of the nearer mages. "What's all this about, then?" Rhys opened his mouth, then shut it. "Now that I think about it, I could have just started there, honestly." The mage looked up. His eyes were big and worshipful, and his manner, as though she had interrupted him at church. "Quiet. We're worshipping the exalted filth. Don't interrupt us, or it might punish us all with its earth-shattering wrath." "Exalted filth. It's the impure being," a female mage interjected. "Shush, or the black smoke spirit will devour us." Another snapped. Rhys nodded slowly. Even as he did, his brows furrowed. "Hold on. I'm starting to put things together." He pointed back in the direction they'd come from. "Are you worshipping the pillar of black smoke?" All the mages nodded. Evie glanced at Rhys. She snorted. Rhys licked his lips. "I don't think you need to worry about its wrath. Actually, I've heard it's pretty benevolent." "Yeah, because it's me. What wrath am I going to visit upon you? I'm not even higher tier than you. With those impacts, that tremble the mountain itself. With that pitch black smoke. Benevolent." The male mage shook his head. "Please leave. You've already interrupted us long enough." The mages went back to their chanting and swaying. Rhys stared at them for a second, then sighed. "What am I supposed to do about that?" He shook his head and walked on. Evie smirked at him. As they walked away, she nudged him. Well, your exaltedness. I didn't know I was in the presence of a god." Rhys rolled his eyes at her. "Somehow, it's the second time someone's made that mistake." "Oh, really? Wish I was joking. Don't think there's anything I can do about it, either. Doesn't seem like it." "It is funny, though," Evie replied. Rhys shook his head. "Gods." The two of them made it back to the square without any further encounters, whether with worshippers or Syog and his followers. Evie nodded and walked off, leaving Rhys alone in the square. He looked around for a moment, then headed toward the library. He now had 3 teachers advocating for him: Sordin, the potions teacher, Syog, and the mustelid man, whose name Rhys belatedly realized he still didn't know. Of the teachers he knew about, that left the astronomy teacher, the extremely low-tier classes teachers, who probably had little influence, and one more teacher he knew well. Rhys pushed open the door and stepped into the library. The usual cool and calm encompassed him, so utterly familiar. He hurried to Az's desk. "Az, are you in? Am I ever out?" Az replied, his voice echoing around the corner. He rounded the corner of the shelves to find Az lounging behind the desk in much the same pose he'd been in the first time, his feet up on the desk and a book in his hand. He didn't bother to look up as Rhys drew up to the desk, but turned the page in his book instead. Rhys cleared his throat. "I have a favor to ask." Az arched a brow. His eyes continued to track across the page. "You want me to ask if you can gain access to the upper peak?" Rhys blinked. "How do you know?" "I'm lazy, but I'm not deaf or blind," Az remarked, turning another page. He nodded behind Rhys. "What do you think, then? Upper peak material?" A voice he hadn't heard in some time sounded from behind him. "So, You already aspire to such heights. Rhys turned, startled. No way. But it was. Aquari Gibran, schoolmaster of the Infinite Constellation School, stood before him. She tapped her fingertips on the butt of her sword and glared down at him. What do you want so badly from the upper peak, that you'd risk life and death to achieve it? Rhys grinned. Without hesitation, he replied, the trash. Aquari stared at him, taken aback. The trash. Rhys nodded. It's my path. I can burn it to get stronger. She considered for a moment. Her lips twisted. I have to admit, I have no particular use for the trash, and I wouldn't mind to see it gone. Someone recommended to me by the majority of the lower peak teachers is surely trustworthy enough to handle the trash. However, I am the schoolmaster. I also have to consider the other students. If I give only you access, won't everyone stronger than you also request access? It'll be quite annoying for me. Rhys nodded. I can keep it secret. As if she hadn't heard him, she continued. But if it's part of your duties, no one would question it. Rhys' eyes widened. He shut his mouth. She didn't actually care about the other students, she just wanted him to do something for her. Well, that wasn't a problem for him. Whatever she wanted, he'd do his best to accomplish. It wasn't as though he had grand plans, other than continuing to study with EV and absorb the toxins from the cauldrons. He had all the time in the world. As long as she didn't ask him something he wasn't capable of, or couldn't eventually achieve, this was a step in the right direction. We have a guest teacher coming soon, Aquari murmured, lowering her eyelids and gazing somewhere interminable. She turned her eyes to Rhys once more. You will be his assistant with everything here on the mountain. His will is your command. But remember to hold your school first and foremost. He is only a guest, and should be treated with respect, but no more. I understand. Rhys nodded. This guest teacher had some ulterior motives, if he was picking up what she was putting down, with those long pauses and reminders about respect. Aquari wanted him to show the guest teacher around with the utmost respect, but not allow him to see any of the school's secrets. Not that Rhys knew any of the school's secrets, but then, didn't that make him the ideal escort? I'll do it, Rhys agreed. Excellent. Aquari fished around in her robes and pulled out a small, palm-sized flat gem plate. The hexagonal plate was about 1 millimeter wide, but only partially translucent. The gem was cloudy, shot through with thin hairlines and a faint glow of mana. This is the key to the upper peak. I will not give you a second one. Hold on to it, or lose access to the upper peak. She handed it to him. Rhys accepted it in cupped hands and slid it into his storage ring. He wasn't going to show this to anyone. Not even EV. This was his ultimate treasure, his key to the next tier of trash, his route to unlock his destiny, but mostly his method of absorbing the toxic trash pit's gunk. The guest teacher will be here in a few weeks. Prepare yourself. Aquari turned to walk off. At the last second, she turned back. Her eyes locked with Az. Az lowered his book just a hair. He cocked a brow. I don't recall acquiring a librarian. You wouldn't, Az agreed. They held one another's gazes. A great surge of mana emanated from Aquari, given form as a shapeless pressure, as if she'd turned up gravity a dozen times, or plunged him into the deep sea. It wasn't directed at Rhys, but the weight forced him to his knees anyways. He toppled forward, and barely caught himself with his hands before he fell completely flat. Az, on the other hand, remained completely unbothered. He lowered his gaze from Aquari's and turned back to his book. Aquari retracted her pressure. Who are you? Why are you here? Be a shame if such a magnificent collection went to waste. I simply decided to ch it for myself. She narrowed her eyes. Az lowered his book with great reluctance and spread his hands. Cat got your tongue. Schoolmaster, pay me no mind. Write me off as one of those eccentrics and leave it be. I go where I please and I do as I like. A free spirit, if you like. How long have you taken root here? Az chuckled. Is that not an indictment of yourself more than me, schoolmaster? Should you not know the goings-on of your lower peak better than anyone? Can I not be rid of you? When I please. Or would you like to try violence? I warn you, I won't sheathe my claws. Rhys had climbed back to his feet during their exchange. He dusted off his hands, then looked at Aquari. Why run him off? He's been very helpful. And you aren't paying him, so he's working for free. Isn't that ideal? Aquari frowned, but didn't have a counterpoint. She pointed at Az. I'll see you in the upper peak. No, you won't. I had better. You'd be better off forgetting about me, Az murmured. His eyes glowed. Aquari jumped back. She raised a hand, and a pale shield of light wrapped around her. Az chuckled. Or you could leave me be. Besides, I have no key. How could I possibly enter the upper peak without one? His voice dripped with a level of derision that suggested he would have no problem entering the upper peak, if he wanted to. Aquari narrowed her eyes at him, but backed off. Congratulations, you're hired. Welcome to your new post, librarian. Oh my, oh my. Official recognition, how exciting. He lifted his book and went back to reading. I'll expect you to teach a class and report to yearly meetings. Expectations. I couldn't imagine letting them down. Aquari scoffed. She turned on her heel and marched out. Her eyes landed on Rhys, who had seen all this, and she froze. Rhys lifted his hands. I saw nothing. The schoolmaster's power is absolute. Of course it is. With a final harumph, she walked out. Sunlight spilled in for a moment, and then the door slammed shut. Having watched her go, Rhys turned to Az. So, who are you? I told you, didn't I? A free spirit. Rhys pressed his lips together, then sighed. He could already tell that Az wasn't going to tell him anymore. But to you, I'm the librarian. Now get out of my library, Az said, tossing a book at him. Wait, I read that series you lent me. Rhys withdrew it from his storage ring and handed it over. For the first time since Rhys had arrived, Az sat up to receive the books. So, what did you think? It was a good time. The last book was a bit but it was pretty good until then. And it had to finish somewhere, I guess. Az nodded. He pushed one of the stacks on his desk forward. Looking closer, Rhys saw it was a new stack, one he hadn't seen before. Try that one next. Got it. Thank you. Of course. He paused. If you aren't actually a teacher here, how did you summon Aquari? Az laughed. Isn't it obvious? What's more startling than finding out you suddenly have a librarian you didn't hire? Rhys opened his mouth, then closed it. Az had a good point. He'd go check it out, if someone he'd never heard of suddenly claimed to be his employee. Why don't any of the other teachers question you? Az smiled, but didn't say anything. Rhys snorted to himself. Az wasn't revealing his mysteries. That was fine. He didn't really need to know. He already understood the most important part. Anyways, Az was stronger than Aquari, to the extent that Aquari couldn't do anything about him. Rhys got the distinct impression that there were probably schools which would be happy to have someone like Az colonize their library, but, well, the Infinite Constellation School was just trashy enough that Aquari was angry, instead of appreciating her good fortune. One way or another, Az didn't seem to mind, and as for Rhys, a trashy school suited him, so he didn't bring it up. Rhys nodded. Thank you for all your help. I've taken a shine to you, Rhys. Az stretched luxuriously, resting his book on his chest to tuck his hands behind his head. I think you and I have a great future ahead of us. Is this what it feels like when a stray cat randomly comes up to you and decides it's your cat, now? Rhys wondered. He didn't give voice to his thoughts, though. Having a high-tier expert on his side sounded like a good deal. Though, given how cat-like Az was, since he's literally a cat, after all, he was pretty sure he'd be a fool to rely on Az to help him, except when the man felt like it. I hope so as well, Rhys said, smiling. Now get out. It's nap time. Az waved him away, glossing his eyes even as he spoke. Rhys saluted and scurried out, as Az had indicated. He didn't want to get on the guy's bad side. Not right after he'd declared something like appreciation toward Rhys. Exiting the library, Rhys stood under the sky for a few moments, considering his next move. No matter what he came up with, though, one pressing prerogative kept floating to the top, the trash in the upper peak. He was probably ready for it, at least the weakest parts of it. And not only that, but the mysterious, guest teacher, with unknown ulterior motives, would be on his way soon. Getting the trash now meant protecting his path from the teacher, but more importantly, it meant getting information on this guest. If Aquari had thrown out any correspondence with him, any of the paperwork, even an indication of what school he was from, that would be invaluable information that Rhys could either directly capitalize on, or read up on in the library later. Nothing for it, he muttered to himself, and turned his feet toward the upper peak. He didn't walk directly there. That would be foolish, when Aquari had just indicated that access to the upper peak was a point of contention among other students. Instead, he ran off into the woods as if he was going to meet up with EV, then rounded the mountain up toward the upper peak. The barrier that surrounded the upper peak had no visible entryway, so he was willing to bet it was equally accessible from any point on its perimeter. He could be wrong, but better to start sneaky and get pushed back to the front entrance, than to start with the front entrance only to find out he had a sneaky route all along. He drew up to the barrier and pulled out his pass. Nothing about the barrier changed. He looked at the pass, then at the barrier, then back at the pass. Slowly, he advanced toward the translucent blue wall of the barrier, one hand out. His fingertips pressed against the blue surface. Ripples spread from where he touched, as though he dipped his hand into water. His fingers slipped past the barrier with no more resistance than the surface of water. He passed through, and stood on the other side of the barrier. He'd reached the upper peak. He muttered. He'd wanted this since he'd arrived. Access to the upper peak, and its precious trash. Now that he was there, he didn't know what to feel. He was happy, that was sure, but that was about it. He still had lots of work ahead of him. Rhys tucked the pass back away, then clapped. Lots of work to do, and it was time for him to get down to it. Just like the lower peak when he'd first arrived, the upper peak was strewn with garbage. There was trash absolutely everywhere. Even out here, on the edge of the barrier, little bits of trash were strewn around, wrapped around the trees or tangled in the undergrowth. It reminded him of his home world, honestly. But unlike back home, this trash would make him far more powerful. He picked up a scrap of paper and instantly felt the thrum of mana in it. One piece of trash, made of more powerful materials, held almost as much mana as a small trash pile. He collected the trash as he walked, piling it up into a bag. To burn here, or burn back in his cave. It wouldn't give himself a way to burn it up here, at least not now. The students thought he was a god, or cryptid, or something. No one but EV and Rhys would link the black smoke to him. But on the other hand, if anyone ever did figure it out, they'd know he was able to access the upper peak immediately. The jig would be up. The other students who cared about such things, who were probably the powerful ones to begin with, would be up his ass. And on the other hand, if he dragged powerful trash down the mountain, he risked losing it. At this power level, even the students who didn't care about trash might take an interest in his treasure. It emanated powerful mana pressure, enough for other students to notice, and more than enough for them to come after him or investigate it. He looked at his storage ring, then immediately dismissed it. The storage capacity was big enough for what he needed, some particularly choice pieces of trash for use with trash intent later, his herbs, a beat-up cauldron, and a few other doodads he liked to keep on him, but it wasn't large enough for all that in a trash pile. He didn't want to completely empty it out to carry the smallest of trash piles down the mountain, because, after all, he wanted to push his limits and grow. Eventually, he'd be burning huge piles of trash, which wouldn't be able to fit in the ring at all, even if he emptied it. Taking the trash down in batches had the same problem as toting high-powered trash down the peak. The aura risked luring the students to his little hideout, and the last thing he wanted to do was give away his safe spot, his home base, to a random passing student who got curious about the powerful mana signature coming from a supposedly empty patch of mountain. It wasn't a viable option. So either he burned it up here, and when or if they figured out that he was responsible for the smoke, he was in trouble, or he burned it down there, and if any students decided they wanted the powerful stuff he was lugging around, he was in trouble. Rhys twisted his lips, thinking for a moment, then shrugged. The trash was up here, and there was a barrier between him and the other students. He could always flee back up here or into the library if the other students caught on, though with the rumors going around, he was pretty sure anyone who tried to claim that little weak Rhys was the impure king, or whatever they called the black smoke he produced, was going to get ridiculed. He smirked at the thought of the strange mythos around him, and what sending smoke up from beyond the barrier of the upper peak was going to do to it. Only one way to find out. He threw down the cloth, piling up the trash he'd gathered so far. There wasn't much of it, but already, its mana signature rivaled the pressure of an entire potion of filth. Even this remained but a fraction of the impurity and mana level of the toxic pit, but it was a place to start. A first step, in a long upward climb, or downward fall, into the pit. Rhys took a deep breath. He clapped his hands together, then approached the pile. Here we go. Rhys sectioned off a portion of the trash that felt more or less equivalent to one of his impure potions, piling the rest to the side to add on later. He wanted to push his limits, but not too much. The first impure potion sip had almost gone too far, and now he was a little more wary of carelessly shoving up the upper limit of impurities he took in at one time. He didn't want to almost kill himself again. Better to be a little more cautious and approach this one step at a time until he could take on massive amounts of this upper peak trash. Looking at his pile of trash, Rhys grinned. Activating stalker mode, he dug into it. One piece at a time, he went through everything he'd gathered so far, searching for any interesting letters or tidbits of paper. The rare organic trash he set aside, for making yet richer fertilizer later. He hadn't forgotten how much Sordon had paid him for those herbs. If he grew herbs with the fertilizer from the upper peak, would they increase in quality yet again? He wasn't sure, but he was game to try. As expected, the trash that had flown this far had been out here for some time. The paper was weathered, the ink all but washed away. What little he gleaned was only what he already knew, that the Infinite Constellation School was a poor, small school, with few connections and little power. It owed large debts to nearby schools, which it slowly paid off, but which were often leveraged to force Aquari or the other teachers into tasks that they had no desire to complete. Rather than a noble mage of great standing, their schoolmaster, Aquari, was more like the bullied kid who could only bow her head and act as a goffer for the more powerful schoolmasters. From what he read, she was at the absolute lower limit one could be to qualify as a schoolmaster, and consequently, she wasn't able to act freely very often. Instead, she was bossed around and treated like trash. Well, I knew that. There was nothing, however, about the upcoming guest teacher, or even an indication of what school he'd be from, or what tier he was. To find out that kind of thing, he'd need much fresher trash than the long-lost dregs that had fluttered through the woods to the edge of the barrier. It wasn't that surprising, in all honesty, that he didn't find anything out yet. It was fine, too. He planned to pick up every piece of trash on the upper peak. He'd find out eventually. He set the trash he wasn't going to burn to the side, nearby enough that he could reach for it and add it on later. With all his pre-treatment done, it was time to get down to business and burn some trash. Rhys clapped his hands and rubbed them together eagerly. Here we go. He touched a match to the pile. Fire crackled, quickly growing. The familiar dark smoke leapt up, and Rhys breathed it in. It was powerful. Mana flowed into him, and with it, impurities. Fewer of them, but with each one individually more powerful than any impurity he'd felt before. He breathed deep, excited. The smoke poured in. It was powerful, but his limits had expanded from his early days. He had enough mana to send it into the compost, but that was it. His limits weren't stretched. He was simply able to take in this much mana. Hold on. That's no good. Rhys grabbed a hunk of nearby trash and threw it on the pile. The mana flowing into him grew stronger, but the smaller amount of impurities flowing in with the mana meant that only his mana limits were pressed. The impurities, too, were stronger, but they didn't possess the piercing qualities of the hyper-concentrated impurities from the potions, or even a corrosiveness that exceeded that of ordinary impurities. Or rather, they were more corrosive, far more corrosive, but there were so many fewer of them that Rhys still had a good handle on keeping them in check. Rhys, brows furrowed. His impurity limits weren't pressed by this. That wasn't good. He needed to raise the quantity and quality of impurity he could absorb, not simply expand his mana capacities. He was at his very limit, his core stretched like a balloon about to pop even with spewing off mana to make compost, so he couldn't add any more to the fire, but as he sat there, Rhys thought to himself, his brain working overtime. How could he make these impurities more dangerous, so he could use them as a stepping stone toward the toxic pit? The first answer that came to his mind was concentration. But how? This wasn't the leftover scum in a cauldron, this was trash. Cauldron scum had been a potion, at some point, a liquid. By adding a few reagents, he could coax it to re-enter that liquid state, then concentrate it into a potion. How did he concentrate trash? Trash was, things. Anything. A piece of charcoal. A tossed-aside fork. Bent metal, a clump of paper, a rotten apple, a ruined waterlogged book crawling with mold. If he put all that in a cauldron, he didn't even know how he'd go about melting it down. How did one melt an apple, in the first place? A book. He was sure it was possible, but through complex chemical or magical manipulation that was far beyond his pitiful skills and comprehension. I could just burn more, he considered, but given that he was at his mana limits now, from this small amount of trash, he'd have to slowly ramp up over a long time to push his core to be large enough for him to absorb a significant amount of impurities. Years, even. It was an option, but not one he relished taking. That impure pit would sit there, waiting, the whole time. At any point, someone else could come along and swoop it up, and then where would he be? Not that many other people had an interest in trash, of course, but who knew? Maybe there was someone who came along and emptied the pit every century or so. He didn't know, and it made him profoundly uncomfortable to leave such a valuable source of power sitting there for so long. Rhys took another deep breath, then widened his eyes. Would that work? He looked at the smoke, then reached into his storage ring. He'd put some tidbits in there that he'd found in the garbage that seemed useful. Bits of string, long straight sticks he could use for bonking, twisted bits of metal that might serve as caltrops or thrown weapons. Now, he pulled out one of the items. A huge, stained bedsheet. He'd washed it thoroughly, but the mysterious stain refused to completely come out. It was clean, though, and it would serve his purposes today. By now, it was relatively simple for him to disconnect from the trash's mana stream, at least with a pile at this level, where he was relatively under control. Running around the edge of the burning trash, Rhys tied the sheet into the trees, high over the fire. The smoke now had to pass through the sheet to escape. Rhys touched the sheet and called forth trash intent. His mana flowed through the sheet, strengthening it, and closing the gaps between the fibers. Now, it was a complete thing, a whole, powerful piece of fabric that couldn't be singed by a passing ember. More importantly, without gaps between the fibers, there was nowhere for the smoke to go. It collected in the sheet, catching all the impurities he might have let escape, even with breathing the smoke. One hand pressed to the sheet, Rhys returned to absorbing the trash mana, but this time, he deliberately excluded the impurities as well as he could, by forming a dense net of mana strings at the opening of his mouth and nose. It was far denser than his previous net, which had only sought to make the passing impurities smaller. This one strove to keep them all out. His mind blurred. Between activating trash intent to its limits, forcing it to create an impermeable barrier from a cheap old sheet, and creating the mana net at his mouth, he was pushing his mental strength to its limits. He instinctively sensed he couldn't keep this up for long. It was a good idea, capturing all the impurities and breathing none in, so that he could concentrate the ashes into a potion later, but impractical. He wasn't powerful enough to maintain both yet. If not for the trash mana pouring in, he wouldn't have had the mana for it, and as it was, his core was emptying of mana even with the mana he gained every moment. He was losing mana on this exchange. Rhys held on, racking what little remained available of his brain for a solution. Abruptly, his eyes widened, and he smacked himself in the forehead at his own stupidity. If trash intent could keep the impurities in the smoke in, why couldn't it also keep the impurities out of his body? He reached into his storage ring and drew out another, smaller scrap of fabric. This one was finer, as well, from one of the nice pieces of clothing he'd found in the trash heap outside his hometown. He wrapped it tightly over his nose and mouth, then deactivated the mana thread net and, for the first time, activated a second simultaneous trash intent. Instantly, he felt his mind and body reach their utter limits. He no longer lost mana, but 2 activations of trash intent simultaneously were almost more than he could bear. Trash intent meant understanding the item intimately, every fiber, every crack and hole, every twist and tear. He had to hold the whole item in his mind, or else lose it. In some cases, the item's own intent would speak to him, like when he used a table leg to resurrect a table, filling in the gaps of what had been. In other cases, like with this scrap of fabric, the item had long forgotten its own shape, and so instead, Rhys was forced to wrap his mind around the item and hold it there, in the shape he desired. The sheet had its own intent, but he wasn't relying on that. Instead, he was forcing it to take on the shape he desired, which likewise pushed trash intent to its limits. A splitting headache immediately assaulted Rhys' mind, and his focus wavered, barely holding on. Between the 2 options, this one he could keep up indefinitely, but it pushed his mind to its absolute capacity. He'd thought he'd been straining before, but then, he'd still had brain to spare on thinking up new solutions. Now, there was no brain to spare. His whole world boiled down to these 2 objects. He was aware of nothing but the scrap of cloth, the sheet, and the mana that rushed in with every breath. The headache hammered into him like a sledgehammer beating an ice pick into his skull. His head pounded with each beat of his heart. Black dots swam between his vision, and darkness encroached on its edges. There were still impurities in the mana, but far, far fewer, so few that, were he able to think, he might have suspected that other mages who avoided impurities would have been satisfied with the outcome. The sheet, on the other hand, let no impurities through. He needed mana and air to pass through the cloth over his mouth, and some tiny impurities slipped through along with those 2. The sheet was an impervious barrier. He didn't need to let anything through it, and so he didn't. The smoke collected there, thick with impurities, then condensed and fell back down into the fire. Through the horrific headache and his utterly split focus, Rhys could barely sense impurities gathering in the ashes with every passing second. The flames burned down. The mana ran out. Rhys lowered his trash intent, and gasped as the pain faded from his head. It felt like a breath of fresh air, like sunlight after 1,000 years in the dark. The relief from the pain was profound, utterly lifting all the weight off his body. He hadn't made any leaps and bounds in strengthening his body. He only had a few impurities, not enough to burn. His core, on the other hand, was larger. Not hugely larger, but increased in size by enough that he was satisfied with his growth. Rhys drew out his favorite slightly beat-up cauldron from his storage ring and, using a broken shovel trash indented back into its true form, shoveled the ashes into it. He delicately brushed off the sheet as well, pushing any of the impurities clinging to its fabric into the cauldron. The result was barely enough to fill 1/10 of the cauldron, and even then, he'd shoveled in plenty of ordinary ashes along with the impurities. He dusted off his hands and grinned. 9 more fires to fill the cauldron. No problem. It was time to get to work. His first order of business was to cart the compost back to his old hiding spot, where he tested it on his garden. Just adding the new compost, without even adding any of his own mana, the plants instantly bloomed, surging taller, putting out new leaves and fresh stems. Buds unfurled, stubborn sprouts grew taller, and seeds that had lain dormant suddenly sprung up. Still riding high off the tide of his previous absorption of mana, Rhys fed the plants until they were ready to be harvested, then plucked, chopped, and picked the best sprigs, with a note to stop by Sorden later to see if she'd be interested in buying another round from him. It had been long enough by now. She'd probably need more. He didn't have enough for a second batch of the same size as the first at the higher quality with the new compost, though, so he returned to the upper peak shortly after. Burn trash, filter out the impurities, fill the cauldron, take the compost down, grow the herbs, return to the peak. Like that, his days took on a familiar loop, as he rushed up and down the mountainside. His legs grew stronger from all the climbing and descending he was doing, and he grew faster as well. The other students, used to seeing him rush around, didn't comment at all, except to complain when he neglected the lower peak's trash a bit in favor of focusing on the new, stronger, upper peak trash. 10 days in, he'd finally cleared the outlying forest around the schoolmaster and her friends' dwellings of scraps of trash. He left the far-flung regions of the upper peak alone. His instincts told him nothing but death awaited him, and the piles of horrific-smelling droppings and large clawed paw prints agreed. Some fearsome beast or beasts lived on the peak, and he would be foolish to wander too far from the peak in search of trash, lest he end up in that beast's belly instead. Rhys shoveled the last batch of impurities into his cauldron. Ashes filled it to the brim. There wasn't a single space for anything but impure ashes and impurities. As he finished filling it, and gave it a final pleased tap down, he suddenly hesitated and looked it over again. A whole cauldron, filled to the brim with impurities. Not just any impurities, but larger and more powerful ones than the ones he'd concentrated from the potion gunk. When he'd made that, the cauldron had exploded with enough force to impale him with metal. What would happen when he tried to brew this cauldron into an impure potion? Rhys licked his lips. He nodded slowly. I might have fucked up. A second later, he steeled himself. It was just like when he'd burned the trash on the peak. He wouldn't get anywhere if he played it safe and cautiously filled the cauldron with only the amount of impurities that he was sure he could handle. Mages grew by pushing their limits. He had to step outside of his boundaries, outside of his comfort, and push himself, or he'd stagnate like the trash he was at heart. Besides, that potion gunk was deliberately made volatile by alum. I can't judge this ash's explosiveness from that. So decided, he faced down the slightly beat-up cauldron and took a deep breath. It was time to concentrate the impurities, part 2. Hopefully without exploding the cauldron this time. For all that mages grew by pushing their limits, Rhys also wasn't stupid. A table leg with a portion of table attached to its top sat within reaching distance to his left, table side pointed at the cauldron, ready to become a shield via trash and tent at the first sign of danger. Rhys set up on the side of a cliff. He could kick the cauldron off if it showed signs of fruitlessly exploding, and a stub of what had once been a long board sat on his right, ready to push it off if a kick would be too slow or too dangerous. Now that he could maintain 2 trash intents at once, he could also activate the stub to jab it off and the table to act as a shield at the same time, and he deliberately angled the two so such a thing was possible. Tested them, even, though one at a time. The splitting headache that 2 activations of trash intent, and the prohibitive mana cost, kept him from trying to activate both at once. It was a good activity to do when he had excessive trash mana flowing through him and needed something to get rid of mana, but not when he was about to attempt a difficult round of alchemy that would likely require a fair share of mana. It really wasn't something that he could simply maintain at once, but rather a life-saving last-ditch technique. Once he practiced it more, he was sure he could maintain 2 at once without the requisite headache and paralyzingly intense focus, but for now, it was something he'd have to keep as his ace in the hole. If his opponents knew about it, they could easily counter it. Not only was it hard to activate and maintain, but he also felt instinctively that both trash intents were easier to shatter than a single trash intent. It made sense. After all, he could truly commune with the trash when he only had 1 trash intent. He could pour all his mana into that one item, and give it every scrap of focus as he dragged it into being. When he had 2, and both his mind and mana were split, it was all he could do to hang on, forget about reinforcing the trash intent. A good blow would break one, and the subsequent backlash from breaking one might well shatter the second, too, in one fell swoop. All in all, his new technique was best used as a final ace, to be used as a last surprise to finish an opponent, or for flashy intimidation, but not an equal battle. Right now, though, it was more than enough to save his ass from a cauldron explosion, or so he hoped. His plan was to activate both for a split second, then deactivate the pushing rod and focus all his attention on the table, so that way the table could absorb the blow. Still, he couldn't be sure it would work. Only one way to find out. He'd fetched some water from a nearby stream. Now he poured it in, wetting the ash to a dark slurry. Most potions called for pure water, but he wasn't worried about that. The water was clear enough, and besides, he was trying for the maximum concentration of impurities, not attempting to make a proper potion. Once the ashes were fully wetted and ever so slightly slopping around in the cauldron, he lit the fire underneath and began the process of extracting the impurities. The first time he'd brewed an impure potion, he'd been dealing with potion scraps. They were dense with impurities, and mostly needed to be boiled down. This time, the ash was strewn with a light distribution of very powerful impurities. At a guess, he could probably remove 70% of the material in the cauldron, and lose no impurities. No, it's probably higher than that. The problem was, he needed to remove both the water which he'd just added, as well as the ash, which was a solid, non-melting material. The pot reached a boil, and Rhys drew out a piece of thin, threadbare fabric from his storage ring. Using a random bit of crooked wire, he fashioned a makeshift net. As the water boiled, the heavy impurities naturally settled down, while the light ashes separated up. He pressed his hands to the side and circulated his mana through the cauldron, encouraging the process to speed up. The impurities he called to the bottom, pulling them down through the ashes. As if sensing their brethren ingrained into Rhys' every pore, the impurities eagerly followed his mana, or maybe it was the fact that he was pushing out waves of mana into the cauldron, so that the ashes trembled at a high frequency and naturally separated into their impure and pure parts. The ashes constantly welled up, fountaining on the surface, while the impurities sank. It reminded him of those videos online of the rings being cleaned by vibrating them at supersonic speeds. He made a poor replica with his mana, but the end result was more or less the same. The filth sank down, and the ash rose up. At last, he sensed no more impurities in the surface ash. Rhys skimmed the surface of the water like a poolboy on a summer afternoon, and came up with a shimmering scoopful of pure white ash. He started to dump it on the ground, then hesitated. Pure ash, was that something Sordin might use in her potions? Ash was highly alkaline, so it could be used as a reactant in a basic potion or a neutralizer in an acidic one. Alchemy wasn't exactly chemistry, he realized that even with his high school chemistry background, but it was close enough that the general rules about acids and bases held true. A highly alkaline base, and one this pure, at that, would likely be valuable to Sordin. He drew out a fine knit piece of fabric, large enough to wrap around the cauldron, and dumped the scoop of ash into it. The water instantly soaked through it, but the ash stayed within. One scoop at a time, he removed the ash from the cauldron, waiting until he was sure he'd extracted every impurity he could from it. The result was highly purified ash, but that was only a byproduct to Rhys. His true intent was the thick sludge of impurities at the very bottom of the cauldron, the dark slime he could already sense the potency of, even in this incomplete and less than completely dense form. The cauldron slowly emptied. At one point, it grew too low for him to easily separate the ash and the slime, so he added more water and returned to the cycle of removing the purified ash. A heap of ash piled up beside him. Strangely, it had diminished as it had purified. Although the cauldron had been heaped to absolutely full, almost over full, and most of the cauldron's worth of ash had been removed, the pile of purified ash that remained was only about enough to fill half the cauldron. He wasn't sure where the missing ash had gone, because it certainly wasn't in the small puddle of impurities at the bottom, but he definitely ended up with less than what he'd put into the cauldron on the other side, and Newton be damned. He gave the shimmering white ash a look, then shrugged. Might as well chalk it up to the angel's share and move on. It was only a byproduct, after all, so it wasn't like it even upset him. The world had magic, so why would it follow the physics he knew, after all? He removed the last of the ash, and was left only with the impure sludge on the bottom and the water on top. He fed the fire beneath it more heat, and the pot began to boil. Steam poured out of its mouth. Using a stick, he stirred it gently to keep the impurities from sticking to the bottom and becoming cauldron gunk, all the while boiling it down. Up until this point, the process had been largely non-volatile. The ash wasn't particularly reactive, and since he'd focused his efforts on the ash and not the impurities were free to lounge at the bottom of the pot, largely undisturbed. As the pot boiled down, though, the impurities were brought to bear. At last, the energies he remembered from his last attempt began trembling within the pot, beating against its walls. Rhys put his hands against the cauldron and pushed his mana into it. Trash intent surrounded the cauldron. His intent couldn't fix the dents and dings in the cauldron. If he allowed the intent to take on the cauldron's ideal form, it would only stand there, outside of the dents, and do nothing to strengthen the actual cauldron. Instead, he held the intent within the walls of the cauldron, using it to reinforce the trashed cauldron. The impurities, energy hammered against the walls, but with the reinforcement, the energy bounced harmlessly back. He focused, pushing his mana through the wall. He massaged the impurities, pulling them inward. He needed them fully concentrated. As dense as they could get. The denser they got, the more they bumped into one another, and the wilder the energy got. The impurities were separated in the ash, and hadn't interacted to one another. Now that he was concentrating them, they reacted strongly with one another. The pot bubbled and spat. The cauldron trembled. Mana twisted in the air around the cauldron as the impurities corrupted the air around them. Dark smoke settled around the ground near the cauldron. Rhys probed the smoke with his mana, a little worried that the impurities were escaping, but it seemed to only be an effect cast by the brewing or an illusion of some sort. These were the strongest impurities he'd ever handled. Before, they'd been less dense, and they hadn't been hard to deal with. Now that they were closer together, they fought against one another. They didn't want to be close. The glob of impurities trembled in his mana grasp, struggling to break apart. They resisted existing in their current concentration, and anything further was absolutely against their nature. Each impurity on its own was a significant source of power. A handful, 10 or so, was enough to equal an old trash pile. If they hadn't been so dispersed, or rather, if they'd been as dense as the lower-level impurities were in the low-level trash piles, they would have absolutely overwhelmed him when he'd burned the first trash pile up here. Not a single one of them wanted to anywhere near another impurity. Not that it mattered. He was going to concentrate them, whether they wanted to be concentrated or not. The benefits from less is more alone were enough to decide it for him, not to mention the total waste of absorbing them at their dispersed rate. He pressed the impurities together with his mana, refusing to let them apart. As he did, he carefully lifted one hand off the pot and drew forth a few strands of herbs from his storage ring. Those he added into the pot, then slammed the lid down. The herbs had concentrative properties, but more importantly, they were purifying herbs. They pushed impurities out of things. There was no such thing as completely ridding a potion of impurities, but adding one of these could strip out at least a little of the unwanted materials. Now, he brewed those purifying herbs into the liquid that surrounded the dense glob of impurities on the bottom. The water became the antithesis to impurities, and forced the impurities tighter together. Tighter and tighter. Between his direct mana manipulation, the pressure gathering under the closed lid, and the purifying herbs, he condensed the impurities down to an orb, then tighter. The cauldron rocked under his hands. Its metal creaked. One of the dents abruptly popped back out, resuming its original shape. Even under the full force of trash intent, he couldn't completely preserve the cauldron's integrity anymore. This was the critical moment. If the cauldron burst now, he'd lose everything. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He focused intently on the ball of impurities in his hands, slowly massaging it down, 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 to something smaller and smaller. Pressure built. The cauldron groaned, bulging out at the middle. The lid shuddered, struggling to break free. All the water boiled down to steam, which pressed on the impurities and likewise on the sides of the cauldron, seeking freedom. A little longer. Hold on a little longer. The impurities trembled. Rhys' focus narrowed, down to nothing but the impurities. This was it. The moment. They either exploded, or he succeeded. His everything was the tiny, dense glob. His world was contained within the cauldron. His hands pressed down, and the orb pushed back. It slipped in his hands, and his grip loosened. No. His grip slipped, but only for a moment. Rhys caught the ball and clenched down, tighter than before. It shuddered, tried to slip, but this time, he didn't let it. The intense pressure from Rhys, mana, the steam, and the heat all came to bear on the orb, and it finally, at last, melted. Rhys' eyes flashed. Now, he kicked the cauldron. The lid shot off in a jet of steam. A black blob flew out just behind the lid, hurtling up into the air. He grabbed a potion container from his storage ring and held it out, calling the impurities to him with his other hand. The black blob fell, but it retained its shape as it fell. Rhys pulled it into the vial and slammed the lid shut. CRRK CRRK CRRK. Instantly, hairline cracks shot through the vial. High-pitched creaks and shatters filled the air as new cracks formed and existing cracks dug deeper. Startled, Rhys released trash intent on the now empty cauldron and quickly applied it to the vial. The deterioration slowed, but it didn't stop. The potion was too corrosive, too destructive. It ate away at the mana powering his intent and corroded it, the same as it corroded the glass. Rhys poured more mana in, only for it to sink into the impurities. At the absolute top speed he could feed mana into the intent skill, he could barely keep up with the rate of corrosion inside the glass. He stared at it, shocked. It was a success and a half. On its own, this potion was a training material, to force him to keep trash intent up for longer and practice preventing his mana from getting corroded by impurities. If he drank it, a sensation of terror came over Rhys, his instincts quailing at the idea. If he drank it, he died. He was absolutely sure of that. It was too corrosive. His body, his mana, neither of them were ready for it yet. He grinned, looking at the potion. Neither of them were ready yet. With the potion he held in his hand right here, though, they'd be ready. He just needed more practice. Rhys sat by the cauldron and focused his intent on the bottle. He'd never used it for more than a few minutes at a time, but now, he held it active for hours. At the same time, he paid close attention to where his mana met the potion, watching the corrosive process closely. If he wanted to drink this potion, he needed to be able to handle it without his mana corroding. Whatever it did in the bottle was the same thing it would do inside him, just on an easier-to-handle scale. If he could solve it here, he'd solve it for when he drank the potion, as well. 15 minutes passed. His mana was almost out, and a tiny headache grew at his temples. He had the vague sensation that trash intent was drawing an unusual amount of mana, but he couldn't be sure. He'd never held it this long before. His intent held strong, though, showing no sign of wavering. He sipped his mana potion to keep his mana high. Half an hour. The mana loss accelerated the longer he held the technique. He no longer questioned whether it was unusual or not, it was. He needed to sip the mana potion more often now. His temples throbbed, and his skull ached. His intent wavered at the edges as his focus wobbled, split between the intent and his studies, distracted by the pain. 3/4 of an hour. Rhys sipped his mana potion yet again and kept going. His whole head was on fire. His intent barely held. He would have given up, but there was something about his mana. About the way it corroded. He'd almost understood it. Just a little longer. He only had to hold on a little longer, and he'd understand. An hour. The first mana potion was empty, and he was already a quarter through the next one. His vision blurred. His intent wobbled, on the verge of collapse. But none of that mattered. He stared closely at his mana and the impurities, bloodshot eyes wide. The mana touched the impurities, and the impurities infected it, degraded it, then destroyed it. But where did that energy go? Surely it had to go somewhere. Inside. Inside the impurities. The impurities absorb it. His mana wasn't deteriorating. It was changing. From ordinary mana, it became part of the impurities, an energy source for them that allowed them to grow and change. He'd thought of impurities as garbage, as nothing but solid blocks of refuse that he could burn for energy, and that was true, but it was a limited understanding. Impurities were more than just garbage. They were also a disease, of sort. Something one could get infected with. Something that could build up over time, accumulate, but also taint and ruin mana. Or, At least, that's what the average person who only sees them as trash might think, Rhys thought to himself. They ruined mana. No. They simply turned the mana into more impurities. More energy for themselves. That was the energy he unlocked when he burned them. Static, low-level impurities passively drained the mana out of objects. Higher-level impurities could actively seek out and absorb mana, though again at a low, slow rate. These impurities were dangerous to him because of his low tier. If he were a higher tier, then, based on the vast disparity between his small mana pool and that of a higher tier mage, they might seem no more than passive to him. It was only because he'd encountered them so early, when he was so weak, that he was able to have this insight. Since impurities carry energy the same way mana does, I wonder if I could circulate impurities, instead of mana. Rhys allowed himself the thought, but quickly shut it away. It was impractical, for now. It took far too much effort for him to find and absorb impurities of a sufficient strength and density to be equivalent to his current mana, let alone stronger, and even if he fed all his mana in, the transaction wasn't 1-1. He'd lost all his mana and then some, trying to keep intent active, and the impurities hadn't even increased an appreciable amount within the potion. That didn't even get into the troubles with circulating impurities, the strange and sometimes damaging shapes of them, keeping them moving without letting them cling to the walls of his mana passages, the difficulty of igniting them to get energy out, let alone the problem that he couldn't put out an impurity fire, only light one and wait for it to burn out. It was a thought for later, not now. He snapped back to the moment. His mana corroded when it touched the impurities, because the impurities could infect it. When he touched the impurities, tiny bits of them broke off and went into his mana, which began the downward spiral of his mana deteriorating. But what if he didn't touch the impurities? Rhys turned his focus on trash intent. It gripped an object and filled it with mana, reforming it or holding its shape according to how it was meant to be, or perhaps how the object itself longed to be. The intent itself touched the object, and consequently, touched everything inside the object. But what if it didn't? He could see the impurities in his mana without touching them. Using his aura, he could even watch from inside the potion bottle without risking his mana. What if he projected an aura around the trash when he used his intent on it? That way, the mana would be protected, and not only that, but he'd be able to sense things around the trash, rather than simply reshape it and support it with mana. Rhys took some of his aura and wrapped it around the potion, but that did nothing. The potion was already within his aura. Intentionally wrapping it just meant he paid more attention to it. It didn't change anything about the intent itself. He frowned. No, that was wrong. That was his aura. He wanted the trash to have an aura. Like how he gave the trash intent, he also wanted to give it aura. He reached out and felt the intent, sensed every part of it. The intent skill was formed from mana. His mana had an aura, so surely the intent skill had an aura as well. He focused on it, searching it for any sign of an aura. The amount of mana actively in the intent was so small that he could barely feel it, especially on an object this small, but it was there. It was there, and he could feel it. If he could feel it, did it not have an aura? Using his aura, he examined the potion closely. He could feel its mana. And was that it. A fuzzy sensation just over the surface of the mana. Like drifting his hand past a sweater in winter and feeling the static electricity against his palm. Right there. From the outside, he sensed the aura. Now, from the inside. He turned back to his intent skill and focused on it. He put his all into it, until he wasn't just observing the intent, he was the intent. He surrounded the potion vial and kept it intact. Bits of himself broke off, but that was fine. He was being fed by the great source, the beginning point of all mana. The pieces he lost would be replaced. His whole world was the glass within him and the great source. There was nothing else. Nothing else mattered. No, a little voice interrupted. It does matter. He tried to push it away, but it wouldn't shut up. With a sigh, he turned his attention inward. Something sludgy churned within the glass. It was this that tried to invade him, destroy him, devour him. This was what took the pieces of him. It hadn't bothered him a moment ago, but now, facing it, he was filled with rage. Something took pieces of him. Unacceptable. The great source had limited resources, and mana potions cost money. He couldn't simply sit back and allow himself to deteriorate. The thing he'd used to sense the sludge lit up in his mind. It was weak, but it was there, the same as it was present in all things with mana, an aura. For the first time, he forcibly extended it. He used the aura to surround himself, firming it up and intentionally emitting it at a high enough power to keep the sludge from touching him. The sludge tried to eat away at the aura, but found itself facing a far more difficult task. The aura was nothing but energy, rather than pseudo-physical mana, and it couldn't corrupt energy. He smiled, pleased at a job well done, and let his awareness slip away. Rhys jolted back awake. He blinked, startled. Did I, insert my consciousness into the trash intent? No, it wasn't just that. He pulled up his skill sheet, already suspecting what he'd see. Sure enough, at the very bottom. Enlightenment 2 greater than 3. Trash aura. He laughed aloud, running his hair back. A level in enlightenment and a new skill. He'd really made great gains here today. He stood and dusted himself off, then drew out a new vial. Used trash intent and trash aura on it, though using 2 intents at once made black spots appear on his vision, and almost drained his remaining mana in one go, and poured the potion into the new, uncorrupted vial. Better to reinforce a whole, well-shaped vial than try to keep a near-shattered one intact. He cancelled his trash intent on the first vial. Without trash intent to keep it together, it instantly shattered. Shimmering grains of glass rained down. Rhys saluted the fallen soldier, then turned. For all that this was great training, he couldn't keep trash intent up forever, not to mention that if he got caught off guard right now, he'd immediately be in deadly danger without the ability to call on trash intent to defend himself. It was time for another trip to Sordon. Surely the potion master had specialized vials meant to contain highly corrosive materials. Rhys packed up his cauldron and the ash, separating out a small portion of the ash for himself. He looked at the potion longingly. He wanted nothing more than to take a sip and see what happened, but he knew better. He hadn't managed to actually shield his mana against the corrosion, he'd only figured out how to use trash aura on top of trash intent to prevent his trash intent from decaying. That probably wasn't a good route for him to keep his general mana from getting corroded, so he still needed to work that one out. Plus, the danger he sensed from this potion far exceeded the danger he'd felt from any other source of impurities. He wasn't going to carelessly drink it. He needed to work up to it, which meant he needed a container to store it in until he was ready to use it. It was a short trip down the mountain despite his roundabout route to prevent anyone from seeing him exit the upper peak. He headed straight to Sordon, not wanting to risk a negative encounter on the way there. Though at this point, he wasn't sure who would attack him. He'd countered the low-tier Triple J crew bullies, and the higher-tier bullies of Synog's underlings. Synog himself was still a serious threat, but he was pretty sure the man wouldn't come after him in public again. Between the potential that Rhys might actually land a good hit in front of everyone, and the opposite potential that Rhys would simply play the victim in front of everyone, and reap everyone's sympathy while moving Synog firmly into the position of the worst bully in the school. It was a rock and a hard place for Synog's reputation. Either he got badly hit by a low-tier student and humiliated in front of everyone, or he beat up a defenseless low-tier student for the second time and became even more of an asshole in everyone's mind than he already was. In any case, no one interrupted his journey back down the mountain. He reached Sordon's room in record time and pushed open the rear door, peeking inside. This one opened near the front of the room where Sordon lectured, so he only poked his head in for a moment before retreating again when he saw she was busy lecturing. It didn't stop Alum from glaring fiercely at him, not that he cared. Quietly, he wished the boy well at creating yet more toxic potions so that he could still gain by absorbing the scum. Alum's potions had been great training. If not for them, he probably wouldn't have survived the fumes from boiling down the more powerful impurities. In fact, if Alum could make something really toxic right now, that'd be a huge help. The potion he'd just brewed was a big step up in impurities. He was pretty sure he could handle it, but it wasn't going to be easy. It'd be much easier to absorb a few toxic alum potions, then try the potion again. He turned to walk away, only for the door to open. Sorden stepped out. Can I help you? Aren't you in the middle of class? Rhys asked. She waved her hand. Do you have a new batch of herbs? I do, and also, I don't know if you'll be interested in this at all, but, he drew out the purified ash and handed it over. Sorden squinted at it, examining it. She dipped a finger in the ash and sniffed it, then touched it to her tongue. Her eyes flew open, and she jumped back. Is that silver white ash? It's purified ash, Rhys replied honestly. Silver white ash is any kind of ash that's reached a certain threshold of purity, she replied distractedly. She looked at Rhys. You're selling this, then? And herbs. And herbs, yes. They might be a bit dry since it's been a while since I plucked them, but they should still be usable. Rhys drew them out as well. Sorden stored the ash and herbs away. What do you want? Gold. Something more. Gold is nice, but also, do you have any containers, bottles, vials, whatever, it doesn't matter, that can hold something highly corrosive? Glass should work, she replied. It corrodes glass, Rhys said. Sorden's brows rose. Intrigue crossed her face. May I ask what it is you need to store? Rhys pressed his lips together. It would be too much to explain, but just understand that it's something highly corrosive, destructive and dangerous. I need something that can store it for longer than, say, 10 seconds for unprotected glass. She put a finger on her chin, thinking, then nodded. I think I have something. Let me finish class, and I'll find it for you. Of course. Thank you, Rhys replied. No, thank you. I'll still owe you a fair bit of gold after this, so don't go anywhere, she said, and vanished back into the classroom. Rhys nodded to her back. With nothing to do, he lounged outside the classroom. A few minutes in, he drew out the potion. He was keeping it in his robes, within easy reaching distance in case he needed to transfer it again. The low-grade headache from keeping trash and tent up for a prolonged period resurged with nothing to distract him, pounding against his temples. He sipped a mana potion to push the pain and the mana drain back, not from the potion corroding his mana, but from simply keeping trash and tent active for this long, and lifted the potion to eye level, getting a good look again. The impurities ate away at his trash aura, but the trash intent simply replenished its aura. It took far less mana than keeping trash intent active, too. He grinned. He'd caught them, and bottled them, and soon, they'd be all his. Just wait. As soon as he had a permanent bottle that he didn't need to constantly enhance, he'd try out these impurities. Sorden must have been almost done with class, because she emerged a bare 15 minutes later and gestured. Follow me. Rhys nodded. Smiling wide, he followed after the potion instructor, unaware of alum glaring a hole in him from far behind. Sorden led the way to her house. Rhys followed close behind, familiar with the route from the previous time he'd handed herbs over. She had him wait outside her house while she vanished inside and emerged with a white enameled bottle. A faint aura of mana emanated from the bottle. What do you think? She asked, holding it out. Rhys held up his potion. He tilted his head back and forth, unsure. Do you mind if I try it out? Certainly. Go ahead. It might destroy the bottle, Rhys warned her. She waved her hand. The bottle's enchanted. Nothing a Tier 1 student can brew could destroy its enchantment. If you do, I'll be impressed more than angry. Rhys raised his brows, then shrugged. She'd said herself that she'd only be impressed. He didn't necessarily trust that, but it was worth a try. By now, even with trash intent and trash aura, the potion vial was starting to look a little ragged. The material contained within couldn't directly degrade the vial's walls, or even the trash intent that enveloped them, but neither could his trash intent stop the gases that welled up from its surface from interfering with the glass. Opening the cap on his bottle, he drew out the impurities and sent them into the new bottle. He deactivated his techniques on his vial and relaxed as relief flowed through him. The new bottle held for a second. 2 seconds. 3. Sorden turned to him, beaming. There you have it. I'm more than happy to. Rhys lunged just as the bottom fell out of the bottle and barely caught the impurities before they spilled onto the ground. Reactivating Trash Intent and Trash Aura, he sent the impurities back into his vial and half smiled, half grimaced at her. It's really corrosive. Sorden's jaw dropped. She stared at the enamel bottle, then at Rhys. Taking the remains of the bottle, she retreated back inside. I'll bring out something stronger. Please do, Rhys replied earnestly. He was starting to get tired of this headache, and the momentary relief he got every time he could release the combined techniques was so sweet, only for him to get slammed once more when he had to reinstate them. She came back out with a black stone bottle. Try this. It's also enchanted, and it's made of a sturdier material. Obediently, Rhys sent the impurities into the black bottle. This time, both he and Sorden watched it closely. It held for 10, 15, 20 seconds before the impurities started to seep out the sides. Rhys gestured, calling the impurities to him once more. Sorden shook her head. She returned to her house, this time drawing out 2 bottles with her. One was glass, but shimmered with a faint barrier, while another was solid crystal. Without a word, she handed the barrier bottle over. Rhys grimaced. He put the impurities inside, but almost instantly drew them back out again as the barrier popped. She traded him for the crystal, and he let the impurities touch its interior for just long enough that the crystal began to crack before he pulled them back. Back into her house, and out with another 3. One after another, the bottles broke or corroded. In and out, in and out. A pile of broken bottles grew around the door. At last, Sorden stared at the goo. What the hell did you make? Rhys shrugged apologetically. It's a bit corrosive. A bit. She shook her head. Pushing the broken bottles aside, she straightened up and looked him up and down. I only have 1 container left. If it doesn't work, I'm out of bottles. Rhys pressed his lips together. I hope it works. I do, too. She paused. It's my most powerful bottle. Meant to contain dangerous tier 3 potions. If it can't contain this, then not only do I not know what to do, but you could probably use it to find yourself a job at a high-rank school as a poison master. It's not a poison. I'm going to drink it. I need to, if I'm going to get stronger, Rhys explained. Sorden stared at him. He stared back. She turned away. I'm going to tell myself you're joking. Don't tell me if you aren't. With that, she vanished into her house. Rhys turned to the blackish-brown potion. Why does no one ever believe me? The impurities churned inside the vial, searching for a way out. There was a long pause this time, longer than any other time Sorden had gone for a bottle. When she emerged, it was with a blast of cold, stale air, as if she'd opened a cellar that had remained shut for a long, long time. She offered him a small vial. At a glance, it was nothing special, no different from the vial he held, if a bit bigger, clunkier, and older in design. As if it were the prototype of the standard potion vial. He couldn't sense any mana in it, but it felt heavy. There was something about it, some kind of truth that he didn't understand. It felt like his path, but not. His eyes widened. Someone else's path. That's what I'm sensing. He turned it over in his hand, getting a sense for the shape of the path in the glass, then looked at Sorden. Where did you find this? I traded for it from a ragged traveling salesman who claimed he found it in a secret realm. It's nothing special, but it is very durable. I've used it before to store particularly dangerous potions. If I'd known how dangerous that thing you brewed was, I would have brought it out right away, but who would expect a tier 1 student to make something so dangerous I couldn't easily contain it? Sorden replied, muttering the last part mostly to herself. Rhys nodded. A secret realm. Ah, that's right. You're of mortal breeding. There's places where incredibly powerful experts have created pathways to new worlds, or folded the world to prevent access, or even created their own worlds within artifacts. Sometimes, beings vastly more powerful than us can even spawn secret realms within their bodies as they decay. There's a vast variety of sources. What ties them all together, is that unless you know how to access the world inside, you're unlikely to ever encounter it. Hence, secret realm. She looked at the bottle. I've never had the fortune to visit one that wasn't already plundered myself. The larger sects and schools usually pin down the valuable ones and only allow weaker schools like ours to visit after they've already taken all the loot out. Some incredibly rich schools even possess secret realms for training, or hold events within them, but you're unlikely to see a school like that around here. Rhys raised his brows a bit at Sorden's outright admission that their school was weak. It wasn't startling, he'd long since come to terms with it, in fact, but he wasn't expecting such an honest assessment by one of the school's own staff. I guess I can consider myself someone Sorden trusts, if she speaks so frankly with me. His head panged, and he turned back to the task at hand. Lifting his hand, he called forth the potion from the bottle. The blackish gunk swirled in midair, then plunged into the new bottle. Slamming the cap home, Rhys held his breath. Sorden leaned in, watching closely. Nothing happened. The bottle easily contained the impurities. Not a crack nor deterioration of any kind appeared. Sorden breathed out. She stepped back. I was starting to worry I wouldn't be able to return your kindness. There. A bottle that holds that dangerous potion of yours. Rhys nodded. Thank you. He turned to walk away, but Sorden caught him by the shoulder. You're not going to use that on someone, are you? Only myself, Rhys promised her. She chuckled. Stop joking. Rhys held her gaze, eyes earnest. Sorden pressed her lips together, then waved her hand. As long as you don't use it on anyone else. I'd better not lose my herb provider, though. You won't, Rhys pledged. He had no intent to kill himself. He'd have to be careful about applying this potion, but no progress was made without danger. She looked at him for a moment, then sighed. I suppose you could have already ended yourself, if you meant to do such a thing. Be careful. Rhys saluted. He walked off, putting the decayed potion bottle he'd had to use his intent and aura on in his robes for later examination. If he could figure out how it had decayed despite his efforts, he might be able to prevent it in the future. And maybe, one day, he could even create a bottle that held hints of a truth in it, like the bottle that contained the potion now. But first, it was time to train. He returned to his usual cave to train. It might have been safer on the upper peak, behind the barrier, but only from the other low-tier students. There was that beast he'd sensed, and of course, he knew nothing about any of the high-tier mages on the upper peak. If one of them was a Syog-style bully, he might get turned to sludge for daring to practice on the upper peak. Better the devil he knew than the devil he didn't. Settling in on a piece of patched furniture, he considered the impurities within the bottle closely. The sludge emanated a deadly dangerous aura. He couldn't drink it, the way he'd drunk the other potion. In fact, it would be better if he could slowly ramp up to this potion. The only problem was, with how dispersed the impurities were in the higher tier trash, there was no such thing as a slow ramp up. He jumped up here, or he didn't advance at all. Still, there were safer ways to absorb things than simply drinking it. A survival guide he'd read online came to mind. It had been describing how to test new plants, to see if they were edible, but the same idea applied here. Rhys uncapped the bottle. Step 1. Apply a little to your skin to test for irritation. Carefully tipping the bottle, he allowed a single drop to contact the back of his hand. The black liquid sat on top of his skin for a single moment before it sucked into his flesh. Black veins spread from the point of contact, twisting through his skin and biting into his veins. His blood darkened, and his mana passages corroded. Black tainted mana flowed from the point of contact toward his heart, darkening everything it passed. From the single point, a black mark raced up his arm, visibly growing longer. Shit. Rhys plunged inside himself. He closed off his veins and mana passages, but the taint kept spreading, slower, but it kept moving, oozing through the walls of the passages. He searched for 2 impurities to ignite, desperate to find them before they spread too far. From the smooth flow of his normal mana passages, he plunged into the darkness of the impurity-corrupted passages. There, he latched onto one, then a second impurity. He rubbed the 2 together. Come on, ignite. Nothing happened. Rhys gritted his teeth and rubbed them faster and faster, but nothing continued to happen. These were not ordinary impurities, and they wouldn't be lit by ordinary means. Behind him, the impurities continued to spread, tainting his impurity-resistant body. If not for his impurity resistance, it probably would have already spread through his body. Ignite. How can I make them ignite? He'd been rubbing the impurities together like two sticks, but these impurities wouldn't ignite. But that was a primitive way to start a fire. Humanity had come up with so many ways to light fires since then. Like matches, or electricity. His eyes widened. That was it. He gripped one impurity and forced mana into it. The impurity quickly reached capacity, and then it started to glow. Heat emanated from the impurity. The black mark spread further. It reached his shoulder and climbed toward his chest. Rhys focused on the one impurity in his hands, refusing to let that distract him. More mana. More. The impurity refused to absorb any more, but he poured more in anyways. The heat grew more intense. The glow grew brighter. Rhys shoved in more mana, even as his core began to run dry. This was it. All or nothing. A flame burst out from the top of the impurity. Rhys' eyes widened, but just for a moment. Quickly, he grabbed up the impurity he'd been rubbing together earlier and held it close to this one. The fire spread, and spread, and spread. It raced up his arm, chasing after the impurity as it coursed through him. Rhys pushed impurities into it, encouraging its spread. In a few moments, it had caught up, and all the impurities burned, no longer progressing through him. Mana poured out from the impurities. Not as much as he was used to, but it was denser and more pure than any mana he'd experienced. He had the feeling that this mana would let him use twice as many spells for half the quantity, and if that was the case, then the mana he got from one drop was about as much as an entire trash pile. It wasn't quite a sip of the previous potion, but it was one single, tiny drop. A few drops would exceed a sip of the previous potion. A sip of this would exceed his current mana capacity several times over. He opened his eyes, breathing evenly as he circulated this new mana. Now that he knew how to burn these impurities, he was ready. He could train while he gathered the trash, and accomplish two tasks in the same time. It was time to head back to the upper peak and dig through the trash for clues about the teacher he'd been assigned to watch. Rhys let an evil grin cross his face. That's right. It's stalker time. Rhys dripped 3 dots of potion on his hand. That was all the more he could handle right now, without having to vent excess mana. As fun as excess mana was, it didn't do anything for him. Didn't help rebuild or strengthen his body, expand his core or mana tolerance, anything. 3 dots meant he could practice handling more impurities, strengthen his body, and expand his core, all without losing anything, or at least, much of anything. He glanced up. Black smoke still billowed up behind him, but now it was thinner, and more concentrated. Even darker than before, to the point it almost looked like a trail of ink instead of smoke. It would give away his position, but then, he was allowed to be up here. Even if the upper-tier staff found out he was here, he had completely legitimate permission to be here. He gathered the trash into a pile as usual, but now he worked around the outskirts of the upper-tier's central square. Any time he'd picked up a scrap of paper, he scanned it for information, but obtained nothing useful. Most of what he found was receipts or lists of materials, or crumpled pill wrappers. The pill wrappers he added to his pile instinctively, and the same went for higher-tier potion vials, but for the most part, everything he found landed in the trash pile. Dragging the melted husk of a cauldron onto the pile, he stood and dusted off his hands, gazing upward. At the top of the central square sat Aquari's house. That was where he was going to find the most information about Aquari and her decisions, to include her thoughts on this new lone teacher. Why not go straight to the source? She'd agreed to let him pick up the trash, so it wasn't like she'd stop him. He'd avoided her house on instinct, because she was the most powerful and could rescind his invitation if she sensed anything awry, but she was also the one person whose notes he really wanted to read. Fuck it. He'd come up here to gain access to the trash, yes, but he also needed to find out more about the teacher. If he kept flitting about the edges of the area, he'd never figure anything out. Putting his hesitations behind him, Rhys marched up to Aquari's residence, and stared. His jaw dropped. He stood in her yard, though, yard, was a crude word for the space he stood in. It was a massive garden, complete with hedges, ponds, fountains, and statuary. It stood outside a manner that would have put most nobles to shame. Fine brick walls, tall towers, and an ornate facade. Picture windows gazed down the mountain, and marble pillars glittered in the sun. The house itself was a work of art, and he could only see the exterior. The only problem was the absolute mountain of trash that surrounded it and filled it. Drifts of papers pressed up against the windows. Bits of broken furniture tangled in the fountains, and ruined clothing awkwardly draped the statues. Rhys raised his brows. That's a task and a half. On the other hand, there were so many papers. So much she'd thrown out, without even thinking about it. The information he craved was almost certainly there. A smile spread across Rhys' face, and he rubbed his hands together. It was time to get down to work. He started in the garden. Abandoning his old trash pile for a moment, he built a new one just far enough outside her manor that it shouldn't bother her. After all, there was no need to lug her garbage across hill and dale to his old pile. There was enough here for him to build a whole new one, no, several new ones. Almost immediately, the old trash pile started sticking in his mind. He looked at his new trash pile, but the old one loomed large in his heart, calling to him, crying out. Why had he abandoned it? Why had he piled it all up, only to give it false hope? Rhys grimaced, then ran to his whole pile and dragged it over to the new one. It took him 5 loads, but it was worth it. No trash left behind. Tossed on top of the small amount of Aquari's garden he'd cleared, it was already enough to count as a full pile. He set it aside and started a new one. I don't need a new potion right now, and I don't need to attract Aquari's attention until I'm done cleaning her place. It would take him days to work through the potion he had, especially with less is more kicking in. There was no rush on burning the trash and filtering out the impurities. As to the second point, he'd watched enough hoarder shows to know that hoarders often weren't happy to have someone clean up their garbage. They were attached to it, for whatever reason, and they didn't want to let it go. When someone's ancient mema started hitting the people taking her trash out, the worst that might happen was a happy ride in a car with flashy lights for mema. When a high-tier mage got angry about someone taking her trash out, Rhys took a deep breath and let it out. Yeah, I'll just be elsewhere when she finds out. He had 2 hopes about cleaning up Aquari's hoarder stash. 1, she'd let him in to clean up the trash. That meant she acknowledged it was a problem, even if only incidentally or subconsciously. Consequently, when she saw her cleaned up space, there was a good chance she might be mad immediately, but then pleased with his hard work. 2, he was here to figure out what the deal was with the visiting teacher. Even if Aquari decided to be mad and became violent, it would be worth it, as long as he knew what he was in for. He had Az to vouch for him, so not only could he hide in the library, but as long as he reminded Aquari that the cat was stronger than her, she would likely hesitate to physically punish him. If she banned him from the upper peak after he burned her trash, it would be a pity, but, he looked over his shoulder, at the 2 piles of trash he'd already made, then turned around to stare at the garden. He could barely tell where he'd picked up trash. There was so much trash in the garden alone, let alone the drifts of papers and garbage in her house. He'd have enough impurities to brew hundreds of potions by the time he was done with Aquari's house. By then, he'd almost certainly have enough potions to train himself up to the level that he could begin to absorb the toxic pit's impurities. Right now, he was still struggling to absorb drops on his skin. The potions he made from this trash were incredibly potent. Sipping them was still a dream. But that was exactly what he needed if he wanted to step up to the powerful impurities in the pit. And not only that, but lots of them. 1 potion was never enough. Dozens, hundreds, and all this trash would give him just that. But first, he had to gather the trash. And to gather the trash, he had to clean Aquari's house, which was also where he would find the details of that teacher who he was supposed to watch. Let's get started. It was slow going. Rhys dripped potion on his hand in between dragging the trash into piles. The excess energy he poured into his body, steadily forging it stronger and stronger, using the mana to hammer his muscles and bones stronger in the same way a blacksmith would pound metal at a forge. The whole time, he kept piling up trash, setting the piles up in a neat grid. He filled up one line with piles, then added another, 5 piles deep for each line. When he found suitable cloths that could let the smoke out but keep the impurities in, he tied them up in the trees over the piles in preparation to burn them. The sound of rain broke his concentration. He paused, wiping his brow, and stared up at the sky. Clear blue skies, a few fluffy white clouds to interrupt the deep blue. Rhys furrowed his brows. Why, you there? You dare clean the schoolmaster's property? Despite the caustic words, they came from a gentle, fluid female voice, and were delivered without any bite, but instead, almost a joking lilt. Rhys lowered his eyes to find a young lady standing before him. She was a few years older than him, fully grown but still young. 18 or 19, if he had to guess. Long dark hair hung in flowing curls to her waist. A soft face held full lips and drooping, peaceful eyes that were so nearly closed they appeared to be shut when paired with her thick, dark lashes. She carried a black umbrella and wore layered, loose white robes that fluttered around her limply, wanting to fly but unable to. Unable to, because she was sopping wet. Rain poured from the underside of her black umbrella, absolutely soaking her. Her hair dripped with water. Rivulets ran down her face. If not for her perfectly placid expression, he might have thought she was squinting against the rain. Her wet robes clung to a mature body, one which had Rhys locking his eyes on her face and her face alone. He might love trash, he might be trash, but he drew the line at ogling a woman to her face. If she were a piece of art or an animated character, he would have spent hours lavishing himself on her beauty, waxing eloquent on the finer points of appreciating a wet robe's character on the appropriate forums, and futilely begging the studios to put out figures of her wet robe's form, knowing that the studio had already commissioned every possible figure they could to squeeze the maximum money out of degenerates like himself. But she was a real person. A human being. As someone who had been the subject of stares due to his unfortunate figure in his first life, he knew how bad it felt to be gazed at with disgust and ill intent. He could only imagine how much worse it would be for a woman to be constantly stared at with lascivious eyes. Of course, she had chosen to wear white and carry a raining umbrella, but until he was explicitly invited to look at her, he intended to avert his gaze. That, and he had already felt a twinge from his 15-year-old body that indicated everything was in working order and ready to go, and he had absolutely no desire to embarrass himself on his first day on the upper peak, in front of the schoolmaster's mansion and everything. A second of staring at her face and nothing else later, Rhys belatedly realized she'd asked him a question. He cleared his throat, using it as an excuse to reset his thoughts. I'm not cleaning. I'm collecting the trash. Is picking up the trash not cleaning? She put to him. Rhys opened his mouth, then shut it. He tilted his head, considering. Was picking up the trash cleaning? It did have the effect of cleaning up an area, but he didn't set out to clean. His intent was to gather the trash for himself. It had the side effect of cleaning up an area, but that wasn't what he set out to do. In fact, his trash gathering was selfish, for the intent of strengthening himself, where cleaning was altruistic, so he couldn't claim to be cleaning at all, but equally, to claim to not be cleaning when the results were so clearly obvious. Whether he did it selfishly or not, he picked up the trash and left a clean area behind. His intent didn't matter. Others could enjoy the trash-free space that he had created all the same as though he'd set out to create a clean space. Something deep within his core trembled, and Rhys touched a hand to it. The answer of this was important, deeply so. But he didn't have an answer right now. She chuckled. Don't give yourself a backlash trying to figure it out. If you're picking up the trash, then pick it up out of her fountain. Rhys turned. Aquari's fountain stood in the center of the garden. It was a grand thing, multiple tiers tall, thigh-deep on the lowest level, and at least 10 meters in radius. Like the rest of the garden, it was strewn with trash. A broken chair dangled from its top, and drifts of soaked papers and leaves clung to the walls. The water itself reeked of algae, stillness, and rot, a dark murky brown from all the filth accumulated in it. Why? He asked. I want to bathe in it, she replied, as though it were the most natural thing for her to want, and the most natural thing for him to wish to jump to her every desire. Rhys turned away, back to his dry trash. The wet trash wasn't high priority. He'd have to wait for it to dry, so there was no reason to waste his time on picking it up early when he had plenty of dry trash to work with right now. Once he ran out of dry trash, he'd get to it, but for now, it was a waste of time. You don't want to see me bathe in it? The wet girl asked, shocked. You're already wet, Rhys pointed out. So you're enjoying the sights without offering anything in return, she replied, hugging her arms around herself in mock protest. Rhys carried on ignoring her. He knelt, scooping up a big pile of trash, and carried it to his grid. She stood there for a few moments, arms wrapped around herself and protest on her face, until she realized he really was ignoring her. At that, she immediately changed tactics. What do you want? You must be up here for a reason, she prodded. I know much of the goings-on up here. I can tell you anything you want to know. When Aquari bathes, for example. Rhys gave her an unimpressed look at that. He wasn't that excited to see their asshole of a schoolmaster naked. Some people might get off on that, but he wasn't really the type to get excited over seeing someone he didn't like much naked. Besides, the risk of getting murdered was way too high for him to ever consider peeking, especially when he didn't even want to see the subject in question naked. What do you want? She asked. He sighed. It wasn't as if he was against cleaning the fountain. In fact, he intended to eventually, so he might as well get rewarded for work he was going to do anyways. He just wasn't sure if he wanted this woman to know what he was up here for. What's the risk? All she wants is for me to clean the fountain. He nodded toward Aquari's residence. I've been assigned to watch the guest teacher who's coming soon. I want to know more about them, and their school's relation with ours. I figured Aquari's papers would be the best place to find that, but... He gazed at her house. Deep behind the windows, a stack of papers collapsed into the wild drifts. The girl nodded. I know where she puts her latest papers. That would be the best place to start. If you clean the fountain, I'll point you in the right direction, and in the meantime, to show my good intent, I can give you the background that I know between our two sects. Rhys nodded. He turned and offered the girl his hand. It's a deal. I'm Rhys, nice to meet you. A cool, wet hand slid into his, soft and slippery as an eel. Lyra. It's good to meet you. Are you one of those water spirits that lures people to their doom? Rhys guessed, remembering Ev's joke. She smiled. Sharp teeth appeared between her lips. Would you believe that those stories are mostly myths? Rhys smiled back, suddenly a little worried. Am I going to be safe? Do I need an adult? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.